In the 22nd century, technological progress has given humanity a completely new world. Now the only real joy for people has become virtual reality. Advanced technology directly influenced the brain, creating a flawless illusion. The new generation of VR has erased the last boundaries between gaming and real feelings. In the real world, the hero felt only emptiness and endless fatigue. Lee Ho-young, a professional gamer, eagerly seizes the rare moment of freedom to immerse himself in the game. However, deep down, the young man desperately wanted to end it all forever. The iconic game's 10th anniversary has given birth to a new, even more captivating world. The guy known as Rodrigo was a legend who reached incredible heights among millions. But at the peak of his fame, Lee Ho-young realized that he could no longer play like he used to. The developers begged him to come back, and Lee Ho-young, unable to resist, puts on the VR headset again. The guy connects to the new Labyrinth world, but the system sees him as more than just a player. His past glory and achievements as Rodrigo Eldrigo are transferred to a renewed reality. The young man is surprised to discover that his old merits have not been reset. An exorbitant amount of achievement points promises him an incredible advantage at the start. The hero feels cheated, as his status as the best player has been reduced to mere numbers. Instead of a simple start, he is offered a complex and confusing choice of character creation. The young man doubts whether he will be able to create a worthy hero in these difficult conditions. Casting aside her doubts, Lee Ho-young makes a bold choice in favor of money and power. With a crazy grin, the gamer spends a fortune because he is used to only winning. Deciding to start from scratch, Lee Ho-young chooses a new, more impressive name, Wilhelm Meyer. The guy is ready to spend the points accumulated from the previous game to gain an incomparable advantage. Behind the mad grin hid a terrible secret about his low sync speed. Because of his handicap, he became an unconventional player who followed his own path. With shining eyes, the hero decides to spend all his points on revealing the game's main secret. The synchronization is complete, and Wilhelm Meyer enters a new world, ready to conquer. An imposing figure in dark armor appears in the middle of the city, radiating menace. Without wasting a second, he brutally grabs the first girl he comes across, plunging her into horror. Wilhelm roughly interrogates the frightened woman, threatening to kill her if she does not answer. The surrounding players watch him in fear, realizing that they are facing a real monster. Having received the necessary information, Wilhelm only strengthened his notoriety, becoming a real threat. He looks down on low-level players, considering them nothing but trash under his feet. Instilling fear, the hero leads his reluctant subordinates into the most dangerous slums of the city. His companion is horrified to realize that he has come into contact with a creature similar to the final boss. Lee Ho-young recalls the first time he received the rarest talent of the genius, which opened up new paths for him. In addition to talents, he acquired unique equipment, making his avatar almost invincible. The guy was sure that with such a set of characters, everyone would take his character for an incredibly experienced player. In fact, Lee Ho-young found a way to the top by creating the ideal subordinate. His unconventional game began, and the target became those who had money for entertainment. Thus was created the ideal slave, who would become the embodiment of the strength and power of his master. Lee Ho-young grins madly because only he could pull off such a mind-blowing scam. His ideal subordinate, Caesar, is finally created and ready for action. The piercing gaze of a sage in the body of a 15-year-old boy with no class looked frightening. The guy was sure that this creepy but reliable creature would serve him unquestioningly. A sudden system message about the loyalty scale ruins all his plans, leaving him in shock. The young man looks with horror at his slave, who does not look obedient at all. The slightest mistake can now lead to the most terrible outcome: betrayal and death. The hero panics and realizes that he has driven himself into a deadly trap with no chance of escape. A sudden blow from behind by another player catches him off guard and knocks him down. Thrown to the ground, the boy sees above him only the ominous shadow of his creation. Against all odds, Caesar reaches out, recognizing him as his boss. The system automatically establishes a normal relationship between Wilhelm Meyer and his creation. Helping in difficult times strengthens their bond as boss and employee, but things can still change. Caesar sees in his master a charismatic leader who has planned something incredible. The subordinate feels an aura of impending success, but any disappointment can be fatal. Lee Ho-young realizes that he's in even more trouble and the situation is getting more and more heated. Suddenly, a new task appears that will become the first test of their strange alliance. Failure of the mission within 10 minutes threatens the loss of all starting gold, and there is no time. The hero watches in panic as the pickpocket escapes, because he himself cannot catch him. With a heavy heart, the young man gives the order, and Caesar, seeing a great man in him, obeys. Caesar takes off, and his eerie aura makes the hero swallow nervously. Left alone with the girl, Lee Ho-yan awkwardly tries to start a conversation with her. In response to his attempt to get closer, the woman pushes his hand away in disgust. The guy is perplexed as to why she looks at him like trash, but at Caesar with fear and respect. His hurt pride makes the young man boast to her about his subordinate's competence. Imitating his creation, he roughly grabs the girl, demanding payment for the inconvenience caused. The woman tearfully hands him a paltry coin, enough only for an apple core. The system's sudden announcement of a pickpocket's capture takes Wilhelm Meyer by surprise. Lee Ho-yan smirked smugly as his subordinate completed the task flawlessly. Caesar returns, carrying the crying thief on his sword, and reports his success to his boss. The system offers a choice, but Lee Ho-yan understands that an entire chain of quests depends on his decision. Caesar explains that he taught the thief a lesson for trespassing on his boss's property. Noticing his master's trembling, the subordinate inquires with cold curiosity about the reason for his fear. Wilhelm Meyer is horrified to realize that the methods of his creation go beyond all reasonable limits. Caesar, with chilling readiness, offers to silence the thief forever. The young man desperately tries to appeal to logic, asking about the benefits of senseless killing. The word benefit makes the ruthless subordinate think for a moment about the boss's desires. Having misinterpreted the owner's words, Caesar offers to track down and rob the thief blind. The creature apologizes to the young man for not immediately understanding his merciless intentions. At the last second, Lee Ho-young stops his monster, but his notoriety continues to grow. Caesar receives a fortune, leaving Lee Ho-yan shocked by the amount. The frightened thief admits that he profited from rich and naive newcomers. The guy decides to take advantage of the situation and get a profitable task from the thief. Wilhelm Meyer is angry because instead of a tragic story, he hears only pathetic excuses. In his head, an ideal scenario for saving the unfortunate thief and his sick mother was already maturing. The young man looked forward to becoming a hero and receiving a well-deserved reward for it. Instead of a quest, Caesar bursts in with a wild cry, demanding a share from the thief for the boss. The subordinate drives his boss into a stupor by demanding 90% of the profits from now on. The thief's pleas for mercy are shattered by the icy logic of the ruthless creature. Caesar raises his hand to strike, because he has no use for a pickpocket who doesn't steal. Broken and humiliated, the thief promises to steal for them just to save his life. The system rewards Lee Ho-yan for the cruelty of others by giving him an unnecessary charisma stat. Those around him look at him with a mixture of fear and admiration, mistaking brute force for power. The new companions admire Wilhelm's insight, mistaking chaos for a brilliant plan. The boy offers Caesar half of the loot in the hopes of establishing contact, but receives only cold gratitude. Lee Ho-young realizes with annoyance that his generous gesture has not increased the monster's loyalty one iota. They soon find themselves in front of a dilapidated and ominous building that doesn't look like a guild at all. The hero cannot believe that the Adventurers Guild is huddled in such a wreck on the outskirts of the city. Looking inside, the girl realizes that they have come not to a guild, but to a real bandit lair. Their worst fears are confirmed when they see a gathering of notorious thugs inside. One icy glance from Caesar was enough for the bandits to understand that they had better not mess with him. The girl is horrified to realize that their guide has led them straight to the criminals' guild. The one-eyed bartender greets them with a heavy look that does not bode well. In the slums of Brahma, their companion panics and realizes that this is the end of her journey. Caesar suggests to his boss to get rid of the useless girl who has become a burden to them. Lee Ho-yan realizes that they are now in enemy territory, where any wrong step is fatal. The subordinate assures that he doesn't need to explain the obvious. He already understands everything. With terrifying cruelty, Caesar throws the girl out, getting rid of her forever. Despite his relief, the young man felt a pang of conscience as he watched her go. Memories of another woman from the past flooded the hero, giving rise to a longing for what was lost. Unexpectedly for everyone, the one-eyed bartender himself invites them to join his guild. The other bandits watch with a grin, anticipating that things will soon get rough here. The entry fee of 5 gold coins becomes an insurmountable obstacle for them. However, the money is immediately found, and the surprised bartender hands them a wooden token. Caesar becomes enraged. accusing the bartender of trying to fleece his boss. The criminals are at a loss as to which of the two is actually in charge. The bandits begin to suspect that things are not so simple between the thug and the plain guy. The boy's simple clothing only adds fuel to the fire, making them think he is pretending to be a newcomer. One of the thugs decides to test their strength by asking Caesar a question. In response to Caesar's insolence, without further ado, he punches the insolent man in the face. Caesar is furious that someone dared to insult his boss right behind his back. Bloodlust flares in his eyes, and he is ready to slaughter the entire tavern to the last man. A huge sword whistles through the air and the bandits freeze in icy horror. At the last moment, Lee Ho-yan stops his monster, calling him to order. The guy reminds his subordinate that even in the slums, local laws must be respected. Abruptly changing the subject, the young man, with a businesslike air, asks the bartender about available tasks. The one-eyed criminal grants them access to the guild's quest board, acknowledging their strength. However, the quests prove to be frustrating, with paltry rewards and tedious work. Without thinking twice, the hero chooses the debt collection task and asks for directions. Hans, who was appointed as his guide, immediately starts whining that he won't lift a finger for free. Hans, who turned out to be a malicious debtor to the guild, immediately reminded them of the main rule of the slums: nothing is free. Lee Ho-yan could hardly contain his irritation, because he had been given a real freeloader as a guide. Their new companion, with a smug grin, led the heroes into the very heart of the criminal market. Caesar whispered admiringly to his boss that his plan to completely confiscate the goods was simply brilliant. The guy realized that leaving his uncontrollable subordinate unattended was mortally dangerous. The hero made a point of behaving respectfully while his bloodthirsty creation grinned maliciously. Finally, Hans led them to their destination, joyfully announcing that they had arrived. The junk shop turned out to be a treasure trove, and Wilhelm Meyer immediately sensed something was wrong. A sleepy and disgruntled shop owner appeared from the semi-darkness, clearly not expecting guests. A suspicious junk dealer named Bill, another major debtor, immediately realized that they had been sent by the guild. Hans recoils in disgust from the dirty hand, thinking that this is a deliberate humiliation before the visit. Caesar, with icy calm, informs his boss that he will follow his orders and respect local laws. With a creepy smile, the subordinate extends his hand to the unsuspecting Bill to shake his hand. The handshake turns into torture, and the junk dealer's wild scream echoes throughout the shop. A powerful discharge of electricity pierces the debtor's body, leaving him no chance. Bill, roasted alive, falls lifelessly to the floor in a pool of his own foam. The system coldly confirms the death of a suspicious junk dealer who owed money to the guild. Lee Ho-yan panics as his creation killed their target with a simple handshake. Suddenly, a fortune in interest on the dead man's debt falls into their account. Caesar calmly collects the gold coins, successfully completing the mission in the most brutal way. Lee Ho-yan calmly reports on the work done, shifting all responsibility to the guild. The system confirms the successful completion of the task, but a heavy tension hangs in the air. The one-eyed bartender looks at them with open suspicion, sensing a hidden threat in them. The hero doesn't understand why the guild leader looks at them with such hostility after a successful mission. It dawns on the boy that they haven't just completed the task, but have crossed all conceivable boundaries of cruelty. The bartender acknowledges their incredible strength, but he is concerned about the true motives of this odd couple. He doesn't understand why such powerful players would waste their time doing dirty work in the slums. Caesar cuts off all questions, declaring that the will of his boss is the only law he follows. Hans's complaints about the lack of work only highlight the gap between them and ordinary mercenaries. Having given in to their pressure, the guild leader decides to promote them just to get rid of such a headache. Wilhelm Meyer and Caesar are promoted and their reward is laid out in front of them. The bartender explains that enchanted badges will help them recognize each other and develop guild skills. However, he warns that using the badges will require a guild contribution. Lee Ho-young decides to make a bad joke by pretending to take all the coins with magic. An innocent joke causes a completely inadequate and frightening reaction from the guild leader. Having changed his anger to mercy, the bartender offers to tell where the members of their criminal organization live. But the word joke enrages Caesar, and he immediately attacks the one-eyed bandit. Scared to death, the leader offers them to live in their shelter completely free of charge. Caesar doesn't care about the handouts, as he sees them as just another way of mocking his boss. While his monster is raging, Lee Ho-young is desperately thinking about how he wishes he could accept the offer of free housing. Bending over his victim, Caesar demands with icy fury sincere repentance. He makes it clear that the one-eyed bandit's life now depends only on his words. The guild leader's attempt to appeal to reason only further inflames the uncontrollable monster's rage. One crushing blow to the rack demonstrates the full extent of its destructive power. The remaining thugs scatter in panic, leaving their leader alone to face death. Utterly broken, the bartender finally utters words of apology in hopes of mercy. But Caesar demands that the repentance be addressed not to him, but to his real boss. He peers into the bandit's eyes, trying to find at least a drop of sincerity in them. In a desperate attempt to buy himself off from death, the leader hands them a bag of gold. Li Ho-yan is stunned because they received a fortune of 100 gold coins as an apology. Li Ho-yan chuckles maliciously, anticipating how profitable this kind of extortion could become. But Caesar continues to put pressure on the bandit, accusing him of insincerity, which angered the boss. In a panic, the young man watches as the frightened leader offers them another bribe. As an apology, he hands them a magical weapon, a crushing broadsword. The young man looks at the enchanted sword with admiration, impressed by its quality. He found himself in possession of a magnificent close combat weapon that exceeded all expectations. The guy was already ready to accept this generous gift and end this whole farce. However, Caesar's menacing cough behind him made him freeze in place. The subordinate draws his sword in rage, not believing that they are trying to buy his boss with some kind of crap. The hero clutches his head in despair because everything was more than satisfactory for him. But the monster ruined everything again. Caesar, in a rage, decides that it is time for the impudent bastard who does not know his place to say goodbye to his head. The killing blow is delivered, but at the last moment his sword encounters an unexpected obstacle. The girl suddenly appeared and easily blocked the attack, interrupting the bloody massacre. Hanging from the ceiling, she watches what is happening with interest, oblivious to the threat. The stranger boldly flirts with the psychopath and even introduces herself to him, maintaining a cheeky grin. She announces with pathos that her name is Lena, and she is no more and no less than your highness. Li Ho-yan watches this scene in horror, not believing that someone could talk to Caesar like that. Losing patience, the subordinate orders the impudent girl to get down for the last time. Lena just laughs in response, mockingly asking why he needs her name if he doesn't listen to her anyway. The young man is shocked, because Caesar has already warned her twice, and there will definitely not be a third time. Li Ho-yan understands that his experienced subordinate is not delaying his attack in vain, because he must determine the enemy's strength at a glance. The thought pierces him with icy horror. This girl may be stronger and more experienced than Caesar himself. In a panic, he realizes that they are not dealing with a simple, insolent woman, but with someone from the top of the guild. Lena's incredible reaction speed and agility amaze the guy to the depths of his soul. He frantically recalls the characteristics of his creation, realizing that brute force is powerless here. The girl's agility gives her a huge advantage in reflexes, making her almost invulnerable. Engaging an opponent like that early in the game would be pure suicide, and he knows it. But the retreat would lead to a fall in Caesar's loyalty, which would be an even greater disaster for him. Gathering all his willpower, the young man intervenes, trying to defuse the situation and talk to Lena. He slyly shifts the blame to the store, trying to avoid direct conflict and not complicate the situation. Trying to get out of this, Li Ho-yan starts a conversation about client rights, but Lena doesn't listen to him. With incredible dexterity, the girl picks up the guild badges, demonstrating her superiority. She denounces them with a smirk, as only guild members can possess such badges. The guy's words about clients only amuse her, because in reality, they are just employees on probation. The girl's impeccable logic hits his pride, causing him to clench his fists in humiliation. In response to her ridicule, the young man throws a bag of gold on the table, completely destroying her impression of him. Such wealth shocks everyone because no one understands why he would work in the guild. The hero mysteriously hints that all large stores have their own secrets, which he is looking for. His real goal is wisdom and experience that no amount of money can buy. Lena's eyes sparkle with excitement as she finally understands his true motives and has found a worthy opponent. Lena is delighted with the guy's coolness and is interested to learn that he is the boss. Wilhelm Meyer? This name sounds like music, and the girl is completely enchanted by it. She confesses her feelings for him without any embarrassment, which shocks the one-eyed bandit. Deciding not to interfere, Lena watches the brewing conflict from the sidelines with excitement. The guild leader yells at her in a rage for betraying her, but she only lazily agrees. With a self-confident grin, the girl shirks responsibility, ignoring his threats. She openly mocks his stupidity because the manager will always choose her, smart and talented. Unable to bear the insult, Caesar kills the guild worker with one lightning-fast blow. The monster and its master's notoriety skyrockets, leaving Li Ho-yan in icy terror. While Lena offers to vent her anger, the guy panics and screams to himself, asking why he killed him. Not long before, Lena was lying on the floor, exhausted from another boring day in the guild. She had to protect these worthless idiots who did nothing but drink and fight. The girl was dying of boredom, staying here only because of the damned contribution to the guild. A sudden burst of furious energy made her jump up, breaking her dull routine. Peeking out from behind the counter, she was surprised to discover that a real predator had taken up residence in their swamp. His bloodlust was unlike anything she had ever seen before in these pathetic scum. Her world turned upside down when she learned that this bloodthirsty creature had a boss. However, this boss looked like an ordinary tired guy in shabby clothes. The girl's shock increased when the guild leader offered this nondescript young man a fortune. But Wilhelm Meyer's reaction exceeded all her expectations, as he was clearly unhappy with this outcome. Lena again expected a different reaction to the offered sword, but this strange boss was unpredictable. His stern gaze spoke louder than words, as if he had no intention of forgiving them for their measly handout. It seemed that Caesar was ready to incinerate them for trying to buy off with some lousy sword. The girl realized in horror that this madman had seriously decided to kill the guild worker. Realizing that things are getting dangerous, she decides to intervene before it's too late. Lena was completely confused, because she had never seen a cleaning lady with 500 gold. And then it dawned on her that his true goal was not money, but priceless secrets, experience, and knowledge. She realized with excitement how much she had been mistaken about him, because he turned out to be much more interesting. Confident in the enormous potential of this strange guy, Lena decided not to interfere anymore. But Caesar's recklessness led to unpredictable events, and the guild worker was dead. If the guild members decide to take revenge, Caesar won't be able to handle them, and a normal game can be forgotten. But that wasn't the problem, because everything went completely wrong from the very beginning. Li Ho-yan wearily reproaches his subordinate for always doing as he pleases. Caesar, with a mad grin, suggests torturing and slaughtering the entire family of the murdered man to appease the boss's anger. Sincerely repenting of his mistake, he vows that such a thing will never happen again. The guy is desperate because his monster only understood that he needed to apologize and turned the rest upside down. Hanging from the ceiling, Lena enthusiastically declares that his boss is a real monster and she has never seen anyone so cruel. The young man tenses up, thinking that this annoying girl has decided to report them. But Caesar only snorts contemptuously, because his boss is the greatest man who will soon destroy this world. The young man covers his ears in panic, because such speeches will definitely make him look like a complete idiot. Lena, with a daring smile, introduces herself as a young killer destined to become an incredible beauty. She offers herself without a shadow of a doubt as a nugget of his future great organization. Completely confused, Li Ho-yan sarcastically agrees just to get her to leave him alone. The girl rushes at him in a rage, not tolerating a drop of ridicule directed at her. Suddenly, Caesar understands why this bloodthirsty maniac is following his boss. The guy covers his face with his hands in despair, feeling that these two will drive him to the grave. With burning eyes, Lena asks if the thug was telling the truth about his plans to destroy the world. After all, if that's the case, then his dark organization will be 100 times better than this seedy guild. Coming close to him, Lena's killer whispers that he wants to work only for him. But you will have to pay for her services, because such a professional has her own fixed rate. Tired of this farce, Li Ho-yan coldly declares that she will not get anything and that she should achieve everything herself. To his complete amazement, Lena is delighted with this answer and immediately becomes his second subordinate. The system congratulates him on recruiting the assassin, and Caesar's loyalty unexpectedly increases. The guy is shocked because he turned her down, but for some reason this crazy woman is still happy. Now his team consisted of a crazy maniac and an equally crazy killer. A system hint reminds him that NPCs may voluntarily join him if offered a worthy reward. Caesar asks doubtfully whether this girl will be able to cope with the mission assigned to her. But the young man is calm because Lena promised to find them without any problems as soon as she finishes her business. Left alone, they walk through the square and Li Ho-yan feels completely exhausted. He imagines his monster swinging its sword through the Adventurers Guild, screaming about the boss's bloodlust. If he continues to behave like this, then they are both definitely done for and the game will be over. The guy couldn't just watch his $300 million investment turn into an uncontrollable NPC. Noticing his boss's thoughtful look, Caesar asks curiously what he is thinking about. Their conversation is interrupted by the loud cry of a little girl who has lost her mother. Wilhelm Meyer draws his subordinate's attention to a crying child in the middle of the square. He asks him a simple question, trying to understand what feelings this scene evokes in the monster. A little girl sobs inconsolably, all alone in a huge and indifferent crowd. Caesar, with a mad grin, suggests forcing her to say goodbye to her life, seeing true cruelty in the boss. Lee Ho-yan clutches his head in horror, finally convinced that his creation is evil incarnate. But the young man does not give up and again asks what he would do himself, and not what his boss wants. The little girl continues to cry inconsolably, oblivious to the ominous figure nearby. Caesar responds indifferently that he wouldn't waste his time on her, and this answer suits his boss. They finally reach the Adventurers Guild, a majestic and noisy place. In the crowd, the hero hears snatches of conversations and realizes how much the world has changed during his absence. An impatient Caesar complains about the line being too long, but is sharply ordered to shut up by his boss. It seems Lee Ho-yan is beginning to understand how to deal with this uncontrollable creature. The surrounding adventurers discuss him with disdain, taking him for just another upstart newcomer. The 1 gold registration fee was no problem for them, and they approached the counter. The receptionist hands them an adventurer's badge, which can be used in the Labyrinth city. She explains that to activate the badge, you need to drop your blood on it. After activation with blood, the system calculates all the player's characteristics, skills, and talents. Based on this data, he will be offered the optimal class for further development. Caesar is preparing to demonstrate his incredible power to everyone with wild delight. He clutches the badge in his hand, promising to show them something these worthless humans have never seen before. Lee Ho-young irritably reminds his subordinate that he ordered him to shut up. Even though he had no intention of wasting his blood on it, he himself became incredibly curious. A heavy silence hung in the air, and everyone around seemed afraid to even breathe. After all, unlike ordinary people, he has charisma, which will not allow him to go unnoticed. With a mad grin, he realizes that even he himself is afraid of his hidden potential. The fact that even Caesar obeys him is already sufficient proof of his incredible power. Lee Ho-yan activates the icon with a satisfied grin, as he is completely satisfied with this arrangement. The receptionist touches the screen and a class selection window flashes in front of him. But the options offered, fraudster, swindler, and robber, leave him in shock. A list of classes like that would definitely undermine his authority in the eyes of Caesar and the others. He frantically recalls what he was doing all this time while his subordinate was creating chaos. Threats to civilians, the murder of a criminal and an NPC, all of this fell on his shoulders. Although Caesar did all this, his notoriety grew much greater than that of his creation. The trouble came from an unexpected place, and all because of his own irresponsibility and connivance. Caesar enjoys his boss's humiliation with a devilish laugh, recognizing him as a kindred spirit. While the monster rejoices, Lee Ho-yan panics and tries to figure out why the classes suddenly changed. The receptionist explains that the system needs more time to calculate advanced features. Caesar insists that a subordinate must match the greatness of his boss, and his contribution will be the most significant. With a sigh of relief, the guy chooses the boss class, which relies on the charisma and strength of his organization. His unrivaled charisma will help spread the organization's influence even to the farthest corners of the world. Curious, Lee Ho-yan asks what class his one and only subordinate was assigned. He's not even surprised that Caesar turned out to be a very ordinary marauder, since that's the most suitable class for him. Not understanding the sarcasm, the monster thanks him, and they go deeper into the guild under the boss's withering gaze. They find themselves in a waiting room where other adventurers eye them warily. Caesar, with a smug grin, declares that they are very lucky because he is in a good mood today. Suddenly, a frightened couple runs up to them and with tears in their eyes thanks them for something. Lee Ho-yan is completely perplexed because he doesn't understand what he can even thank this monster for. But Caesar, with a devilish grin, decides to spare those who have good reasons to get out of here. The horrified young man reminds his subordinate that he asked him to respect others and not to take justice into his own hands. The monster bows his head and asks for forgiveness, but there is not a drop of remorse in his eyes. Instead, he promises to keep his promise and let them leave alive, but at what cost? This madman is acting like this because of class, and if they do anything crazy here, adventurers will come after them. how he loves his new class, since he's ready to bring down the wrath of the entire guild on them. The thought pierces him with icy horror. Has he really decided to start killing right here and now? Suddenly, the adventurer runs up screaming and remembers that he completely forgot to put money into the account. He hands them his bag, which contains only 1 silver and 30 bronze coins. Caesar looks at the adventurer with icy contempt, doubting that the investment will help preserve his savings. With a threatening voice, he offers to give him everything voluntarily before it is too late. But the boy starts running with a scream, desperately clutching a bag with pitiful pennies to himself. An arrow fired out of nowhere pierces his back, ending his run and his life. The monster just smirks, because he wasn't going to run after this impudent boy and beg him. Li Ho-yan screams at him in horror, because this is not mercy, but a cold-blooded and senseless murder. The other adventurers in the hall panicked and called for their mother, realizing that they had witnessed a brutal massacre. If even one of them gets out of here alive and reports to the guards, their game will be over. The whole world will learn of Caesar's crimes, and the path to the Adventurers Guild will be closed to them forever. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Ho-yan realizes with a heavy heart that he has no other choice. Gritting his teeth in rage, Li Ho-yan decides to intimidate all witnesses to death. He activates his charisma so that they, fearing for their lives, will not tell anyone anything. Caesar takes it out on the adventurers, accusing them of not seeing how bored his boss is. Looking with disdain at the pathetic wretches, he gives them a chance to entertain his master. If they fail, he will not hesitate to chop them into small pieces. One of the adventurers, Melpi, decides to try his luck and tell an unfunny joke. He recalls Nostradamus's dying words, trying to evoke at least some kind of reaction. The joke turns out to be so flat that the guy himself understands that he is about to die of shame. Caesar is furious that this pathetic imbecile dared to make his boss laugh with such a shitty joke. The adventurers are in a panic, because they not only missed their only chance, but also made the situation worse. Caesar raises his sword, ready to execute the Joker for daring to humiliate his boss. But a sudden burst of genuine laughter from Li Ho-yan completely ruins his bloody plans. The guy can hardly contain his mirth because he doesn't want to admit that the joke was actually funny. Caesar's icy gaze makes him freeze because his reaction clearly did not please this monster. In this sad world, he seems to be forbidden even to laugh, and this makes him sad. Gathering his courage, he declares that he was not laughing at all, otherwise his subordinate would have finished them all off. To prove his point, Wilhelm Meyer begins to laugh madly and eerily. His devilish laughter drives the frightened adventurers into even greater and more panicked terror. Caesar listens to his boss's laughter with admiration, admitting that these guys are great jokers. With a predatory grin, he understands that when his own life is at stake, nothing is impossible. With cold disdain, Li Ho-yan declares that if they want something, they must earn it. Caesar adds that the worthless scum will definitely not leave here alive. 15 hours and 15 minutes later, the game had only just begun, and the stakes had become deadly high. The Adventurers Guild's waiting room had become their personal prison cell. Meanwhile, Lena, while carrying out her mission, finds herself on a cold and deserted suburban road. Wrapping herself in a cloak against the cold, the girl wonders with interest what the boss and his swordsman are doing now. She is sure that these two are now doing something absolutely incredible and exciting. While she was dreaming, a bloody and cruel entertainment was in full swing in the waiting room. The adventurers, screaming in pain and horror, tried to dodge the daggers flying at them. And the boss and his subordinate just laughed devilishly, enjoying their cruel game. Lena sees in him a man who is indifferent to any danger, and she is interested in what is hidden behind this. His intangible charisma, which cannot be comprehended, only draws her more to him. Caesar's words about creating a dark organization that will destroy the world finally convince her. In her eyes, he is not just a player, but a true demon lord, ready to plunge the world into chaos. This is the very look of one who has rejected everything human, and she is ready to follow him. One of the captives cannot withstand the torture and in tears talks about her sick mother. He needed a convincing lie, something beyond right and wrong to justify his actions. The quintessence of evil is what their boss is, and Lena is sure he will definitely cope. From this moment on, she, Lena, the boss's subordinate, is ready to carry out any of his orders. Returning, she is surprised to discover that her target has escaped without completing even a simple task. Lena understands that even though the boss is strong, he will have a hard time if the criminal guild decides to pursue him. With a crazy grin, she rushes into pursuit, because they definitely can't do without her help here. Meanwhile, Li Ho-yan and Caesar wander the night streets of the labyrinthine city of Brahm. In response to his subordinate's concern about the cold, the boy simply replies that a warrior is not afraid of even the most severe frost. Since he says so, he can't admit that he really is terribly cold in these starting clothes. Suddenly, Caesar admiringly declares that his boss is simply incredible, which leaves the guy stunned. He explains this by the fact that he is wearing such light and shabby clothes, and the cold seems to be of no concern to him. Li Ho-yan is furious because this idiot should have thought to give him his cloak instead of admiring him. Tired of this farce, he decides to simply move on because he has no strength for empty talk. He looks with envy at Caesar's expensive equipment and mentally screams at him to give him his damn cloak. While thinking about Lena, Li Ho-yan notices a strange glowing trash can in the middle of the street. With a scream of contagion, he kicks him with all his might, venting his anger and irritation. Lena, whom he had not expected to see there at all, tumbled out of the overturned tank with a plaintive groan. Completely perplexed, the guy asks her what she forgot there and how she ended up in the trash. Giggling embarrassedly, the girl realizes that she is doomed, because she was caught in such an absurd situation. She explains that she looked for them, got tired of waiting in the cold, and decided to hide here. The guy is shocked by her stupidity because she could have calmly waited for them in the warm guild. A guess strikes her like lightning. Could they really have been there all this time while she was freezing? She's furious that she waited for them in a cold, smelly dumpster while they were having fun. Caesar just grins maliciously, because they really did have a good time in the waiting room. Lena grumbles with resentment that he doesn't have the guts to meet the members of the criminal guild face to face. But the guy abruptly interrupts her, asking in a serious tone if she managed to cover her tracks. She realizes with horror that she screwed up, and now she is definitely doomed by her angry boss. With icy calm, Li Ho-yan orders Caesar to put this trash where it belongs. The girl screams in panic that she can't move from the cold and begs her boss not to do it. Caesar freezes the trash can with her in one motion, turning it into a block of ice. Pleased with himself, he asks if the boss is feeling better now, but the boss walks past silently. Looking at the frozen trash can, Li Ho-yan realizes with horror that he is becoming more and more like Caesar. Having emerged from the ice, Lena proudly reports that the first thing she did was collect everything of value. She winks slyly as she explains that she found the bag in the manager's office. In the entertainment district, their motley company attracts unwanted attention from passers-by. Lena excitedly explains that she wanted to blame the mercenary guild by working on the corpse. But her brilliant plan failed, because the manager returned at the most inopportune moment. It turns out that not only did she fail to get rid of the evidence, but she was also caught red-handed. It dawns on the guy that this crazy woman literally took upon herself all the blame for Caesar's crimes. He barely manages to contain his blush and calls her useless, but deep down he is grateful. The girl whines resentfully, because she got caught while doing all the dirty work for them. He is powerless before her tears, and this makes him feel awkward and guilty. Despite her failure, Li Ho-yan praises her for making it out safe and sound. He understands that he needs not just a subordinate, but a reliable protector and sponsor. Li Ho-yan is shocked because she seems to have gotten confused in her own incoherent explanations. Spitting on everything, he simply says that the main thing is that she is with them and sends her to dinner and bed. Their motley company stops for the night at the cozy Bram Tavern. The guy asks for one room for two and one for one with a bathroom for the girl. But the tavern owner says it's late and he only has 2 single rooms left. Lena sheepishly thanks her boss for his concern, but he only disgustedly states that she reeks of trash. There are only 2 rooms, which means he will have to share one of them with either a girl or a monster. In order not to lose Caesar's loyalty, he decides to sleep with him, leaving Lena a separate room. The thought of this psycho killing people with a simple handshake fills him with icy horror. If he accidentally kicks him in his sleep, the game is definitely over and he will become the next victim. With wild horror in his eyes, Li Ho-yan understands that under no circumstances should he sleep with this monster. Gathering all his will into a fist, he gives the room to Caesar and decides to find another one for himself. In response to this, the subordinate, with a devilish grin, suggests simply killing the tavern owner. The words that his precious sleep is not worth it make the guy agree in a panic. But the world's most brutal boss suddenly refuses to kill and take over the room. With a predatory smile, Caesar asks if he is worried about this useless killer Lena. Caught off guard, Lee Ho-young blushes and tries to pretend he doesn't understand what they're talking about. The monster continues, reminding her that he not only spared her, but also gave her a room with a bathroom. With shining eyes, he assumes that the boss wants to lull her vigilance and strangle her in her sleep. Tired of this nonsense, the guy declares that he will simply rent a room in a normal tavern and not in this bug-infested place. Lee Ho-young confidently declares that Caesar will soon see that Lena is useful, but he only grins devilishly. The system's endurance prompt reminds you that staying awake without sleep can have serious consequences. A guy wakes up in a luxury hotel with absolutely no memory of how he ended up there. Half asleep, he pushes someone away, muttering that he is his boss and this needs to stop. Waking up completely, he sees Caesar above him and realizes with horror that he had been sleeping on the floor. The sun had just risen, and he had not slept for 3 hours, feeling completely exhausted. But his fatigue pales in comparison to the horror when he sees his subordinate covered in blood from head to toe. With a trembling voice, the guy asks if he killed someone while he was sleeping. Caesar, with icy calm, replies that he has killed 7 and there are no more witnesses. His words about having to lull Lena's vigilance and strangle her in her sleep return to him as a chilling echo. With horror, Lee Ho-young thinks that this maniac actually killed Lena while he was sleeping. But then a girl, alive and unharmed, falls out of the ceiling with a cheerful cry. She explains that she was worried that he would be killed in his sleep and decided to keep an eye on him. Their spat with Caesar looks almost cute, and the guy relaxes for a moment. But then it dawns on him that his subordinate did kill someone that night. Traces of blood and pieces of red cloth on the floor leave no doubt about it. He can't believe he's gotten involved with such crazy psychopaths. With a heavy sigh, Lee Ho-young realizes that it's time to get out of this damn place. They return to the Adventurers Guild again, where the consequences of their night's adventures await them. Wounded adventurers complain that while the Labyrinth City has become easier, monster attacks have become completely unreadable. Even a simple raid on small mobs now seems like a real test of strength to them. Adventurers are shocked by how difficult the starting dungeons have become in this world. One of them notices Caesar and can't believe that this monster could be a newbie. Caesar immediately snaps at him, demanding to know why he was staring at his boss. Lena suddenly appeared and rushed towards the boss with a squeal, accusing the stranger of harassment. Caesar's notoriety rises again as Lee Ho-young tries to calm the couple down. He urges them to stop wasting time because today they have important decisions to make. Lena is excitedly anticipating the start of action, and Caesar obediently awaits the boss's orders. With a heavy sigh, the guy announces that they will first go into the labyrinth on a beginner's mission. His subordinates are perplexed, because they don't care about such trifles as tasks for newbies. Lee Ho-young explains that they need records of mission completion, not a meaningless show of force. These records will become a kind of medal, proof of their competence. Caesar, with a devilish grin, suggests finally breaking those who find the tasks too difficult. It seems his training was successful and the two are finally starting to get along. With a team like this, where one has 20 strength and the other has infinite inventory, he is invincible. They can easily take down hundreds of monsters, and by picking up loot, they will gain even more experience. If the entire group gains experience, he will be able to level up quickly and effortlessly. His flawless plan, as expected from a former top ranker, was simply perfect. Having received the task, their deadly trio confidently advances into the labyrinthine city. But in the city center, instead of entering a labyrinth, they run into a strong and impenetrable wall. Behind this strong wall was the entrance to a labyrinth full of dangers and treasures. The wall prevented the monsters from breaking out and protected the city from their attacks. She was the only barrier between peaceful life and the bloody chaos of the labyrinth. Entering inside, they come across a mountain of corpses, and Caesar grinningly assumes that some idiots died of something. Images of mighty monsters, giants, and minotaurs living in the depths flash through his head. But the guy reassures his subordinate that if such monsters were found here, newcomers wouldn't be allowed in. Caesar sighs sadly, because he had hoped that there would be at least some chance to show what he was capable of. Suddenly, goblins emerge from behind a pile of bodies, robbing the corpses of fallen adventurers. 2 goblin marauders become their first opponents in this deadly place. With a satisfied grin, Lee Ho-young orders his subordinates to deal with this small matter. Caesar raises his sword with a devilish grin, ready to demonstrate his monstrous strength to the small fish. But Lena is faster, and before he can strike, the goblins are already dead. She looks at him with disdain, because he put on a whole show for the sake of some pieces of meat. Caesar is furious that this woman dared to steal his victim and deal with her herself. Lena just laughs mockingly, challenging him, because she is still faster and more agile. Lee Ho-young watches in horror as his subordinates begin to fight each other instead of fighting the enemy. Suddenly, they are surrounded by a crowd of goblins, and the boy realizes that they are in serious danger. While his team sorts things out, he tries to fight off the monsters, but to no avail. With a wild cry, he calls on these idiots to stop fighting and help him before they are all killed. Coming to their senses, Caesar and Lena finally enter the battle, and the goblins begin to fall one by one. Caesar easily dispatches the goblins by throwing coins at them at incredible speed. Together with Lena, they turn the battlefield into a bloody meat grinder, leaving the enemy no chance. The group gains a huge amount of experience, and Lee Ho-young feels like she's on cloud 9. The difference between him and other players is that he can use his subordinates and not worry at all. Pleased with the result, he praises Lena, which makes Caesar jealous and angry. The guy explains that he just wanted to point out that she finally got something done and asks her to learn to work in a team. Lena agrees with a smirk, and Caesar, with an icy threat in his voice, warns that if she breaks her promise, she will die. Lee Ho-young calls on them to stop, as they are only wasting their stamina on empty arguments. If they continue like this, he won't even be able to hunt and gain experience himself. Curious, Lena asks if the boss will also hunt, not believing in his fighting abilities. Lee Ho-young, with a confident smile, declares that he is the boss and will take the initiative. Caesar looks at him doubtfully, as his synchronization level is only 40%. Lena is delighted, because she will finally see the boss in action and is confident in his incredible strength. Just in time, a lone goblin appears in front of them, who will become his first victim. The old and decrepit goblin can barely stand on his feet, leaning on his stick, and looks completely harmless. To the encouraging shouts of his subordinates, the guy steps forward, not understanding how everything turned out this way. He doesn't care about anything anymore because the only thing that matters is how he looks at this moment, full of determination. With a cry, he rushes into the attack, confident that a simple sword attack will surely suffice. But the old goblin easily blocks his blow and hits him on the head with his stick with all his might. Dazed and humiliated, he jumps back as the goblin rushes at him in a furious attack. The crushing broadsword activates the dispersion skill, and Lee Ho-young delivers the decisive blow. He looks at the fallen goblin, barely catching his breath, not believing in his victory. But the joy was premature, because he killed the wrong goblin who attacked him. In a panic, he screams for the sword to return, but it is already flying towards its true target. The old goblin looks at the blade flying at him in horror, not having time to react. In complete silence, Lee Ho-young stands in the middle of the cave, feeling the heavy gaze of his subordinate on him. Caesar admits with surprise that the boss fought better than he expected, especially with such a body. Lena immediately latches onto his words, asking with a sly smile what he meant. Does he really think their boss is so bad that even defeating a goblin is an achievement for him? The girl looks at the guy with concern, assuming that he must be sick to get into a fight. On the upper floors of the Labyrinth, their strange company settled down around a fire for a rest. Lena states that she is 16 years old, and as a young growing organism, she needs sleep, not a shift. Caesar cuts her off in a rage because it means their sick boss will have to stay up all night. Lee Ho-young tries to calm them down, assuring them that he is not sick and there is no need to worry about him. With cold calm, he informs that Caesar is 15 years old, which means Lena is older and will stand guard. The girl is shocked because she had no idea that this big guy was younger than her, and you wouldn't give him a second thought of being 30. Caesar is furious that his age has become a subject of dispute, as he does not care about those who are weaker. Lee Ho-young urges them to stop, because they will have to spend the night here, and there is no point in wasting energy. With irritation, he asks Lena how they ended up in this situation, because he didn't think that the killer could get lost. He reminds her that the assassin is a subclass of the bandit, and she should have leveled up her orientation. With a satisfied smile, Lena agrees that the boss is always right, but she didn't learn anything like that. Why would a killer need the skills of some pathetic bandit when her class is much higher and more prestigious? She developed only stealth, infiltration, and the art of assassination, everything needed for her profession. And she considers such basics as hacking, navigation, or charm beneath her dignity. Caesar scornfully declares that unlike this useless girl, he tried to get them out. In search of a way out, he smashed everything around him, blocking some of the passages and cutting off their path to salvation. Lena just laughs in response, because he didn't succeed either, and now they will have to call her big sister. Lee Ho-yan urges them to stop because he took food for 2 days just in case, and they will survive. The girl is delighted with his foresight, but immediately asks why he didn't take the map. Eventually, tired of their uselessness, the guy himself becomes the lookout guarding their sleep. The guy will have to be patient, because he will still see what Lena is capable of when her boss really needs help. Instead of fighting, Lena decided that it was much more important for her to sleep and rest. Lee Ho-yan, realizing that his subordinate is too cruel, tries to reason with him, reminding him of the importance of respect. But Caesar, who seems to like his new look, just grins and suggests that Lena get some sleep. The girl, in turn, is confident that her boss is an incredibly strong master, capable of anything. Her naive faith in her boss only causes bewilderment in the guy, because he did not expect such a turn of events. Lena, having come to her senses, realizes that she simply needed to not go too far and wait for her time. She suggests that the boss do something more useful than wait for him to do everything himself. Lee Ho-yan, realizing that his uselessness has become obvious, decides to teach her the skill. He says that Lena is a killer, which means she should have started from the basics of a bandit, but she didn't. Learning the skill requires a high level of affection or loyalty, and Lena is willing to share her knowledge. Such a chance comes up extremely rarely, because NPCs usually won't agree to share their skills for any amount of money. Burning with curiosity, Lee Ho-yan asks what skill she decided to teach him. With a sly smile, the girl asks in return what skill, in his opinion, is the most important for a killer. Bingo! He got it right the first time, and she'll happily teach him her special skill, the art of assassination. The system confirms that he has begun studying it, and the girl licks the dagger with anticipation. The trick is to get close to the target quickly and hit only the vital points. With shining eyes, she explains that speed and precision are important, so that the target doesn't even realize what happened. The girl demonstrates the basics to him by releasing a powerful energy charge from her finger. Now he needs to do the same, but repeat this exercise 1,000 times to consolidate it. Lee Ho-yan is horrified because his sword won't be able to withstand this, and he himself doesn't understand what happened. Lena explains that you don't need to hit with all your strength. The main thing is to perfect your strike's accuracy. By keeping a sufficient distance, you can avoid wear and tear on your sword and keep it intact. It is important to make a light lunge, barely touching the wall with the sword, in order to practice speed and accuracy. But what if he accidentally miscalculates the force and hits too hard? Blood will spurt out, his weapon will be identified, and he will have to hide before he is caught and killed. He seemed to understand that he didn't need to hit the wall, but rather stop the blow right in front of it. With a cry, he puts all his strength into the blow, but at the last moment he stops the sword. The skill training is complete, but the guy can barely stand on his feet, completely exhausted. The progress achieved is only 3%, and Lena laughingly declares that he has no talent for killing. In this labyrinth, he has lost more than he has gained, and this makes him depressed. But then Caesar calls out to him, who, it seems, is not yet fully awake and is yawning. The guy irritably asks what he wants and suggests that he continue sleeping if there is nothing important. Caesar points to a group of adventurers who seem to have found a way out of the labyrinth. Noticing them, they run away screaming, not wanting to have anything to do with them. Suddenly, a new task appears, and Lee Ho-yan realizes that they need to catch these fugitives. These are the same thugs who collapsed the passages, and now they must be stopped at any cost. With icy calm, Caesar understands the order and prepares to give chase, promising that they will be there in the blink of an eye. This is their only chance to get out, and he orders that they not miss it under any circumstances. Caesar takes off, turning into a blurry shadow, and rushes in pursuit of his new victim. Lena watches in admiration as Caesar uses his strength to push himself off the ground and gain speed. But she is more concerned not with him, but with their own safety in this damned labyrinth. She reminds her boss that Caesar is also not very good at finding his way around, and that could be a problem for them. How will he find them if he runs far away in pursuit of these adventurers? It dawns on the guy that they don't know where those fugitives will run to, and Caesar might just get lost. If they miss them, they will receive a new task, to search for Caesar himself. They give chase with a scream, struggling to keep up with their mad subordinate. But after just 3 minutes, the guy can barely stand on his feet, completely exhausted by the race. Gasping for breath, he feels like he's about to die of exhaustion. Lena, horrified, assumes that he has some kind of illness that could cause his heart to burst if he overexerts himself. Lee Ho-yan, gasping for breath, assures Lena that he won't die, which calms her down. Now they have no options. and all they can do is hope that this idiot finds them. Suddenly, a system message comes in that Caesar's subordinate has caught the adventurers. When it comes to using your head and not your hands, he has no equal, and now you don't have to worry. The adventurers must have good orientation, which means they will help him get back. Lena is delighted with his brilliant plan, but the guy doesn't understand why she's so happy. Clearing his throat sheepishly, he asks the girl what she wants to do when they get out of here. He praises her eagerness to teach him the skill and wants to thank her, even if it is frivolous. Flushing with embarrassment, Lena enthusiastically declares that her boss is the best in the world. With shining eyes, she promises that they will definitely have a tasty meal when they get out of this damned place. A high-level assassin from the criminal guild just wants to eat, and this confuses him. With a crazy grin, he promises to buy her a whole bunch of goodies because he's lucky to have such a subordinate. While it takes Caesar some time to return, they decide to rest a bit and wait. But a sudden system message that Caesar has killed one of the adventurers ruins all their plans. This rascal couldn't get out of trouble again, and now they will have to clean up his mess. More adventurers appeared ahead, and Lena prepared for battle, but they turned out not to be enemies. They took him for a villain and Lena for a hostage, and are now ready to protect her to the last. With fury in his eyes, the knight shouts at him, not believing that he dared to hold the lady hostage. Lee Ho-young is completely confused because he doesn't understand what's wrong with these people and why they behave this way. If nothing is done, they will have to kill everyone, and then the Adventurers Guild will declare a hunt for them. Panicked, Lee Ho-young tries to figure out what to do and realizes that Lena needs to help him. But the girl just bursts out laughing, finding the whole situation so hilarious. She clings to him with feigned horror, pretending to be a sweet and fragile girl in distress. An archer from a group of adventurers coldly demands that their friend be released. Seeing nothing funny in his actions, they rush to the attack to save her. Instead of helping, Lena easily dodges his attack, continuing to laugh. The adventurers are shocked, because this is the first time they have seen someone move and dodge attacks like that. They understand that they will not be able to overcome it, because luck has turned away from them from the very moment they entered the labyrinth. Despite this, the knight swears that he will lay down his life rather than abandon his comrades in trouble. He tries to confess something to his archer friend, but she only shyly asks him to repeat it when they get out. Lee Ho-young is shocked by the drama unfolding before him, not understanding what is happening. Lena excitedly offers to kill them since she had fun, but the guy stops her. He is at a loss, not knowing what to do, because the situation has gotten out of control. Suddenly a message comes that Caesar has killed the second adventurer, and he gets some experience. A new level and access to the boss spirit class skill open up new possibilities for him. With a devilish grin, he realizes that this is exactly what he needed to gain complete control. Lena looks at him with admiration, feeling the aura of strength and power emanating from him. She says he looks like he kills 50 people every day. The guy looks at his hands in surprise, not believing that he really looks like that from the outside. He himself would like to look in the mirror now to see his transformation. With a devilish grin, Lee Ho-young decides to try out her new skill. He uses the boss spirit, commanding the adventurers to freeze in fear before his majesty. But the skill doesn't work, and the enemies continue to attack, paying no attention to him. Lena pushes him aside with a scream, saving him from certain death while he stood there in a stupor. The knight's sword passes his face a millimeter away, and he realizes he nearly died. But suddenly the adventurers freeze, frozen in horror, and he realizes that the skill did work after all. Caesar suddenly appeared and mockingly asked what kind of toy sword he had. Despite his fear, the knight shouts that they will never retreat and will fight. Caesar cuts off his comrade's head with one blow, demonstrating his monstrous strength. Lena looks at what is happening with pity, realizing that these poor people didn't have a single chance. Lena screams with delight that she smells blood, and Lee Ho-young realizes that things are bad. She mockingly remarks that the blood is not his, and that he was so tense in vain. It turned out that those bastards were adventurer killers who robbed and killed groups in the labyrinth. Caesar took care of everything, even taking their bloody weapons with him as trophies. But the guy doesn't understand why they ran away when they saw them, if they themselves were murderers. It's all because he has a face like he kills 50 people every day. He decides to test this theory and asks the surviving adventurers what they think. With a face distorted with horror, he asks what they think when they look at him. Scared to death, they remain silent, and the knight thinks that he is definitely doomed. Caesar is furious at their silence because they think that since he did not kill them immediately, they are safe. Caesar is furious at their insincerity because they see only fear in his boss. There is no longer any reason to keep them alive, and he is ready to finish them all off at once. Instead of a bloody massacre, Li Ho-yan comes up with a punishment for them, washing all the weapons clean of blood. Laughing at their humiliation, he realizes that they still recognized him as a terrible person. To the sound of Lena's cheerful whistling, they approach the exit of the labyrinth. The girl praises the boss for thinking of cleaning the weapon because she hasn't filled her bag for so long. How could it be otherwise? After all, stolen goods need to be given a marketable appearance in order to sell them at a higher price. He thanks a bandit named Kulan for getting them out and doing a great job. But he warns that the guards at the gate are themselves worse than any bandits and will search them on the way out. This was something that had never happened in the Labyrinth City, and Li Ho-yan was shocked by the new rules of this world. With cold calm, Li Ho-yan asks what will happen if they don't want to give anything back. Caesar suggests simply killing them, and Lena suggests using her beauty, but the boss shuts them both up. He orders Kulan to go first, warning him with an icy threat that if he screws up, he will die. The guard at the gate asks if they are returning from the labyrinth, and Kulan begins his performance. He says that he came across adventurer killers and wants to report this to the guild as soon as possible. The guard believes him and lets them through without a search, ordering them to tell the guild about everything. They leave the labyrinth and Kulan can't believe they managed to fool everyone so easily. He's shocked because this guy acted like they were going to be fleeced, but in the end, they got out without any problems. But Caesar is furious at his betrayal because he was going to run away and take their experience points for himself. Li Ho-yan calms his monster by suggesting that he simply sell them into slavery and be done with it. Even in such a situation, the knight tries to deceive someone, and this has already become a habit for him. Caesar gains access to a new skill, intimidation, and is ready to try it out. With a devilish laugh, he enjoys the panic of the adventurers, completely controlling the situation. Wilhelm Meyer's notoriety increases by 15, and they walk away proudly, leaving fear in their wake. For eliminating adventurer killers, they receive 10 gold, and their reputation in the guild grows. Everyone around admires them, because these killers have been bothering everyone for a long time, and no one could deal with them. But calling the guards thieves just because they take 10% seems unfair to him. With a sweet smile, the registrar reminds us that the guild also gets 10%. With horror, he realizes that in this world, everyone around him is a thief, and there is no escape from it. The girl with a sly smile says that she has a wonderful offer for him that he cannot refuse. A girl named Errol offers her help with a sweet smile, because adventurers should help each other. But behind her sweet exterior lies a sinister prophecy about one who thirsts for innocent souls. The end will rule all living things, and this end is already near, judging by the words of the mad priest. Caesar appears at the temple door like a shadow, and his gaze does not bode well. With cold calm, the priest asks how he can help this uninvited guest. With a wild cry, Caesar declares that his boss is seriously ill and needs immediate help. A few hours earlier, they had checked into a luxury hotel in the town of Bram. Li Ho-yan proudly announced that they would stop here today and have a good rest. Lena is delighted because her boss is the best, and she's ready to follow him anywhere. She reproachfully reminds them that last time they were abandoned in some tavern, and where did their miserly boss go? With a devilish grin, he understands that he won't stop there, and at this rate the guild won't get a piece of him. This system is a great idea, and he's damn lucky, because it could be due to his natural charisma. Lena mockingly remarks that sometimes the boss turns into a real jerk, but he just brushes it off. Considering this a reward for their journey into the labyrinth, he offers them food, drink, and rest. But he has one rather difficult condition that concerns both of them. While they are here in this luxury hotel, they need to behave decently and not attract attention. But his words only inflame them, and they immediately begin to accuse each other of all mortal sins. Li Ho-young desperately tries to separate them, shouting that they are both to blame for this mess. In the hotel's luxurious restaurant, they can finally relax and unwind a little. Lena clinks her mug with him in surprise, as she had never done that before. It had been a while since he had a drink in the game, and with a scream, he drained his glass. Curiously, he asks Caesar how much he usually drinks, but is interrupted. Lena reproachfully reminds them that they are minors and cannot drink alcohol. He forgot that these two did not look their age at all, and looked with horror at their mugs of water. Changing the subject, he starts talking about how they need to learn to navigate the maze. But Lena indignantly rejects his offer because learning such skills is not at all cool. He knew it, and with a heavy sigh, he suggests simply buying the map if they don't find the group of bandits. No matter how much good you do to them, they still don't listen, and he angrily drains another glass. Caesar is furious that his boss drank a whole glass of beer because he is not allowed to drink more than one sip. He screams that he is forcing himself to celebrate with them while his illness progresses every day. Health condition is 10, normal, and Lee Ho-yan is in shock because he doesn't understand what this psycho is even talking about. He asks Lena to explain, but she only sobs, saying that he, overcoming the pain, decided to throw them a holiday. She shouts at Caesar not to stand there like a pillar, but to immediately bring a priest for their sick boss. In an instant, Caesar takes off, and Lena picks the guy up in her arms, carrying him out of the restaurant. She drags him along, screaming at him to stop, and they return to the present where things are even worse. A priest stands at the door of their room, and his cold gaze does not bode well. He introduces himself as Luverick from the End Witnesses clan, and his words sound like a threat. Lee Ho-yan is shocked because he doesn't understand what kind of priest this is and what the witnesses of the End are. In the Labyrinth city, the number of priests could be counted on the fingers of one hand, and they usually hid. He had never heard of them before, which meant they had appeared quite recently, and that was a bad sign. Curious, Lee Ho-yan asks what they are preaching, and the priest's answer horrifies him. He is definitely from some dark sect, since he preaches the end of the world and the destruction of all living things. With hope in his voice, the guy asks if he can cure him of this imaginary disease. The priest, with a devilish smile, replies that they will simply cut off the infected body part to cure him. The end cannot be avoided through illness, and his gaze leaves no doubt as to the seriousness of his intentions. It doesn't sound very good, and the guy realizes that this priest is going to kill him. He was told that he was on the verge of death and that alcohol had poisoned his blood, but that was complete nonsense. His subordinates made a mountain out of a molehill again, and now he has to apologize for their stupidity. But he can't send him back empty-handed after such a long journey. He hands the priest a bag of gold, hoping that this will make him go away and forget about him. In ecstasy, the priest shouts that he, Luverick, is the harbinger of the end, and for the first time he has been paid for his preaching. He doesn't know how to thank them, but he can't just leave because he must fulfill his duty. With a wild look, he begins to talk again about the one who thirsts for innocent souls and feeds on lust. Right here and now, he will perform the end-of-life ritual, and no one will be able to stop him. As a servant of the end, he commands the disease to overcome him and sacrifice him to his dark god. With a wild cry of "Let the end come," he directs all his dark energy at Lee Ho-yan. The guy is terrified because he doesn't want to die like this, at the hands of some crazy cultist. But nothing happens, and he looks at his hands in bewilderment, not understanding what happened. Caesar looks with disdain at the priest whose spell failed and suggests that he look out the window. There, on the ground, lies a lightning-struck man who became a victim of his ritual instead of Lee Ho-yan. With a shout to the side, the priest pushes Lee Ho-yan away, saving him from something invisible. He flies out of the window, taking with him both his dark magic and his sinister intentions. After breaking the window, he lands on the ground, ready for a fight that hasn't started yet. He states with a devilish grin that the man struck by his spell is definitely dead. Lee Ho-young looks at what is happening in horror, not understanding what the hell is going on. He's completely out of his mind to talk so loudly and openly about his dark deeds. Caesar, without wasting a second, jumps out of the window, ready to fight this mad priest. He mockingly remarks that he casts spells no worse than he yells, but it is certainly not healing. He demands an answer to what his ritual does, and the priest, realizing that he cannot cope, decides to tell. His spell reduces life force until the disease kills its victim. Caesar scornfully says that she will get the boss into trouble because she made too much noise. Lee Ho-yan is horrified because what kind of illness is it? He would have died long ago if it was that serious. The priest asks with cold calm if he is threatening his clan by pointing a sword at him. With a devilish laugh, Caesar declares that he will cut this incompetent bastard into pieces. The guy is shocked because they decided to fight right here in his hotel room. Threatening a priest who is performing his sacred duty is too much even for such a monster. Caesar rushes to attack, but his blow is met by an invisible barrier woven from sacred power. The priest's holy power is capable of absorbing damage, and the stronger his faith, the stronger his defense. It is proportional to the amount of power that God has given you, and it is almost impossible to break through. Lena, popcorn in hand, watches the fight with delight, not believing her eyes that someone was able to block Caesar's blow. Caesar engages in battle with the priest Luverick, witness of the end, and their forces clash. With fury, he brings his sword down on the enemy, but the sacred barrier stops him again. Time after time he strikes, but the priest's defense seems impenetrable and his attacks are useless. Thrown back, he looks at his sword, which trembles from contact with sacred power. Not giving up, he attacks again, this time using all his speed and agility. But the priest does not lag behind, and his dark energy is ready to fall upon Caesar at any moment. He summons large, super-fast shadow spears that fly towards the monster at incredible speed. Caesar easily dodges them, spinning in the whirlwind of his cloak, and continues his attack. Li Ho-yan was shocked because his subordinate not only reflected the skill, but did it with a stream of air from the wave of his cloak. With a devilish grin, Caesar looms over the priest, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Caesar attacks again, but the priest easily blocks his blow and the sacred power flares up again. Li Ho-yan is shocked, because is his sacred power really running out since he can hold on so easily? But the priest prepares a shadow spear behind his back, and the boy realizes that this was just a trick. He gave in on purpose, because the closer the enemy is, the easier it is to hit weak points. He himself deftly dodges attacks and can heal himself at any moment, which makes him almost invulnerable. No, if Caesar dies, then his game is over, because he invested all his money and energy into it. Damn, something needs to be done urgently before his subordinate loses this fight. Caesar has no magic resistance at all, and enemies with strong spells usually appear in the second half of the game, and he couldn't imagine that they would have to fight the priest of the evil forces at the very beginning. Their forces clash in a fierce battle, and the outcome of this battle will decide the fate of their world. Even if he sends Lena into battle, nothing will change because he has a barrier against physical attacks. And they don't have time, because the spear is aimed directly at Caesar's vital points. He needed something that could break his spell, and he had to come up with it right now. In desperation, he shouts Shukr, the guard, hoping that this will distract the priest and save them. The silhouettes of the guards against the backdrop of the night city become their only hope for salvation. But Caesar is not going to give up, and with a furious cry, he rushes into the attack again. He uses all his speed and strength to break through the sacred barrier and reach the priest. From above, he brings down all his power on him, and the ground beneath them cracks from the force of the blow. With a wild cry, the priest falls to the ground, unable to withstand such a monstrous attack. The fragments of the sacred barrier fly apart around them, and Caesar stands over the fallen enemy. With a devilish grin, Caesar announces that he has dealt with the upstart who wanted to harm his boss. But the cry of alarm from the guards makes Li Ho-yan look out the window and see what he was so afraid of. The guards are already here, and they see the attack on the priest and the damage to public property. Witnesses point to the hotel where his accomplices were staying and shout that they heard him calling him boss. They are sure that he is behind everything, and the guards, without hesitation, grab Caesar. He can't escape with such a big guy, and he realizes in horror that he's in a hopeless situation. At the Brahma police station, he is interrogated in an attempt to find out who Wilhelm Meyer is. Caesar sits tied up in the corner with a devilish grin, as he had no history of criminal activity before. Li Ho-yan has a completely clean past, and the police cannot charge him with anything. But the investigator shows him a photograph of a man killed by lightning and asks what he knows about it. The investigator confidently states that this is enough to bring charges against him. Li Ho-yan, showing his handcuffed hands, calmly says that although it is not obvious, he is seriously ill. That is why Caesar brought a priest for him, not knowing that he was one of the witnesses of the end. He asked him to leave, but he did not listen, and that lightning was directed at him. But they have a witness who claims that he himself ordered the priest to kill that man. The investigator suggests that he was trying to recruit a priest, but things didn't go according to plan and a fight broke out. Damn, that sounds plausible, and the guy realizes he's been cornered. He is already sure that they are guilty, and Lena desperately asks what about their demonic army. If no one can be found to confirm their innocence, he will have to take a long break from the game. The investigator watches him with a devilish grin, seeing that he has almost given up. The investigator, with a devilish grin, calls a witness whose testimony must prove his guilt. But Errol, the same receptionist girl from the guild, enters the room and happily greets Wilhelm Meyer. She says with an apologetic smile that it seems to be some kind of misunderstanding. The investigator is shocked because she claimed to have heard the priest's words, but she just waves her hand. She explains that he helped the guild deal with the adventurer's killers, for which he received a well-deserved reward. The investigator does not believe that such a person would associate with the witnesses of the end. Errol asks with a cold smile if he just wants to falsely accuse him to increase the clearance rate. Great, he was lucky, and now he can get away with it, and the investigator will be left with nothing. All charges against Wilhelm Meyer and his group were dropped, and they were released from the station. He even got 50 gold to cover medical expenses, and this game just keeps getting more fun. Errol congratulates him on his release, as this is the first time she has encountered such a thing in her entire time working in the guild. With a sly smile, she says that he will definitely become a special member of the guild, and she is sure of it. Lena looks after her with suspicion, because she saw her strange expression on her face when she left. Lee Ho-yan feels completely exhausted, not knowing if this is the reason he didn't get enough sleep in this mess. But Caesar interrupts him, declaring that it is time to take his health seriously. The guy thinks with horror about what he has come up with this time and prepares for the worst. They find themselves in the Temple of the Order of Healers, where he was supposed to be cured of a fictitious disease. But the healing magic doesn't work, and the healer looks at his hands in bewilderment. Usually the severity of a disease is determined by the expenditure of divine power, but here everything is different. With horror, he assumes that he has a high-level curse that novice priests cannot even sense. There is nothing to feel there, because there is no actual illness. A few minutes ago, Caesar dragged him into the temple by force without listening to any objections. He screamed that he was not sick and just wanted to sleep, but the monster was relentless. With a devilish grin, he declared that they would cure him at any cost, even if he didn't want it. And now he had to pretend to be sick so that this psycho would leave him alone. But the healer could not feel anything, and Caesar asked in a rage what he meant by "it can't be." He grabbed the priest by the cassock, demanding an answer, because the priests of the powerful order of healers must be able to do everything. The frightened healer asks for a little more time, because he has a patient with a high-level curse in front of him. But Caesar has no time for his stupid excuses and demands that the high priest be brought. He reminds him of what happened to the priest from the witnesses of the end, and it works better than any threats. Caesar threatens to declare that if he hesitates, he will leave no stone unturned of their order. The high priest arrives, and Caesar asks with disdain if this is the patient with the powerful curse. He roughly pushes the younger priests aside, ordering them to step aside and stay out of the way. Lee Ho-yan is horrified because he looks terrible, and it's all because of this curse that doesn't actually exist. The high priest, surrounded by a golden glow, begins the healing. But something goes wrong. With wild horror in his eyes, he recoils from the guy, not believing what he just felt. He introduces himself as Elaine, a mid-level priest, and says it's his boss's curse. Could it be that he really found something, and now his lie will be revealed? The curse is so strong that even he can't feel it, and it is the most powerful curse of all. Lena screams in panic, wondering if their boss is really going to die from this non-existent curse. Such a powerful disease, and only the face is disfigured. This will turn all their ideas about curses upside down. Lena screams in panic for this boy to do something before it's too late. But the guy decides to take matters into his own hands and asks Elaine to talk to him alone. He says he would like to discuss his illness in private. In Elaine's personal library, in the Temple of the Order of Healers, he prepares for a serious conversation. The priest asks what he wanted to say, and the guy begins his risky plan. He says that he does not want to bother the high priest with trifles and asks Elaine to help him. The priest offers to cover all expenses, as the opportunity to study such a rare curse will help their order. But the guy, with a threatening voice, hints that even the Bram police are powerless to stop them. If he messes everything up and the other one dies, then chaos and destruction will befall their temple first. Elaine is horrified that he has been given this monumental task, as he is so disfigured that he no longer looks human. Lee Ho-yan is completely confused, because he has been like this since birth, and does not understand what they want from him. This means that he already knew what was really wrong with him and simply hid it from everyone. The priest sobs and says that he is suffering a terrible curse and condemning himself to a quick death in order to hold back these bandits. He calls upon the god of healing, because the main human virtue is the readiness for self-sacrifice. How tired he is of this farce, and it already seems to him that he is talking to himself. He says he has nothing more to say and is about to leave, but the priest stops him. Elaine, the healing priest, claims that no matter how strong the curse is, he will be able to slow its spread. With a cry of inspiration of the Order of Healers, he uses a powerful spell on the boy. All the negative effects are removed, and Lee Ho-young asks in surprise what he just did. With shining eyes, Elaine declares that he is a priest serving a great mission of healing. With hope in his voice, he asks if he will allow him to join his group. He doesn't need money or fame, he just wants to be there and help. With a beaming smile, he asks to be allowed to follow them, and the system confirms his wish. Every squad needs a healer, and in a normal situation, you would have to shell out a ton of money for a mid-level priest. But he doesn't need money or fame, and the guy doesn't think there's a way to satisfy this need in the early stages of the game. Special conditions allow you to hire him completely free of charge, and this seems like an incredible stroke of luck. It's crazy that you can get such a valuable ally without paying anything. This is too much, and his incredible luck is difficult to explain by charisma alone. Even if you serve the order for a long time, the most you can get is a novice priest for training. But Elaine is an average-level player, and this is incredible luck, because he skipped several stages at once. This is far from the first strange thing he has seen during the game, and he begins to suspect that something is fishy here. What if there is some special treatment for former top rankers in the game, and this is all a setup? He would be happy to simply agree. But what if this is a trap, and he is wrong to doubt the Order's abilities? This could be the work of developers who would definitely want to profit from him becoming a top ranker with their help. With a cold glint in his eyes, he declares that everyone in his group is putting their lives on the line, and his determination is not enough even for simple survival. Lena delightedly notes that his face now looks much better and asks what he did to that priest. Elaine looks after him sadly, thinking how unhappy he is to subject himself to such torment. He calls on his brothers to pray for him, because he has taken on an unbearable burden. An hour later, at the Tavern in Brahma Alley, they gather together again, ready for new adventures. The atmosphere in the inn is tense, and Lee Ho-yeon feels completely exhausted. Lena asks with concern why his face is so ugly, even though it is shining. He covers his face with his hands, saying that he doesn't want to blame anyone, but he just can't bear it. They can't cope with even the simplest tasks, and this drives him to despair. Caesar immediately takes it out on Lena, accusing her of ruining everything again. But the guy stops them, reminding them that he said he doesn't blame anyone. There is a better solution, but he didn't think of it, and it doesn't make any sense. He talks about speech, one of the most important skills that allows you to get something out of nothing. Lena snorts in disdain, but he reminds her that high-class bandits like her are required to own one. He decides to demonstrate to them how it works and confidently calls the innkeeper. Like a shadow, the innkeeper appears behind him, ready to carry out any of his orders. With empty eyes, he asks how he can help, and Lee Ho-yeon begins his performance. He points to the table piled high with food, reminding them how much they ordered. Thanks to them, the tavern made a pretty good profit, and they deserved a small bonus. Activating eloquence, he asks with a devilish grin if they can count on any bonus. The owner agrees without any problem and offers everyone a glass of drink on the house. This skill opens up many possibilities and can even be done without violence. Caesar looks at his boss with a predatory smile, realizing what new opportunities eloquence opens up for them. With a devilish glint in his eyes, he says that he has understood everything and now knows what the boss really wants. But the guy is horrified by his reaction, because this idiot again understood everything incorrectly. The innkeeper warns them with a menacing voice that if they start to make a fuss, he will call the guards. But Caesar just grins, because they just came from the station and they are no longer afraid of anything. He declares with a devilish laugh that the boss destroyed half the city, and not only was he let go, but they even apologized. In a panic, Lee Ho-yeon tries to explain that it was just a mistake and that they were from some new criminal organization. The innkeeper, with a predatory grin, understands that they did not come here by chance and knew how important this tavern was. With a cry of "Now show your true face," he and his men rush to attack them. Lena is delighted because it's a fight, which means they have a suitable treat for these thugs. With the help of eloquence, you can get what you want, and Caesar is ready to take advantage of it. With a devilish laugh, he declares that he is taking over the entire tavern, and Lena enthusiastically supports him. They encounter a secret group hiding in a tavern, and now they have to show them what they are made of. Half of them couldn't withstand even one blow, and the innkeeper realized that things were bad. He shouts to his men to disperse, because they will be finished off in one blow if they stand in a group. But then Lena appears, reminding him with a sly smile that he has forgotten about her. With a predatory smile, she puts a dagger to his throat, and he realizes in horror that he has fallen into a trap. Lee Ho-yeon is shocked, because she is part of their secret group. How can she do this? If they win, they will be able to leave. But where did they run, and why are they shouting that they are monsters? Sometime later, peace and quiet reign in the tavern on Brahma Alley. The tied-up bandits sit on the floor, and the guy apologizes, saying that it was his mistake. What's wrong with his face again? Because you can tell from it how cruel they are. It's too late to regret anything, and now they have to decide what to do with these captives. Lee Ho-yan proudly introduces Lena as her subordinate, which leaves the bandits dumbfounded. How could one not know her, since she was a member of their organization and was a highly skilled fighter? But one day she single-handedly destroyed one of their units and disappeared, and now everyone is hunting her. Lena is in shock, because she had no idea that she was being sought for old sins. A criminal organization was following them all this time, and they had no idea. And if this is the case, then they too are now considered criminals, and they have long since crossed the line. Damn it, there's no turning back, and now they'll have to fight to the death. With fury in his eyes, he asks if they are hunting his subordinate, and they confirm. Since they are members of the organization and witnesses, he sees no point in leaving them alive. With cold calm, he orders Lena to clean more thoroughly this time, and she happily agrees. Surrendering, the tavern owner shouts that the tavern is theirs and they will obey them. But this won't work with Lee Ho-yan, and he's willing to listen to anything just to save his life. It's not just that, but their organization is not going very smoothly, and they need help. Lena mockingly asks if they can't cope without her, but that's not the point. Their organization is no longer what it used to be, and they have lost their former power and influence. It's all about the newcomer, a strange but funny boy with a snake tongue who has gained their trust. Just when his idea started to pay off, their tavern turned into a den of freedom and everything went wrong. They were put in a bad light due to security issues and ended up losing everything. There were rumors that he started out as a simple pickpocket, but no one knows who he really is. In general, great achievements await them under his leadership, and they are ready to follow him. With such crushing power and a charismatic and intimidating face of the boss, their tavern will reach unprecedented heights. Lena angrily shuts him up because the boss can't stand people who only know how to talk. After hearing their proposal, Lee Ho-yan coldly calmly declares that he accepts it. Lena is shocked because they are criminals and will betray him at the first opportunity. But if the organization finds out that they were unable to stop them and submitted, they will kill them themselves. They are corpses anyway, so they have no choice but to serve him faithfully. With a devilish glint in his eyes, he offers them to be reborn and swear allegiance to Wilhelm Meyer. By activating the boss spirit skill, he completes the event and the tavern's criminals become his subordinates. The tavern in the alley is now his territory, and he can collect a portion of the profits and charge protection fees. The bound bandits bow their heads before their new master, ready to carry out any of his orders. Now he has stooges, subordinates, and territory. All the conditions for the establishment of an organization are met. From now on, his family, the Wilhelm Meyer family, would be called the Black Mountain Association. When he creates an organization, he gets extra experience and skill points, but his subordinates aren't thrilled with the name. Organization is a key element of the boss class, and now it can reach its full potential. He reminds his new subordinates that they have only two options: loyalty or death. The main goal of the Black Mountain Association is to conquer the Labyrinth and become its rightful masters. Lena notes with surprise that this is not very criminal, but no one cares about her opinion. Power and wealth are also needed, but he seeks more than just material goods. The Labyrinth is teeming with powerful monsters that no human can match in strength. Why bother with all the little things when you can fight the strongest and prove your superiority? With a cry, they rush towards new adventures, ready to conquer this world. Meanwhile, in the eastern Brahma region, their actions do not go unnoticed. They write that someone took over the tavern in just half a day, and this is causing them concern. It looks like some new powerful organization has appeared in the city, and this could become a problem for them. So it's time to step in and show them who's boss, says Mr. Tama. But Lee Ho-yan isn't interested in any titles, because he wants to become the best and conquer the Labyrinth. He wants to conquer the Labyrinth with his own hands and prove to everyone what he is capable of. Player Wilhelm Meyer defined the goal of the Black Mountain Association and at the same time outlined his own intentions. The tavern in the alley and its employees who came under his command were formerly part of a criminal organization. The value of their notoriety will be added to yours, and it will increase significantly, making it even more dangerous. The young man expresses impatience, and his companion admits that the situation is already known to everyone. They say that the impudent youth hired a terrifying monster as his bodyguard. While the guy is looking around, a guard approaches him, demanding that he stop. The guard sternly warns the young man about the ban on carrying large weapons in the area. The guard explains that the new rules have been introduced due to the rapidly growing fame of a dangerous guy with a large sword. Despite the evidence, the perpetrator was released without charge, indicating his influential position. The guard regretfully declares that the young man's companion will have to surrender his weapon. The young man calls out to his companion in panic, watching his sudden transformation. The guy is horrified to realize that the current situation is completely unacceptable. The Black Mountain Association has reached a new level of notoriety, earning itself a reputation. The actions of the entire organization contribute to the growth of their reputation in the criminal world, attracting attention. Their high notoriety makes them a target for other groups, and they are already looked upon with suspicion. The young man, with a smug smile, enjoys the increased attention he lacked in real life. The guy is confident that his initial fame will allow him to quickly develop the organization and make a fortune. The young man is confident that he can easily control his cocky companions. The young man resolutely refuses to repeat the failure that befell Rodrigo Eldrigo. The young man makes a strategic decision to postpone his trip to the Labyrinth and stay in the city for now. This time, the hero is determined to achieve what Rodrigo Eldrigo failed to do. The heroine boldly declares her conquest of the Labyrinth, but the old man gloomily foretells that a journey to hell awaits them. The guy desperately realizes that only a miracle can save them. Wilhelm Meyer announces the beginning of their journey together, but tension is already in the air. A young man with glowing eyes tries to inspire his companions to perform a miracle. However, his ardor is immediately cooled by a cynical and mocking refusal. The pink-haired girl sarcastically remarks how quickly fame has gone to his head. His comrade tries to bring the hero to his senses, reminding him that their journey has only just begun and there is no need to rush. The guy can hardly contain his disappointment, admitting that the time for decisive action has not yet come. While the hero is pondering his strategy, his frivolous companions demand sweets. A sudden alarm pierces the air, foreshadowing imminent disaster. The young man is horrified to learn that their refuge, the Black Mountain Association Inn, is under attack. Their base, a symbol of their newfound power, lies in ruins after a surprise attack. The intruder easily broke through the security, leaving only chaos and destruction in his wake. The fair-haired boy with an innocent smile justifies his lateness by citing minor difficulties. The stern man glares at the young man, demanding an answer for his unauthorized actions. The long-haired warrior acknowledges his stern interlocutor's insight with a grin. The man dismisses it with disdain, not expecting anything serious from an ordinary child. He hints at personal scores, reproaching the guy for not sorting things out with his people. The stranger ominously compares the young man to his thug, pointing out their shared weakness. The boy explodes with rage, deeply offended by the humiliating comparison. Suddenly, the shocking truth about the betrayal of his most loyal comrade is revealed. The traitor rushes into the attack without hesitation, unleashing all his might on his former friends. The sudden attack takes him by surprise, and the traitor unleashes all his fury on his former comrade. The hero's eyes were frozen in silent horror as they witnessed the merciless attack. A fair-haired guy with a crazy grin recognizes his offenders, who are guilty of stealing his gold. The mysterious hooded warrior cannot remember the insolent man, while his companion is puzzled. The young man is furious that his humiliation was so easily forgotten by his opponents. Tears of resentment cloud his eyes, because he vowed never to forgive what he had done. The memory of being tied to a sword and dragged through the streets fuels his thirst for revenge. The gray-haired warrior finally realizes that in front of him is the very pickpocket who humiliated their boss. Blinded by anger, Caesar rushes to attack the offender, ignoring the pleas of his comrades. The hero and his companions scream in panic, trying to stop Caesar's reckless act. A powerful impact shakes everything around, raising a cloud of dust and debris into the air. A hooded warrior emerges from the smoke, unharmed by the attack. The winner sits quietly among the ruins, while his faithful companion stands guard. The guy enthusiastically boasts about his subordinate's strength, shocking the hero. The youth's self-confidence fades when he sees unharmed and angry opponents in front of him. The hero coldly acknowledges the complete destruction of his base by this daring attack. The little brat threatens to kill him, but the girl tries to calm him down, reminding him of his age. The young man is furious that such a weak blow could not kill Caesar. The young man remarks with a grin at their self-confidence, because they know nothing about Mr. Tom. He reveals that Tom is the greatest adventurer who, unlike many others, died in the Labyrinth. In a tragic past, Tom lost all his comrades, suffering defeat on the path to the abyss. Even under torture, he could not come to terms with death, clinging to life with all his might. To survive, he had to escape the labyrinth alone, leaving his friends to certain death. Once outside, he was driven mad by the unbearable burden of guilt for his actions. The mysterious stranger offered him a deal, threatening to kill his comrades otherwise. The young man shouts with delight that his failure as a thief has opened up completely new opportunities for him. He couldn't even imagine that he would be able to get his hands on a madman that the guilds couldn't handle. Looking around the ruins, the fair-haired boy tries to collect his thoughts to continue his story. A boy with a wild look in his eyes shouts threats, predicting the end of his loyal subordinate. The hero, with a grin, asks if the youth hasn't heard rumors about the strength of his companions. The boy begins to realize that he has misunderstood something when the hero slowly draws his blade. The girl mockingly points out that now there is no one to protect him in this ruined tavern. Her face is distorted by a demonic grimace, because no one cares about his subordinate when he is left alone. She goes on the attack because their boss hates people who talk too much. The young man stops her blow, reminding her that he is just a child, as she herself said. Suddenly, Tom's heart-rending cry, full of unbearable pain, is heard. The girl is surprised to note Tom's incredible speed, which turned out to be very agile. The youth laughs maliciously, confident that Mr. Tama will never betray his comrades again. However, his triumph turns to shock when he sees the confused face of his subordinate. A hooded warrior suddenly appears and teaches Tom a harsh lesson, reminding him to remain vigilant. The gray-haired warrior delivers a crushing blow, causing the girl to cry out in surprise. Tom's past no longer matters as he stands on the brink of a new battle. Spitting out blood, the hooded warrior shows his unwavering determination to go to the end. He orders the defeated enemy to take up the sword, preparing for a decisive battle to the death. With a mad grin, Caesar declares his right to this fight, issuing a one-on-one challenge. A wounded Tom accepts the challenge, triggering the unexpected game event Runaway Warrior. Tormented by guilt, Tom projects his fear onto Caesar, seeing him as a threat from the past. He sincerely believes that victory over Caesar will be his redemption and will free him from the heavy burden of guilt. An unprecedented despair pushes him beyond the limits of human capabilities, causing his companions to freeze in tension. An ominous omen about the berserker's furious blows makes the hero seriously worried. Tom unleashes a furious blow on his opponent, filled with all his life force and pain. Struck by the power of the attack, the boy cries out in despair to Lena, reproaching her for her inaction. Their blades collide in a blinding flash of sparks, shaking everything around with their power. The girl calmly explains her tactics as a stealthy killer, which only irritates the hero even more. The battle rages on with renewed vigor, and Tom continues his merciless and desperate onslaught. Caesar easily parries the powerful blow, demonstrating his complete and humiliating superiority. The incredible strength of the hooded warrior plunges observers into a state of deep shock. With one precise movement, he throws Tom into the air, stripping him of all support and control. The system's attention is focused on Tom's deadly move, Piercing Wind, which he prepares mid-flight. However, Caesar counters his deadly move with frightening ease with a crushing blow of his own. Caesar unleashes his deadly attack on the enemy, honed in countless battles in the Labyrinth. The hero screams in horror, trying to stop Caesar, but the youth only maliciously enjoys the spectacle. The fair-haired guy mockingly reminds us of his self-confident phrase, reveling in someone else's failure, a blow of such devastating force that it leaves no doubt about the enemy's death. The youth continues his mockery, pointing out how the heroes tremble before the unprecedented power. Tama contemptuously reproaches them for simply standing and watching their comrade die. The hero, in complete confusion, tries to understand how everything could have come to such a disastrous end. The guy realizes that even the most useless quests at first glance led him to this triumph. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the hero irritably urges Lena to join the fight. Lena suddenly uses an illusion, causing shock and confusion in her ally. The girl teases the opponent by creating multiple illusory copies and playing with his perception. Lena says with a grin that with such a speed of reaction, he doesn't have a single chance of winning. Her self-confidence grows into an ominous threat as she sets her sights on a vital point. Suddenly, her fatal blow is blocked, and the confidence on the girl's face is replaced by amazement. Tama easily throws her back, demonstrating that her tricks have no effect on him. Suddenly, an ominous shadow intervenes in the battle, displeased that the girl has disrupted her plans. Caesar, his eyes burning, once again asserts his rights to this fight, brooking no outside interference. Two warriors clash, and their confrontation escalates into a fierce struggle to the limit of their strength. Caesar tries to understand the reason for Tama's obsession by asking about his fallen comrades. He strikes at the heart, suggesting that at the crucial moment, Tama was betrayed by the one he trusted most. Caesar scornfully explains that Tama's pathetic ideas of camaraderie were merely a necessity, while he himself was weak and of no use to anyone. With a sinister grin, Caesar declares that even after going through the labyrinth, Tom still has not understood the cruel laws of this world. Caesar's insulting words shock his companions, as they realize he is talking about their boss. Caesar easily stops his weapon, delivering the merciless verdict that the weakling will never surpass him. A flashback shows the desperate battle of the sorceress, who sacrificed herself to save others. Memories of betrayal awaken uncontrollable rage in Tom, plunging him into madness. The young man screams in despair, watching helplessly as his master loses control. The system mercilessly concludes that Tama's rage has exceeded the limits he can control. Even after investing all his efforts into the character, the hero cannot believe the madness unfolding before his eyes. He realizes that the enraged berserker is a very difficult quest, and he didn't think Caesar could handle it. Caesar mockingly asks if the pathetic bull has really lost all his remaining strength. He reveals the bitter truth that the only thing needed was a boss to avoid defeat. In a truly difficult situation, comrades are powerless, and only a strong leader can save them. He furiously shouts that it is only for the boss's sake that one can and should put one's own life on the line. You can always betray your comrades, but never your boss. And this thought strikes Tama to the depths of his soul. The realization of his mistake makes Tama let out a heartbreaking cry, full of despair and pain. After a painful death throw, Tom is defeated, and the system declares Caesar's victory absolute. As a reward for the victory, Caesar's strength is significantly increased, and he receives a new talent: fortitude. While Lena enthusiastically celebrates her victory, which was won by a thread, the young man still cannot recover from the shock. The hero frowns thoughtfully, realizing that the reward for a quest of this level turned out to be suspiciously meager. The young man boasts with a smug grin that the victory was achieved only thanks to his insanely competent subordinate. Suddenly, a special event is triggered, plunging Caesar into a chilling personal nightmare. In this nightmare, Caesar, with anguish in his voice, confesses to his boss that he has once again torn everyone to pieces. The boss looks at his subordinate with cold doubt, questioning the veracity of his bloody stories. He points with disdain to Caesar's pitiful appearance, asking if this could really be his vaunted victory. The hero, with unyielding cruelty, defines true victory as flawless and irreproachable, something Caesar did not achieve. He mercilessly criticizes Caesar's skills and dirty methods, declaring that they are not suitable for his magnificent organization. In a cold and distant tone, the boss delivers his verdict, in a word, destroying Caesar's world: fired. Grinding his teeth in rage and humiliation, Caesar convinces himself that what is happening is just a bad dream. In his nightmare, he screams in rage that his boss would never test his loyalty in such a humiliating way. Caesar wakes up abruptly in reality, badly wounded and bandaged, with only a vague understanding of what happened. He finds a note from Wilhelm Meyer, which directs him to search the city hall. His path leads to the eastern district of Brahma, straight to the majestic town hall building. At the town hall, the hero learns in complete amazement that the madman Tama, with whom they fought so desperately, is already here. It turns out that the enemy they defeated is now chained and held captive. A city hall employee smilingly informs them that, according to the rules, all property of the defeated enemy is transferred to their organization. She explains that Tama was already causing a lot of trouble due to his clashes with the crime syndicate, so his capture was to everyone's advantage. The hero explodes with anger at the fair-haired youth who dared to encroach on what rightfully belongs to Toma. He approaches the employee to clarify the rules because, in his opinion, all the property should go to him. With bewilderment and growing irritation, he demands an answer as to why he received only part of the promised reward. A city hall employee with a sly smile reveals to the hero a simple but ingenious plan. The enraged hero rushes at the boy but is stopped, reminded that he is just a child. The youth, in a panic, begs for mercy, ready to become a slave just to save his worthless life. Before them appears the gloomy and abandoned mansion of Tama, once a symbol of his power. The hero glares at his new slave, demanding an immediate explanation for this pogrom. The derogatory nickname Crab hits the boy hard, adding fear to his already pitiful situation. The boy angrily declares his right to call the slave whatever he wants, forcing the youth to accept the humiliation. The employee, with cold calculation, threatens the young man with violence, pointing out the deplorable state of the mansion. The toy, pierced by a thorn, becomes a terrible reminder of the suffering that reigned within these walls. These things are fragments of Tama's memory, and the girl laughs and enjoys how hard it was for him. The woman warns of danger because such places always conceal deadly traps and poisons. The young man sarcastically reflects on the cost of such choirs, hiding his true plans. He understands that even a dilapidated mansion is a valuable asset that cannot be used in its current state. The employee suggests a simple and radical solution: tear everything down to the ground and start from scratch. The hero is stunned to realize that he may have misheard, and the solution to the problem was so obvious. He recalls that even at the beginning of the game there were traps everywhere. But his faithful Caesar rushed like a bulldozer, not noticing anything. Looking around the ruins, a young man makes a firm decision that will change their future. With a devilish grin, he announces the construction of a new Black Mountain Association base on this ashen site. However, to carry out his grand plan, he will have to save every penny. With impatience and a sinister smile, he mentally hurries Caesar, anticipating his imminent return. The hero, with a mad gleam in his eyes, sees the enormous potential in his new slave's abilities, frightening the others. Meanwhile, in the central square of the city of Labyrinth, its own unsuspecting life is in full swing. Caesar's memory flashes back to the boss's harsh words about the flawless and perfect victory he must strive for. In the square, some impudent man unceremoniously addresses Caesar, drawing attention to his huge sword. The stranger in the kimono challenges the question, not even suspecting who he has just encountered. Caesar coldly threatens him, but the self-confident fighter only mocks, confident in his invulnerability. The hooded warrior stands right in front of him, his icy gaze making him doubt his own courage. The fighter mentions a recent duel between two warriors with huge swords, hinting at loud rumors. He says with admiration that only the greatest masters could leave behind such destruction. However, he immediately explodes with indignation, calling that legendary duel a pathetic brawl. The unexpected statement intrigues Caesar, and he demands an immediate explanation with cold curiosity. The kimono-clad fighter grabs his arm, vehemently arguing that there was no trace of real martial arts in that fight. He proudly displays his technique, which is based on precision, flexibility, and striking at weak points. In his eyes burns the fire of a true master who sees martial arts not just as a fight, but as a true art. With a sense of self-worth, he challenges the swordsman, offering to prove his skill in a fair fight. His hands are enveloped in blue flames, and he challenges Caesar to a fight that will forever write their names into history. The persistent fighter does not stop, inviting him to an official tournament for valuable prizes and eternal glory. With a devilish grin, Caesar finally agrees, and his predatory gaze foreshadows a swift and brutal reprisal. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of the city, in Tama's ruined mansion, equally important events are unfolding. The training of the new slave, nicknamed Crab, is complete, and his sudden talent surprises even the seasoned warrior. The girl delightedly notes that their new slave has already surpassed the boss, causing him only irritation. The city hall employee eagerly asks when his subordinate will return, since the workday is long over. Hiding his anger at Caesar's lateness, the hero politely apologizes and moves on to the questions that interest him. He starts from afar, recalling that upon his first inspection, the eastern region made a depressing impression on him. A mad adventurer, the inaction of the authorities and the emergence of a new organization only worsened an already dire situation. He is confused by the civil servant's suspicious willingness to accompany him outside of working hours, which gives rise to bad thoughts. He asks her directly if she saw potential in his subordinate to use him for her own selfish purposes. She notes his straightforwardness with a smile, not surprised that rumors about their daring organization are already on everyone's lips. With a flirtatious smile, she hints that her willingness to help outside of working hours may be motivated by personal interest. Her unexpected hint takes the hero by surprise, leaving him completely confused and embarrassed. The fighter proudly demonstrates his technique, which is based on precision, flexibility, and strikes to weak points. In his eyes burns the fire of a true master who sees martial arts not just as a fight, but as a true art. With a sense of self-worth, he challenges the swordsman, offering to prove his skill in a fair fight. His hands are enveloped in blue flames, and he challenges Caesar to a fight that will forever write their names into history. With a devilish grin, Caesar finally agrees, and his predatory gaze foreshadows a swift and brutal reprisal. The journey begins with a journey back to the era of the Great Templars, when the difficulty of the game's dungeons grew at an incredible rate. In return, players received irreplaceable items that increased basic stats and provided a huge advantage. This has led to many players enjoying farming and events to obtain legendary items. However, this created a gap between players that depended not on their level, but on the items they owned. Such socially rejected players tried to overcome this gap through hard work and dedication. Their only weapon against an unjust world was their highly honed martial arts. Years of grueling training had given him good control over his body, but it was clearly not enough. The hooded warrior with a predatory grin wonders if this is really the vaunted martial arts. The fighter shouts in rage that the ignorant boor knows nothing about the true art of the 100 steps. Caesar is losing his patience because such weaklings do not interest him even as a warm-up before the fight. With icy contempt, he promises to quickly close down their pathetic circle, leaving no trace. The students panic when they realize that their master brought not a newbie but a real monster, and now they are all doomed. An invisible blow shakes the sacred hall, marking the beginning of a merciless and one-sided massacre. The enraged master demands an answer to who dared to commit mayhem within the walls of his sacred hall. With a devilish grin, Caesar charges forward, intending to teach the overconfident master a harsh lesson. He stares at the fallen enemy, coldly calculating whether he really is the strongest here. The great master, the pride of the dojo, covers his face with his hands in horror, broken and humiliated by the force. Caesar watches this pathetic scene with undisguised contempt, doubting the seriousness of their intentions. He came here with high hopes, but now he is filled with nothing but disappointment. The student is shocked to realize that the loud words about the invincibility of their art were just empty words. With a sinister grin, Caesar challenges them to prove his point by simply not dying. In despair, one of the students breaks his sacred tablet, calling his comrades to a final battle. His actions shock the others, as he dared to desecrate the symbol of their sacred path. Tears of despair fill his eyes as he realizes that effort alone is not enough to overcome the chasm. He points at Caesar in horror, as this monster that had crushed them all turned out to be a level 15 rookie. The student realizes with horror that no less than 1 billion has been poured into this monster, and it can deal with them in seconds. His subordinate status shocks him, as this monster turns out to be just some player's pet. In despair, he screams that if his subordinate is so strong, then his master is some kind of sick rancor who enjoys killing. The realization of hopelessness overwhelms them, because from the very beginning they were doomed to death, like empty shells. The seeds of doubt and fear grow in their hearts, turning confidence into an unshakable problem. Despite the horror, they decide not to disgrace the coach's honor and face their fate head-on. Grasping him with a death grip, Caesar mockingly asks why he is so desperate, since he is now with them. With one crushing blow, he cuts off his pleas, leaving behind only silence and a lifeless body. Caesar coldly states that a simple coward cannot go beyond his capabilities, and this is quite natural. He contemptuously calls his act a pathetic escape from himself, the lot of a coward and a weakling. With a devilish grin, he asks if they really think they can deserve salvation with such a pathetic performance. He offers them only one way out, to prove their immortality by passing his merciless test. The fighter realizes in horror that he has brought into their sacred hall not just a newcomer, but a mad devil. Realizing the futility of their efforts, the students throw down their tablets in despair, cursing the wasted time. One of them rushes forward with a scream, begging them not to touch the already small number of members of their group. Suddenly, the old master appears, furiously ordering that his precious students not be touched. The true leader emerges from the shadows, and his appearance makes even Caesar freeze in tension. Meanwhile, at Tama's mansion, Lena panics and yells at her boss, demanding that he move away from her employee. The hero turns around in complete bewilderment at her scream, completely unable to understand the reason for her concern. With an innocent look, he asks what she's talking about and why he should even leave this nice lady. The City Hall employee watches with an innocent smile as Lena lashes out at her in rage, Not understanding the reason for her anger, the pink-haired girl glares at her, accusing her of being suspicious of her from the start. The hero watches in horror as a woman's quarrel erupts over a silly argument about breast size. With a devilish grin, Lena reminds her of her recent hint of personal interest, accusing her of trying to seduce their boss. She threatens to reveal the secret of their association, causing the hero to rush in panic to stop her mad impulse. Lena, in desperation, asks if he really likes girls like that, but the hero only angrily cuts her off, making the situation worse. Pushed to the limit, she confronts him with a brutal choice, demanding that he immediately decide which of them is more important to him. Without understanding at all what is happening, the hero realizes that it is better for him not to interfere in this women's dispute. The employee, with a cold smile, notes that this dispute only clarifies the relations between the members of their group. Her sudden, disconcerting words were a decisive first blow, delivered with calculated precision. The hero sheepishly admits to himself that his heart began to beat faster, although he does not understand the reason for his excitement. He smugly thinks that with his body and charisma, such a conflict was only a matter of time. The employee calmly states that in this situation, what is needed is not brute force, but firm decisions and insight. Insight is a rare ability to see what is hidden from view, which only truly strong people possess. Initially, he wanted to succeed in the argument by impressing her with his charisma, and only then use his insight. In his subjective view, both girls appear in a strange and beautiful light, causing him only bewilderment. Suddenly, a loud cry is heard from the old master, who in a rage orders this farce to be stopped. The appearance of the true leader makes even Caesar freeze, because he feels the great power emanating from him. Before them appears the legendary trainer of the art of 100 steps, Cato, whose name inspires awe and respect. Caesar thinks with a grin that such a wind is just the strength of the spirit, and waits with curiosity to see what this old man has planned. Caesar charges forward with contempt, unable to understand how they have not yet realized his crushing superiority. His blow shakes the earth, demonstrating inhuman power inaccessible to mere mortals. The old master concentrates all his energy, preparing to repel the onslaught of an unknown and terrifying enemy. His body is enveloped in turquoise flames, and he assumes a fighting stance, ready for his final, decisive battle. With fury in his eyes, he delivers his verdict, warning the insolent man that he should not expect mercy from him. He unleashes the full force of his art on Caesar, putting into the blow his last desperate hope for victory. Caesar rejects his methods with cold calculation, because a true victory must be flawless and elegant. Their attacks collide in a blinding flash of light, and the outcome of this clash is predetermined from the very beginning. The powerful recoil throws the master back, and he struggles to recover from the crushing blow. Through the dust, he sees the unharmed figure of his enemy, and his heart stops with horror and utter bewilderment. In an instant, Caesar is behind his student, delivering a fatal blow from which there is no escape. The old man screams in despair, but Caesar, with cold cruelty, declares that he will not stop until he crushes him completely. While the master mourns his student, Caesar mockingly reassures him that he will not die from such a blow. Blinded by grief and rage, the old man rushes at the bloodthirsty monster, demanding that he immediately state his name. Finally, the hooded warrior breaks the silence, introducing himself as Caesar of the Black Mountain Association. The name of an unknown association makes the old man assume that they have sold their souls to the devil, but this does not concern Caesar. Even defeated, the old master does not give up, shouting with the last of his strength that their battle is far from over. Caesar looks at him with disdain, disappointed that the teacher was unsuitable for learning the perfect fight. Having lost all interest in this pathetic performance, he announces that he is not going to waste his time on them anymore. Resigned to defeat, the old master with dignity asks him to leave in peace and never return. With a devilish grin, Caesar mocks the old man's request, as there can be no talk of peace. In the rays of the setting sun, he declares himself with mad triumph the new and sole owner of this place. The old master shouts in rage that this is impossible, and that the only way to capture his dojo is over his dead body. With a desperate roar, he orders his soldiers to finish off this bastard at any cost, throwing them into a final attack. Meanwhile, in the Eastern District, Tama's ruined mansion stands as a silent reminder of the recent brutal battle. With icy calm, Lena shifts the decision to her boss, suggesting that he himself have some fun with the town hall employee. The hero sarcastically thanks his caring subordinate, who easily threw him into this awkward situation. Lena explodes with rage, not understanding how one can be such a titan of loneliness and not notice the obvious. The argument flares up again when the coworker smiles and remarks that he's not so bad after all. The system message mockingly notes that what difference does it make if he is so ordinary, infuriating the hero. He realizes with horror that he has gone too far, and the interest of both girls in him rapidly drops to 1. The hero's head splits from the tension, and he lets out a heartbreaking cry of despair and hopelessness. In the sacred hall of the dojo, Caesar continues his merciless slaughter, scattering students with ease. He moves like a whirlwind, and each blow brings only destruction and death, leaving them no chance. Grabbing the coach by the throat, he achieves an unconditional victory, and the system confirms his triumph. His stats increase slightly, but his notoriety increases by 100 points, spreading fear and terror. Word of their Black Mountain Association spreads throughout the city, adding to their bad reputation. The hero is surprised to discover that his own fame has also grown, even though he did not take part in the massacre. He is furious and perplexed, trying to understand what his uncontrollable subordinate is actually doing. Lena suddenly appeared and looked around with an unperturbed expression at the mess Caesar had made, without showing the slightest bit of surprise. The young man, horrified, cannot understand what kind of massacre has taken place here, looking around at the pogrom that has been committed. The hero, with feigned indifference, replies that he has no idea, but according to the documents, the building is now theirs. He approaches the fallen master, asking with cold curiosity what happened here. The student mistakenly calls them the Black Goat, causing the hero to become indignant at such stupidity. Having come to his senses, the old man remembers with horror that there was not a single scratch on this monster from Black Mountain. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he curses his fate, because his training hall is now the worst in the area. He has no strength or hope left, and this sad sight makes the student cry out for help in despair. The hero looks at this scene with bewilderment, not understanding what relation he has to their pathetic problems. He feigns indifference and declares that he doesn't care about the place anyway, which leaves the student in shock. The fighter jumps up in rage, not understanding why he came at all if he doesn't care about anything. The hero introduces himself with icy arrogance, putting the insolent man in his place and reminding him who he is talking to. He apologizes for what happened with false regret, placing all the blame on the unauthorized actions of his subordinate. With undisguised contempt, he declares that such losers will never understand his enormous ambitions. He coldly informs them that he has no time for unprofitable places, and now they can go about their business. The old master cries out in despair that he cannot throw words around so carelessly, because he is the head of the Black Mountain. The hero asks mockingly, and the old man explains that other halls are constantly poaching their students. The young man sarcastically suggests that they themselves encourage this, but the master assures that this is not the only problem. He bitterly admits that their teaching methods are cruel and aimed only at practicality, not the spirit. Because of this, not all students were able to withstand such training, which led to the current problems. The old master cries out in despair that if word of their defeat at the hands of the bandits spreads, their hall is doomed. The hero clutches his head in despair, not understanding why his crazy subordinate constantly gets into trouble. The old master and his disciple throw themselves at his feet in tears, casting aside all pride and begging for help. Lena notes with a sly grin that although he doesn't understand women, sweaty men are chasing him. The desperate fighters are ready to kiss his feet, and the hero jumps back in horror, not knowing how to react to such humiliation. The youth worries that if word of their connection to this hall spreads, their reputation will be reduced to that of failures. Surrendering to their pressure, the hero screams and agrees to help, jumping over them and making them thank him. Tears stream down the student's face, as he cannot believe that the coach would go through such humiliation to save them. The hero mockingly uses them as training aids, but even this strange ordeal begins to unite them. Suddenly he realizes that something is missing, and a single question echoes in his head. Where has Caesar gone? Lena waves it off with indifference, because their eternally busy guy will always find something to do. The student suggests that after such a defeat, Caesar should have simply returned to them, but he is nowhere to be found. However, Caesar's thirst for battle is not quenched, because this is exactly what he needs to become an impeccable warrior. No one could have imagined that a person like him would suddenly become interested in martial arts. The student proudly explains that the coach recommended that he go to the legendary Jonghak gym to hone his skills. The old master frowns, not understanding why he is helping the man who ruined his life and feeling that something is wrong here. The hero's eyes light up and he activates his class skill, Insight, to solve the riddle. He rushes forward with a scream, ordering Lena to run to the Junghak Hall immediately before it is too late. His face contorts with horror as he realizes that his loyal and unruly subordinate is in mortal danger. In the center of the city of Labyrinth, under the cover of night, a new storm is brewing, ready to fall upon the unsuspecting inhabitants. In the main building of the Junghak Dojo, where peace and discipline reign, hundreds of warriors prepare to meet their destiny. In the shadows of the hall appears his mysterious manager, whose presence inspires awe and respect. The master greets the manager with respect, but he is already aware of all the chaos that has occurred. He can't believe that such a commotion happened in his absence, and his voice is full of disappointment. The master humbly apologizes for the security gaps, as they never imagined that such a strong man would attack them. The manager asks again with cold curiosity, noting that there is something strange in this story. His lips curled into a smile. He recalled that, according to rumors, this was some ordinary bandit, and not a great warrior. He comes to the conclusion that the report was not entirely accurate, and a dangerous light flashes in his eyes. With one lightning strike, he punishes the master for his incompetence, demonstrating his limitless power. He contemptuously reproaches him for the fact that even an illegitimate child could not have failed such a simple task. The master bows as he listens to the consequences of his failure. An unknown person attacked, beat up his students, and was detained. But what surprised them most was that this man was using the style of their own 100 Steps dojo. The manager frowns thoughtfully, realizing that they are still passing on their teachings despite the prohibitions. He finally finds a reason to meet Kato, and a thirst for revenge lights up in his eyes. He gives the master another chance, ordering him to guard the scoundrel until his return, without taking his eyes off him. With an icy threat, he warns that there will be no second chance, and this time he will not forgive disappointment. Bound and helpless, Caesar realizes with fury that he has fallen into a cunning and humiliating trap. The fighters are surprised to realize that the rumors about his strength turned out to be true, and that they are facing a real monster. They see him as a valuable asset to their guild, as he was the one who killed Tama in the Eastern District. However, one of them has doubts, because if he is so strong, then how did they manage to capture him at all? Having overheard their conversation, Caesar, with bitter disappointment, realizes that he has been deceived and that this whole story is a farce. The fighter angrily orders the prisoner to shut up as his pitiful situation does not give him a voice. However, doubts creep into his soul, and he thinks with anxiety about the fate of the boy who was dragging Tama along with him. Suddenly, a humiliating memory emerges of how a young man, having wet himself from fear, asked to go to the toilet. Caesar recalls with a devilish grin how, after brutal torture, the boss brainwashed this boy and made him a slave. This news leaves the fighters in shock, as they cannot believe that someone could do such a thing to a child. Blinded by rage, he rushes into the attack, promising to immediately put an end to this monster without any mercy. However, Caesar easily parries his blow, smilingly noting that he is too reckless for a serious fight. Suddenly, Lena appears and blocks his sword with a flirtatious smile, saving her comrade. She and Caesar burst into laughter because their mission is accomplished, and they have once again fooled everyone. Lena greets him with slight surprise, glad that he has finally dealt with these annoying people. She mockingly asks if he has really decided to submit to her, but Lena just waves it off, since she is not the one involved here. With a crazy smile, she threatens that if she puts a knife to his throat, he won't be able to do anything. Lena challenges him to fight flawlessly, knowing that in his position this is impossible. He asks again in bewilderment, and she clarifies with a smile that she is talking about the absence of injuries. She proudly shows off her undamaged body, declaring that for her this is the most ordinary thing. She scornfully advises him to learn from her, since she is a whole year older and more experienced in such matters. Her impudent words infuriate Caesar, and he tries to break free from his bonds with rage. Lena innocently notices that he has lost his temper again, and it is, of course, her fault. In a fit of rage, Caesar breaks his bonds, accepting her challenge to fight flawlessly with a mad cry. Their blades clash, and Lena eagerly accepts his challenge, anticipating a thrilling and deadly duel. Lena, with a devilish grin, offers a cruel condition: the loser will become the winner's dog. Suddenly, a voice is heard and a fighter emerges from the shadows, declaring that he has not given up yet. With fury in his eyes, he declares himself the speed sword and vows to destroy the intruders at the cost of his own life. Caesar and Lena are delighted to accept his challenge, as they have finally found the perfect scapegoat. With mad laughter, they rush into the attack, leaving him no chance of escape. Sometime later, in the city of Labyrinth, a tense silence reigns in the 100 Steps dojo. Upon returning, the hero is shocked to discover that Caesar has indeed captured the dojo, and the rumors were true. Lena recalls with indignation how she herself was in a similar situation when the Junghak dojo turned out to be a refuge for a criminal guild. She says mockingly that it feels like they've stirred up a hornet's nest and now they're in serious trouble. The hero looks at them in complete confusion, not understanding how and when they managed to become so close. Lena, with a flirtatious smile, tells her boss that something happened between them, hinting at their new connection. She playfully pinches Caesar on the cheek, but warns that this is only for today, and tomorrow everything will return to normal. Construction of Blackrock Mountain's new base, the Black Umbrella Tavern, is finally complete. The tired but satisfied owner breathes a sigh of relief because they have finally completed this grandiose project. He can't contain his feelings because they did everything with their own hands, putting their whole soul into this matter. Tears of joy stream down his face because everyone has worked so hard, and now their dream has come true. His longtime dream of building his own business has finally come true, and he embraces his loyal comrades. One of them recalls with horror how that bandit from Black Mountain destroyed everything in their old shelter. He admits with tears in his eyes that with the previous guild they would never have achieved such success. Now they not only have lower expenses, but also complete independence in managing their new home. The new boss's menacing face now reminds him of some kind of fairy, and this gives him a strange and mixed feeling. He looks around the new tavern with satisfaction, realizing that every cloud has a silver lining, and all their suffering was not in vain. He could not have imagined that his dream would come true in such a strange way, and now they would turn from criminals into tavern owners. With shining eyes, he calls on everyone to follow the new spirit of Black Mountain, beginning a new chapter in their lives. He hopefully imagines how their tavern will fill up with people, and they will finally live a quiet and honest life. The sudden appearance of the first visitor makes his heart skip a beat with excitement and joyful anticipation. However, the first visitor turns out to be an out-of-breath youth who brings an urgent order from their boss. The tavern owner looks at him in bewilderment, not understanding what happened and why there is such an unthinkable rush. The boy relays the boss's orders to go to the site and sort things out as they go, which only adds to the confusion. Their path leads to Tama's gloomy and dilapidated mansion, which holds the secrets of the past. There he finds a note from Wilhelm Meyer ordering him to destroy the place before his return. Suddenly, the floor beneath him collapses, and he realizes with horror that he has fallen into an ingenious and deadly trap. Lena playfully pinches Caesar on the cheek, but warns that this is only for today, and tomorrow everything will return to normal. A sudden alarm pierces the air, warning of an intruder and foreshadowing imminent disaster. The student approaches the teacher with concern, sensing an unknown and frightening energy that has enveloped their dojo. A mysterious stranger emerges from the shadows, his body enveloped in an ominous purple aura, foreshadowing trouble. He greets the old master with cold hatred, calling him his old and blood enemy. The stranger looks at Kato with disdain, not giving him even a chance to justify his past sins. He mockingly reminds him how he left the dojo of his own free will, believing that he was a great master. Hiding in the shadows, the heroes watch in horror as he humiliates the old man, calling him a pawn in the hands of all sorts of rabble. Bewilderment turns to shock when the frightened young man is roughly grabbed by two enraged pursuers. The old master bitterly admits that time is not on his side, but there is a challenge in his gaze. The blue-haired boy's dark past is revealed, accusing him of betrayal and theft. They are trying to make him out to be the culprit of all the troubles, because it was his escape that made the master turn away from the world. The master tears off his masks, revealing the true reason for his decision, the student's dissolute lifestyle. The accused, in a rage, tries to shift the blame by throwing dirty and false reproaches in response. Patience has run out and the challenge to fight has been issued, turning a personal drama into a public spectacle. The two warriors stood frozen opposite each other, and the air filled with a tense sense of anticipation. A blinding energy flares in the old fighter's hands, promising a crushing blow. A powerful technique bursts from his hands, carrying within it all the power and experience of his years of living. The collision of two forces creates a deafening explosion that shakes the very earth. The young trader's eyes reflect horror and a belated realization of the cost of his betrayal. The wounded master can barely stand on his feet, but his spirit is still not broken in this brutal battle. A crowd of onlookers watches the fight as if it were a performance, completely oblivious to the danger. The appearance of the city guards causes confusion, threatening to interrupt the duel at the most interesting point. The guards are determined to restore order and apprehend those guilty of breaking the law. The law is the same for everyone, and even belonging to a famous dojo will not save you from punishment. The situation escalates as the fight involves not just a player, but the head of a dangerous criminal guild. The guards understand that the forces are unequal and decide to wait, observing the outcome from the sidelines. The conflict turns into a farce, where ordinary citizens are already placing bets and stocking up on popcorn. The appearance of a mysterious warrior in black armor adds intrigue, as he sees the brutal fight as nothing more than a funny show. The guards panic and try to hold back the crowd, realizing that it is their duty to protect the innocent from a deadly battle. The guy in green's eyes reflect genuine horror, as he realizes that he has witnessed something irreversible. At stake are not just lives, but the reputation of an entire clan, and every blow now decides its future. The old master's strength is leaving him, and his weakened martial art reveals the full severity of the wounds he has received. The sinister stranger uses his dark charisma to turn the duel into a grand and bloody spectacle. His companions are at a loss as to how to deal with the chaos he has unleashed. The crowd roars with delight, thirsting for bread and circuses, and their cries add fuel to the fire of the fighter's hatred. The girl admires his ability to control the crowd, seeing it not as villainy, but as a manifestation of true strength. The excitement of the crowd makes the fighters stop for a moment, but it is already impossible to stop the fight. The blue-haired warrior came here with one goal: to put an end to this story, even if the price was someone's life. The old master gathers his last strength, because now it is his turn to strike, and he will be the last one. With a cry of despair, he rushes forward, putting all his valor and the rest of his life into the blow. But the enemy falls into a trap, and the crushing blow turns out to be just a clever illusion. The old man searches for his enemy in confusion, not seeing him, but sensing a mortal threat very close. A cry of desperate warning pierces the air as the boy notices the mortal danger behind the master. A treacherous blow in the back catches the master when he least expects it. The crowd is indignant at the hint, but the young man understands that his intervention was the only chance of salvation. The guild leader notices a strange detail in the attack that everyone else missed. Master Kato is puzzled, as the attack he repelled was filled with an alien and sinister power. Anger and despair are heard in the cry of an old comrade, demanding an answer for the fate of their common master. Instead of answering, Junghak only coldly remarks that their teacher's strength was always full of contradictions. He speaks with disdain of the blind adherence to tradition that was the cause of the master's weakness. The old warrior angrily rejects his words, accusing the boy of desecrating the great martial art. With a mad grin, Junghak declares that he was able to surpass his teacher and realize true infinity. Words turn to action, and with a devilish glint in his eyes, he prepares to demonstrate his new power. A pinpoint discharge pierces the old man's body, causing him to shudder in unbearable pain. The horror on the face of the young observer contrasts with the wild delight of the crowd, intoxicated by cruelty. The defeated warrior cannot believe that he has encountered such a monstrous and unknown technique. But this is not the end, and the traitor's ghostly double is already ready to strike the next, even more terrible blow. The old man's agony reaches its limit when the phantom attack again falls upon his tortured body. The spectators are shocked, and the guild leader states with satisfaction that the outcome of the battle is predetermined. Now the hidden meaning of their previous conversation, which no one could understand, becomes clear to him. The guy in green panics and realizes that Kato's defeat will mean something worse than just losing. But the guild leader notices a detail that everyone missed. The old man was trying to dodge, not just take the blow. His red-haired companion maliciously confirms that the moment for the attack was chosen with perfect precision. The young man is perplexed, because if Kato has such good reflexes, then why did he still get wounded? The guild leader just grins, because this fight turned out to be much more interesting than he could have imagined. He orders his companion to continue watching, anticipating an even more exciting spectacle. Junghak looms over his fallen enemy, realizing that his time is running out and he needs to finish him off. Junghak throws out the accusation with a venomous grin, placing all the blame for his troubles on the old man's shoulders. A shadow of regret flickers in Master Kato's eyes, as if things have gone so far and there is no turning back. A wild delight distorts Chung-hak's face, because he will finally be able to destroy his former teacher. The master accepts his fate, acknowledging that this duel was inevitable from the start. The warrior's unbroken spirit flares up with renewed vigor, and he is ready to give everything for the final battle. A faithful student desperately tries to stop the teacher, sensing a tragic and irreversible outcome. All the master's life force gathers into a blinding ball of light, foreshadowing something terrible. Even the overconfident Chung-hak is stunned when he encounters such incredible power for the first time. The energy is condensed to the limit, ready to burst out at any moment in a destructive wave. In a desperate move, Kato decides to close in to deliver his finishing blow first. The master, with a bitter smile, thanks the traitor for falling into his own deadly trap. A belated epiphany hits Chung-hak when he realizes that it was a self-destruct technique. A deadly move bearing the name of an entire clan is activated to take the enemy with it. The student's cry, full of pain and powerlessness, is drowned out by the roar of the released blinding energy. The guild leader bursts into mad laughter, finding this tragedy only a reason for mirth. The young man freezes in silent horror, unable to believe what is happening before his eyes. From the dust and chaos, an unharmed Chung-hak emerges, looking with disdain at the pitiful remains of his enemy. The winner looks out over the crowd with a cold grin, issuing a brazen challenge to anyone who dares to stand in his way. Blind rage and thirst for revenge push the faithful disciple to certain death, and he is ready to rush at the enemy. But his impulse is rudely interrupted by Caesar, who does not allow small fry to spoil his grand show. Caesar can't hide his amazement at how Chung-hak remained unharmed after the fatal attack. The blue-haired guy contemptuously recognizes them as the henchmen of the very bandit who started this whole mess. The red-haired girl brazenly admits that she was the one who staged the escape, defying her boss. There is obvious disappointment in her voice, as she expected much more power and influence from the new guild. She recalls with mockery her past, where even in captivity no one could touch her. Her words hit where it hurts most, comparing the powerful guild to a pathetic preparatory school. The insult enrages Chung-hak, and only the intervention of his companion keeps him from immediate reprisal. The young man in green understands that delay threatens to turn into a disaster with unpredictable consequences. The leader of Black Mountain tries to take control of the situation by introducing himself according to all the rules, but he is interrupted. Chung-hak cuts off his speech with icy arrogance, making it clear that he has no intention of listening to weaklings. Wilhelm's subordinates explode with indignation, unable to tolerate such humiliation of their leader. A sudden realization changes Chung-hak's expression as he finally begins to put all the pieces of the puzzle together. He bitterly realizes that the old master sacrificed himself to save this worthless, sick master. Understanding the true picture puts a bold end to this story, and now Chung-hak has no doubts. The owner of the legendary blade, on behalf of his dojo, declares a merciless war on the entire Black Mountain Guild. Caesar is overjoyed by this turn of events, anticipating a bloody and exciting battle. The crowd falls into ecstasy again, and even the city guards are powerless before this general madness. The defeated student comes to his senses, and his amazement knows no bounds when he sees what everything has turned into. The death of the master triggers a new global event, turning a personal vendetta into a full-scale war between organizations. The rules of the game have changed, and now anarchy reigns in the city, where only the strongest will survive. An oppressive silence reigns at the table, for the opening of the tavern is overshadowed by a premonition of impending war. The boss demands an explanation from Caesar, not understanding what crazy idea made him go so far. The young man doubts his motives, because the technique of impeccable combat seems to him to be just a cowardly evasion. Caesar dispels his misconceptions with a grin, hinting at a much deeper and darker meaning to this skill. The memory of how Chung-hak survived the fatal blow without a scratch proves he was right. Caesar's eyes blaze with obsession, believing that the coming war will reveal all the enemy's secrets to him. The hero clutches his head in despair, realizing that he has become a pawn in the hands of a madman obsessed with power. The others are horrified by his obsession, which goes beyond all reasonable limits and frightens even them. The guy tries to find at least something good in this chaos, convincing himself that everything could have been much worse. But a chilling realization pierces him, because it was this thug who destroyed all his plans at the root. Fear grips his soul at the thought that if things continue like this, he will be left with nothing. He makes a firm decision to act alone and asks the others to simply wait for his return. The virtual world disappears and the guy logs out, leaving his comrades completely in the dark. Reality greets him with a headache and a heaviness in his soul from the shocks he experienced in the game. Time is mercilessly compressed, as 10 days in the game are equivalent to just 1 day in the real world. A friend notices his depressed state, which is completely at odds with his status as a champion. He tries to joke, unaware that his friend's gaming life is truly hanging by a thread. Talk of an upcoming update only confirms the worst fears, as the game is spiraling out of control. A global update has brought chaos to the world, and even ordinary bandits now pose a deadly threat. A sinister suspicion arises that the game's moderators deliberately stood back, watching the bloodbath. Rumors of his relinquishing his status as a top player shock his friend and make him suspect he wants to start from scratch. The comrade cannot believe what is happening, because giving up everything he has achieved seems like sheer madness to him. The guy clings to the phrase about the waiting moderators, feeling that it holds the key to everything. His comrade recalls with bitterness how the one who loved the game the most always fought for its smooth flow. In a rapidly changing world, the dedication of one hero, Rodrigo Eldrigo, became an example for all others. The Labyrinth city introduces its hero, who ranks high thanks to his perseverance. His unusual class, Orphanage Director, says more about him than any fighting titles. Technology has advanced so far that humanity has forgotten about hunger, fatigue, and disease. Basic needs are covered, and now you don't even need to make physical effort to survive. But in a world of limitless possibilities, the soul needed new challenges and achievements. Thus was born the idea of an ideal world, where everyone could test their strength and find a new goal. He left the virtual paradise because the real world had changed beyond recognition. He needed inside information that only his friend, an intern at a software company, could get. Suspicions are growing because the developers can't just let their brainchild slide. His friend's sincere concern for the game's fate makes the boy believe in his loyalty. In the virtual world, his new allies don't even suspect that he is the cause of all the fun. He calms his friend with feigned ease, assuring him that he has everything under control. A simple question from a friend about his in-game activities sounds like a real irony of fate. A friend's unexpected confession about joining a criminal guild leaves him shocked. He tries to justify himself by claiming that he only recently joined and was on the right path. All his plans collapsed in an instant, and the reason for this was the intervention of the crazy guild leader. Even for a criminal to put his own dojo on the line is the height of recklessness and madness. The news of an alliance with the newcomers from Blackrock becomes the last straw, leaving him in shock. All dreams of a new life in the game are shattered by the harsh reality, where the fate of an entire clan is at stake. A devilish glint flashed in the champion's eyes as he finally received the information he needed. Meanwhile, in the main building of the Chonhak Dojo, an internal conflict is brewing. The white-haired youth thanks his older comrade with relief, unaware that the worst is yet to come. The senior instructor reminds him with cold fury of the high price he will have to pay for his mistake. Panic grips the guy because they have to fix everything before their boss finds out the truth. But it's too late. The news of Kato's death and the escaped prisoner's involvement in it destroys all hope. The realization that their leader has dragged the entire dojo into war completely shatters their composure. A timid attempt to find consolation in the fact that at least they are alive is drowned out in an atmosphere of general fear. There's more at stake than just their reputation, and they simply can't afford to lose now. Victory in this war must be achieved at any cost, because this is the only way to keep the secret weapon of Junghak a secret. But a shadow of doubt creeps into his soul, and he is not sure if they can survive this battle. The sudden intrusion of uninvited guests interrupts their conversation, leaving no chance for salvation. After some time, Instructor Barden finds himself captured, completely immobilized and helpless. The prisoner's identity has been revealed, and now his fate, like that of his friend, is in the hands of others. The tied-up instructor becomes an object of ridicule and mockery from the winners. A girl with a devilish grin tries to find out the dojo's main secret, but her methods frighten even her allies. The prisoner's gaze burns with rage, because these upstarts don't even know who they're dealing with. The red-haired warrior throws an insult in his face with contempt, because to her he is just a nameless pig. A cry of despair escapes the lips of the young man as he tries to stop his uncontrollable companion. The girl's blood boils, because she doesn't understand why all these subtleties are necessary when you can simply kill. The young man looks at the captive with regret, realizing that he has crossed the line in pursuit of information. His thoughts return to Chanhak's amazing technique, which seemed more like a mirage than a martial art. He tries to put pressure on the prisoner because someone who is trained in this art should know everything about it. The instructor bitterly accuses their leader of blindness caused by a thirst for power and might. The guild leader proudly introduces his subordinate, who easily deals with people. Caesar's wild roar echoes throughout the area, demonstrating all of his bestial and indomitable nature. The prisoner tries to reach the boy's mind, explaining that a true master must strive for equanimity. This subordinate is not inferior in strength to even the most famous players, striking terror into the hearts of his enemies. Even the best of the best could not have put as much effort into it as was spent on its creation. Insulting words about the loss of the gaming spirit hit where it hurts most, touching a raw nerve. He is at a loss, because he never thought that his pursuit of a goal could be considered a loss of passion. Caesar loses his patience and puts his sword to the prisoner's throat, tired of his boring moralizing. Now he is not interested in martial arts or secret weapons, but only in the thirst for battle. Cornered, the instructor realizes he has no choice but to reveal the main secret. Blackrock Base becomes a new point on the map, holding the key to solving the mystery. The prisoner begins his story by revealing the core principle of the martial art of Junghak, which will change everything. The secret of a deadly technique has been revealed. The concentration of ki energy transforms the hand into an indestructible blade. The unpredictable attack range becomes the main reason why the dojo fighters were invincible. Typically, such concentration quickly drains strength, leaving the warrior vulnerable and slow. But Junghak is an exception to the rule, as his body is enveloped in ominous energy without any effort. The faithful student can no longer bear to listen to this, for the enemy's innate reflexes devalue years of training. He cries out in despair that without the teacher's self-sacrifice, they would not have had a single chance. Caesar mercilessly shuts the guy up, not wanting to listen to the screams of the punks getting in the way. A cold calculation flashes in his eyes as he tries to figure out if this monster has even one weak spot. The prisoner confirms with a heavy sigh that this ideal warrior seems to have no flaws. Everyone who tried to fight him was defeated by the most ordinary attacks that required no effort. His deceptive technique did not allow him to even be touched, making any fight absolutely hopeless. But even the perfect weapon has a weak spot, and the captive is ready to reveal a simple way to win. The only chance to win is to be quicker and faster than Junghak himself, one step ahead of him. The red-haired girl with a cheeky smirk hints that she is perfect for this role. The prisoner reluctantly agrees that since they managed to capture the best student, they can handle this too. Caesar is furious at this proposal, as the very thought of losing a fight to a girl infuriates him. The hero suddenly suggests that Lena, and not her crazy boss, fight Junghak. The idea seems absurd, but it has a hidden meaning that can bring them victory and glory. The girl is beaming with delight, because this is her chance to prove to everyone what she is really capable of. Suddenly, her body is enveloped in purple flames and she learns Junghak's secret skill in an instant. Lena, with a smug grin, demonstrates her new strength, proving that she is capable of more than everyone thinks. Doubts are raging in the guy's soul because he understands that the girl's recklessness could cost them all their lives. She looks into his eyes with a challenge because her self-confidence knows no bounds, and she is ready for anything. She speaks with mild contempt of her boss, who in her eyes is nothing but brute force, incapable of subtlety. He tries to reach her mind, because the enemy she must fight is superior to even the best. But she knows no fear when her own life is at stake, and she is ready to risk everything for the sake of victory. Her ambitions push her to take a daring step. She's ready for this feat just to become number one. Behind the outward bravado lies a lack of confidence, as she has not yet been able to fully express herself. In his eyes, Caesar is the perfect weapon, capable of surpassing anyone, and he sees this as his main strength. He remembers another hero who followed the path of spiritual perfection rather than blindly building up power. The hurtful words about losing his gaming spirit continue to echo in his head, making him doubt himself. He faces a choice: risk everything and trust her, or follow a proven but dangerous path. A sudden and brutal blow puts an end to all disputes, as Caesar resolves the problem in his own way, by killing the prisoner. The last faithful disciple has been defeated, and his quiet whispers are all that remain of the dojo's former glory. Meanwhile, the enemy is not sleeping, and the guild's second base is almost ready for new conquests. Work is in full swing, and soon Black Mountain will have another stronghold for their dark deeds. A mysterious stranger reports to her master about the imminent capture of all criminal guilds. Her cold and calculating gaze suggests that she will stop at nothing to achieve her goal. A cunning plan for takeover is brewing in the Dark Lord's mind, one that will forever change the balance of power in this world. The main building of the Junghak Dojo stood frozen in the silence of the night, guarding secrets and awaiting the inevitable bloody denouement. The countdown to war has begun, and the dojo is counting its horrific losses in anticipation of the decisive battle. Behind every sword on the wall is the story of a fallen warrior, and this silent pain haunts the survivors. Doubts are eroding their ranks, as a leader's betrayal could radically change the outcome of the battle. Even the most loyal comrades begin to doubt the strength of their leader, seeing his cold detachment. His icy confidence is frightening, because he is ready to sacrifice anything, not considering it a significant loss. Dark secrets of the past come to the surface, and personal animosity becomes the main driving force. The hatred towards the witness of his shame is so strong that it clouds his eyes, preventing him from soberly assessing the situation. He vows to right the wrongs of the past, and in his eyes burns a fire of determination that knows no bounds. The price of redemption turns out to be too high, and he is ready to commit fratricide for the sake of his goal without hesitation. A new player enters the game, and now even the strongest begin to doubt their invincibility. He can no longer afford to be frivolous, because the enemy turned out to be much more dangerous than he expected. The enemy's lair looks impregnable, and now they have to storm someone else's well-fortified fortress. The challenge has been thrown down, and the words about the complete destruction of the Junghak Dojo sound like a death sentence. Panic grips the survivors, as the thought of a surprise attack on their weakened dojo seems pure suicide. His recklessness knows no bounds, and he is willing to throw his men into the thick of things for the sake of surprise. The voice of reason tries to break through the haze of excitement, but no one wants to listen to its desperate cries. The memory of the teacher's sacrifice becomes the final argument, but it too is drowned in the general thirst for a quick victory. A brutal reminder of reality brings him down to earth, showing him who's really in charge here. The magic of leadership is in action, and it lights a fire in the hearts of warriors that can burn away any doubts. The cold logic of war takes over, and he proves that there is no room for rules or honor in the battle against criminals. The power of his eloquence subjugates the will of the crowd, forcing everyone to listen to his fiery speech. With a cry of feigned sorrow, he declares himself the sole heir of the fallen master. Now he dictates his rules, demanding unquestioning obedience and spitting on their feelings. In a condescending tone, he acknowledges their pain, hiding his true contempt behind a mask of understanding. He gives them the illusion of choice by offering to leave, but his words carry a hidden and deadly threat. Fear grips the disciples, for they understand that retreat will only strengthen their enemy and dishonor the memory of their teacher. Their loyalty is trampled underfoot by contemptuous words, because for him they are just useless ballast. He coldly confirms that there is simply no room for them in his grand plan, and their loyalty is worth nothing. Years of training turn to dust as he furiously orders all dissenters to leave. One of them breaks down, choosing the path of a coward and begging for forgiveness in his desperate attempt to escape. His escape is cut short by a brutal blow to the back, a deadly price for a moment of weakness. With a sadistic grin, Caesar explains that the chance to leave was not given so that they would stay alive. A terrifying realization dawns on the survivors. In this new world, uselessness is equivalent to death. He recoils in horror, realizing that his words have been twisted and turned into a death sentence. He sees that fear has proven to be a far more effective motivator than honor and loyalty. Through blood and terror, two clans unite, completing a dark and brutal quest. A heavy question hangs in the air. Was the goal worth the terrible means by which it was achieved? The day of reckoning has arrived, and two vast armies clash in a battle that will shake the foundations of their world. An uneasy premonition creeps into the enemy's soul when he notices Black Mountain's strange delay. A mysterious figure in the shadows confirms that the bloody path they have chosen is the official position of the entire guild. There is confusion in Junghak's voice, because he cannot understand why they are so concerned about the fate of some dojo. His patience snaps and he furiously demands an answer, not understanding what dark motives drive his interlocutor. A cry of horror breaks the silence as the ominous banners of Blackrock Mountain appear on the horizon. The surviving students furiously accuse the enemy of cowardice because they dared to attack without warning. The daring girl bursts into battle with a cheerful greeting, and her speed takes even the best by surprise. She whirls in a deadly dance, her blades leaving behind only purple streaks of death. Junghak easily avoids her attacks, considering them to be just pathetic tricks unworthy of his attention. Her self-confidence knows no bounds, and she declares with a venomous grin that her attack has finally achieved its goal. The belated pain and the thin trickle of blood on his face make him freeze in mute amazement. He spits out blood, and this becomes the first proof that he is not so invulnerable. His comrades are horrified, because for the first time they see their invincible captain being wounded. A serpentine fire burns in her eyes, and she assesses her wounded opponent with cold calculation. She doesn't give him a second to breathe, rushing into a new attack with even greater fury. Her body turns into a hurricane, and each of her blows carries a deadly threat and indomitable power. But he is not so simple, and at the last moment he manages to seize the initiative, changing the course of the battle. Two vortices, purple and blue, intertwine in a deadly dance, and no one can predict the outcome. A cry of horror escapes her ally's lips as he sees the enemy blade finally reach her. The blow that was supposed to hit him in the face instead hits him in the stomach, proving that he is not only strong, but also cunning. He stands there, breathing heavily, and there's a cold calculation in his eyes. He has foreseen her every step. It becomes clear that Lena alone is not enough, and now Caesar himself must enter the game. With the last of her strength, she stops him, not allowing him to call for reinforcements. Even wounded, she cannot bear the thought of having to ask Caesar for help. With a cheeky grin, she declares that the battle is not over yet and she has no intention of giving up. Her stubbornness angers her ally and shocks her enemy because she cannot cope with this power alone. At the same time, in the dark hall, the defeated student gathers his last strength, whispering that he has not yet lost. Tears of despair and rage cloud his eyes, and he screams that he too is capable of something in this life. A loyal comrade rushes to the aid of his captain, throwing him a sword that will change the course of the battle. She tries to distract him with empty talk, not giving him a second to come to his senses. The reminder that the boss was watching them should have spurred her on, but it only served to distract her from the fight. Her chatter infuriates the boss, as she missed the perfect moment for a decisive attack. He can't stand to watch this any longer and orders Caesar to intervene immediately and help her. The mighty warrior easily parries the blow, and his red-hot blade speaks of inhuman strength. His interference angers the enemy, who does not tolerate anyone interfering in his captain's affairs. The boss orders him to stay focused and attack, promising to take care of everyone else. She finds herself alone with the enemy again, but now he has a deadly blade in his hands. Armed with a sword, he becomes much faster and more dangerous, leaving her no chance. His true form is revealed. He's no longer just a warrior, but the head of a dojo armed with a legendary sword. The new weapon greatly increases his strength, speed, and attack range, making him invincible. The guy realizes with horror that now Lena has no chance of winning this fight. The two blades collide in a blinding flash, the force of the blow shaking the very earth. Her patience is wearing thin, and she lashes out furiously at the enemy who dared to doubt her strength. But the forces are unequal, and she falls to the ground, choking with pain and powerlessness in the face of the enemy. He stands over her like a merciless executioner, his cold voice stating her inevitable defeat. The sword is engulfed in dark flames as he prepares to deliver the final decisive blow in this battle. A cry of despair escapes the lips of her friend, who cannot believe that he is about to lose her. He rushes forward, but an insurmountable distance separates him, and he can only scream helplessly. At the last moment, Caesar intercepts his hand, preventing him from committing the irreparable. The sinister grin on his face suggests that he has his own, much more sophisticated plan. He disarms the enemy with one movement, and his dexterity amazes even such an experienced warrior. But this is only the beginning, and a blow to the solar plexus makes the enemy shudder with unbearable pain. The death grip on his throat leaves no chance of escape, and he begins to choke. She looks at her savior in amazement, not understanding why he hesitated when he could have intervened from the very beginning. It now becomes clear that Caesar had mastered the enemy's technique from the very beginning, but hid it from everyone. He looks at his defeated enemy with contempt, not understanding what this strange and unknown technique is. A crushing blow falls to the ground, and its power makes everyone nearby shudder. They are shocked by what they see, because no one could have imagined that their boss was hiding such incredible power. He addresses the crowd, his voice full of authority making everyone stop and listen. With a mad grin, He offers them the very power they have been seeking for so long, but at a price. He uses his defeated enemy as a living advertisement, demonstrating what anyone who joins him is capable of. An unexpected handshake between two former enemies puts a bold end to this story, marking the beginning of a new era. Shortly before the decisive battle, the two armies froze in tense anticipation, preparing for a bloody denouement. Even simple onlookers sense that something grand is brewing, as the wrath of the criminal guild boss is visible from afar. In the chaos of battle, an order is given, but ordinary observers do not understand what they have forgotten here and what they have gotten themselves into. The new allies are perplexed, as they do not understand why BlackRock's minions abandoned their boss. The sudden meeting of old acquaintances who were enemies just yesterday adds a touch of absurdity to this story. They decide to distance themselves from the battle and go about their business, showing complete disregard for what is happening. The leader's blood boils as his men feast instead of fight, wasting precious time. The awkward question about the missing comrade hangs in the air, reminding us of recent losses. His departure became a silent reproach, since the main reason was longing for the deceased Master Kato. This momentary respite is permeated with a quiet sadness and unspoken sympathy for the comrade who has lost his friend. Behind the outward calm lies change, for the dark clothes are a symbol of their new criminal path. There is a hint of doubt in his words, as he understands that a better fate would have awaited them in the Chanhak dojo. The realization of their new status as a criminal guild weighs heavily and indelibly on their shoulders. Caesar's victory over one of the enemy captains becomes a terrible omen of his true strength. The thought that they might one day have to fight each other poisons their fragile and forced alliance. A handshake seals their temporary alliance, but their eyes reflect mistrust and cold calculation. The sudden admission that all this was just a training session sounds like mockery and ridicule. He comes back on stage, offering power and authority to anyone who wants it for a measly 10 pieces of silver. A sudden epiphany dawns on him, as he realizes that in this rush lies their only chance to get past Junghak. The true goal of war is not destruction, but the seizure of territory, and every pawn in this game has its price. His face twists into a grimace of disgust at the sight of his former enemies shaking hands, because for him it is a betrayal. A dark aura envelops him, and he vows to put an end to the traitors who dared to dalliance with his enemy. Even his faithful companion notices in him a frightening resemblance to the mad Caesar, but he only cuts her off. The new allies are at a loss, as they still don't understand what they forgot in the midst of this bloody massacre. He takes a step forward, and behind him appears the ominous figure of Caesar, ready to restore order. With a devilish grin, he proclaims that only one fate awaits traitors: a painful death. Panic grips their ranks, and they desperately beg for forgiveness, ready to use their techniques out of fear. All members of the Baiko dojo activate their skills, and Black Mountain launches a full-scale attack on the enemy. A cry of despair and helplessness escapes the lips of the enemy captain, who is unable to bear this shame. He falls to the ground, crushed and broken, admitting his crushing and final defeat. Meanwhile, a split is brewing in the enemy camp, because for some this is not a battle, but a profitable political alliance. One of them cannot come to terms with this, because an alliance with criminals is contrary to all their principles and honor. An older friend tries to calm him down, urging him not to pay attention to the words of pathetic idiots. But the captain makes a decision, entrusting negotiations with the criminal guild to his most loyal men. His deputy is furious, because he considers collusion with criminals a monstrous and unforgivable mistake. The captain reveals the secret of their success, which lies in his own past and the betrayal of his teacher. Their rejection of tradition and emphasis on quick and practical techniques allowed them to expand and gain strength. His opponent sarcastically asks if the secret to their success lies in the simple charm of their clients. The captain is confused because he is only repeating what he heard from others without delving into the essence. His interlocutor contemptuously declares that he is no better than a bastard and demands an explanation for his actions. He throws the bitter truth in their faces, asking what warriors have achieved while obsessed with nothing but empty duty. The world is plunging into chaos, where monsters and criminals tear defenseless people apart. With icy contempt, he asks what they've been doing all this time, holed up in their dojos. His eyes glow with righteous anger as he calls their principles a pathetic escape from reality. Their dojo was created for fighting, and if he followed their laws, it simply would not exist. With cold indifference, he gives them permission to leave, knowing that only the strongest will follow him. A desperate cry calls upon them to forget their past life, for it has burned to the ground in the fire of change. He demands from them not show-offs, but real training, because this is the only way to defeat the enemy. Confusion is brewing among his followers, as they do not understand where their new captain is leading them. Their original goal was to influence within the organization, but now he questions that path. Their very existence is at stake, because without this step there will be no guild or dojo. He looks at his comrade with disappointment, reproaching him for pursuing power too quickly. His words sound like a sentence, and he promises to make sure that whoever disobeys leaves this place forever. The leader's heavy burden bends him for a moment, and his gesture reveals a universal weariness. Doubt arises in his soul, and he asks himself whether this bloody path was the only true one. A mysterious cloaked figure disturbs his privacy, and her words suggest that she knows everything. She reveals that she has long known about his long-standing problem and the upcoming duel. Her request for silence conceals a fear and vulnerability that she does not want to show to others. She challenges him, asking if he is trying to hide his weakness from the world. The torn hood reveals her true face and the secret connected to the promise made to their mutual master. With icy calm, he allows everything to be reported, without doubting his rightness and the decision he has made. There is a bitter realization in his eyes, as he finally realizes what a bad person he was in the past. The heavy burden of the past weighs on him, because for the sake of a promise to the master, he colluded with a criminal guild. He confirms with a heavy heart that it was their shared secret that no one was supposed to know. But the master's ideals were trampled by the one who came with an impeccable fight, and the duel became inevitable. Only later did he realize the true meaning of that battle, which changed his destiny forever. The bitter realization that the master's sacrifice was in vain poisons his soul and deprives him of peace. His obsession with the idea of a flawless fight was so strong that he did not hesitate to send several to certain death. He realizes with horror that in pursuit of his goal, he himself did not notice how he turned into a monster. His pride played a cruel joke on him because he naively believed that he could control the evil that he himself had created. His public defeat becomes a last desperate step, driving all his followers into the enemy's lair. He imparts to them the dream of his life, begging them to bear this heavy duty in his place and in the place of the fallen master. The cry of a loyal comrade breaks the silence as he sees his captain in complete confusion and bewilderment. Meanwhile, in the eastern region, work is already in full swing at the second base of Black Mountain. Rumors of Black Mountain's fair victory spread throughout the city, causing surprise and admiration among the crowd. Victory in battle bears fruit, and the guild's reputation grows rapidly, attracting new supporters. He is completely perplexed, because his reputation is skyrocketing, although he himself has done absolutely nothing. Caesar emerges as the true victor from this battle, having received not only glory, but also a new combat characteristic. The new martial arts genius trait only confirms his status, making him an even more dangerous opponent. The story moves to the eastern wall of the Labyrinth city, where new, even more grandiose events are brewing. A desperate cry for help pierces the silence of the forest when a wounded warrior can no longer bear the pain. The cold-blooded, blue-haired archer stands motionless, his crossbow still smoking from the fatal shot. Boredom and disappointment are reflected on his face, because another victim turned out to be too weak for him. The story moves back a few days, where the same warrior, like a predator, waits for his prey. His attention is drawn to a perfect hiding place from which an unknown enemy is preparing his deadly ambush. The red-haired huntress's eyes glow with excitement as she draws her bowstring, preparing to strike. With a devilish grin, she releases the arrow, anticipating an easy and quick victory over her target. At the last moment, he activates his stealth skill, disappearing into thin air and leaving the enemy with nothing. Her face is distorted by a grimace of rage, because she cannot believe that her prey was able to escape so brazenly. Now their common goal is to find the mysterious person who is behind all these events. They enter the eastern region of the Labyrinth city, and every step brings them closer to a new, unknown danger. The first Blackrock headquarters becomes their new home, a symbol of the beginning of their grand and daring plan. For the leader, this is not just a headquarters, but the first real base that will become the stronghold of their future empire. He recalls his dream of uniting all the students into a team, where the guild base would be the key to their strength. An expensive investment pays off because, unlike people, real estate will never betray you. New emotions overwhelm him, and he feels a surge of strength, ready for new achievements and victories. Under Lena's watchful eye, the new guild member learns the basics of the deadly art of Junghak. She proudly demonstrates her protege's successes to her boss, expecting praise and recognition. His reaction is unpredictable, and he furiously attacks the student, accusing him of shamelessness. The frightened young man tries to justify himself, because he himself did not expect that he would be able to master this technique so quickly. His rage knows no bounds, because he doesn't understand why he should praise someone who almost destroyed their new home. The news that Lena has already managed to train everyone in the dojo comes as a pleasant surprise to her. He is furious that such important information was hidden from him and demands an immediate explanation from her. Her bold response and unexpected blow take him by surprise, and he realizes that she is not as simple as she seems. There is a thoughtful look in his eyes, and he cannot understand why she is so angry with him. The girl's gaze becomes hard, and she demands a direct answer to her question from him, not tolerating objections. He sheepishly admits that he simply didn't want to send her to a place full of men, which makes her laugh. His naivety amuses her. But behind this scene lies a cold and calculating mind that notices everything. Many players will come to their dojo just to see the legendary and powerful Caesar. But the true nature of this monster will scare them away once they get to know him better and see his cruelty. She finally understands his cunning plan: to create an elite squad that can withstand even Caesar's most brutal training. This discovery shocks her, because she could not even imagine what lengths he was willing to go to achieve his goal. A silent killer watches them in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. A cry of warning breaks the silence, but it is too late. The enemy is right behind him. A fatal blow pierces his body and pain contorts his face as he realizes he is trapped. The critical condition and the threat to his real body make him realize the seriousness of the situation. Meanwhile, the person who ordered the murder is furious because he spent a lot of money to get rid of him. He can't believe his plan failed, since the target had a one-time immunity to death. He angrily attacks the executor, not understanding why he did not carry out his order and kill Caesar. Hatred burns in his eyes, because he not only paid a good advance, but also longed for the death of their common enemy. His cold gaze bores into the customer, because he does not understand why it was necessary to shoot Wilhelm. The discovery that Caesar has a secret commander shocks the old man and changes everything. The shot was not accidental, but was a way to inflict a painful shock on the target that would be felt even in reality. The old man angrily accuses him of breaking the contract, but the hunter only looks back coldly. He proudly calls his nickname Manhunter, and it speaks for itself. He scornfully rejects the terms of the contract, demanding that the original assignment be completed, otherwise there will be no money. The customer has no idea that his pathetic behavior has long been known through informants. The news that he has encountered the Black Mountain Chief's closest aide takes him by surprise. His opponent is perplexed, because if Lena was the target, then why was it necessary to shoot Wilhelm? The sarcasm in his voice betrays the fear he is trying to hide behind a mask of feigned indifference. The envy he felt when he saw a strong and handsome man next to her was visible in his eyes. He bitterly admits that he was defeated by a woman who was his superior in everything. A sudden lunge and the sharp tip of an arrow at his throat makes him fall silent and freeze in fear. He warns the old man not to be too bold, otherwise he will bitterly regret his words. He's not looking for trouble, but attacking a man with 6 phantoms would be too costly. His mind is clouded with thoughts of revenge, and he vows to finish off both Lena and Caesar no matter the cost. He clutches his head in despair, because in this world, where everyone is worse than the other, no one can be trusted. He only had one person to deal with, but now everything was out of control. Fear grips his soul, because if he is caught, he will give away the customer, and then it will be the end of them all. He cannot allow this, because his grand plan has not yet been completed, and he is ready to do anything to complete it. Driven into a corner, he decides to take one last and most desperate step that will change everything. To achieve his goal, he is ready to make a deal with the devil, untying the hands of 6 dangerous criminals. The action moves to the Temple of Healing, a place where even the most terrible wounds can be healed. In the center of the hall lies a gravely wounded hero, and healers bend over him in an attempt to save his life. Healing magic in action. Powerful spells suppress pain and charge his body with new energy. A miracle has happened, and under the hands of a skilled priest, his wounds are healing, returning his body to normal. The priest was horrified by what he saw, because he could not have imagined that the bosses of dark organizations were so reckless. Her surprise gives way to a familiar reaction, because for her, such a state of mind for her boss is a normal thing. The healer is perplexed by how such an injury could have been sustained. But for him, this is just another exciting and dangerous adventure. He dismisses the pain, ignoring the priest's warnings about the need for rest. The priest warns that shock may mask pain, but the consequences of the ancient curse are unpredictable. He just laughs it off, attributing it all to the healer's rich imagination. But genuine fear can be seen in her eyes. Even she is overcome with icy horror at the thought that this time her boss could really die. The truth is revealed. He asked the priest to hide everything from his subordinates, and this infuriates her. Tears of resentment and helplessness cloud her eyes, because she didn't know the truth and blamed herself all this time. He doesn't care who did it, because his hatred for demons outweighs any other feelings. The faith of the priest, who has remained celibate all his life, cracks when he sees this strange and frightening relationship. But the priest sees the true reason for his silence. He simply does not want his subordinates to worry about his pain. He sympathizes with how unpleasant it must be for her to be in this situation, when the truth is being hidden from her. Her cheeks flush, embarrassed by how accurately the healer described her feelings and worries about her boss. He looks at her tenderly, realizing that he can trust her even in the most difficult moments. His cruelty and indifference to her feelings cause her loyalty to rapidly decline. He is horrified by his mistake, because at this rate she will soon leave him, and then he will have problems. Despair overcomes him, and he does not know how to calm her down now and regain her lost trust. The priest tries to leave, but is stopped by a rude shout demanding an immediate and reasonable explanation. The thought that Lena might leave him terrifies him, and he receives a new, humiliating title. The fear of being rejected makes him imagine a men's bathhouse, where he will definitely not be welcome. He grabs the priest in panic, realizing that he must never allow such a disgrace to happen. There is a glint of determination in his eyes, and he knows he has no choice but to do it. He grabs the priest roughly by the collar, his gaze burning with rage and despair. Using the boss's charisma, he tries to subjugate the priest's will, forcing him to answer for his actions. The priest, in fear, tries to calm him down, but his words are drowned out by a stream of rage and indignation. He warns that this will be a headache for everyone, but his opponent doesn't care at all. He decides not to attract unnecessary attention and lets the priest go, leaving everyone completely bewildered. The unexpected gift, a healing necklace, takes her by surprise, and she looks at it with embarrassment. This magical artifact not only heals, but also grants its owner resistance to pain. The priest is shocked, because he didn't even notice how he managed to steal such a valuable thing from him. He didn't expect such generosity from the priest, but he clearly liked the gift and he tried it on with pleasure. A sudden revelation makes the priest realize that this act was not just theft, but part of a cunning plan. He realizes that if he had handed over the necklace himself, their temple would have been accused of colluding with a dark organization. His concern comes across in a rude way, as he demands that she talk about her pain, even if he doesn't trust her. Her hysteria over the threat of a curse takes him by surprise, and he furiously calls her terrible. The loss of her loyalty comes as a cold shower to him, as he risks losing his most valuable ally. He is completely at a loss, not knowing how to calm her down and correct his terrible mistake. His despair turns into anger, and he demands that the priest not leave, but find a reasonable solution. The fear of losing her grows to cosmic proportions, because it threatens him with eternal shame. He imagines his humiliation, and this nightmare makes him act decisively and recklessly. In a panic, he clutches at the priest as if he were his last straw, unwilling to accept defeat. A steely determination flashes in his eyes, and he understands that there is no choice. He will have to resort to extreme measures. He roughly tears the cross from the priest, and in his gaze one can read despair mixed with madness. The full force of his charisma falls upon the priest, forcing him to answer for the situation they got into because of him. The priest begs for mercy in horror, unable to resist this dark and all-consuming aura. He warns with a cold grin that his wrath will become a headache for everyone who stands in his way. They decide to lie low, and in this fragile silence a heavy and unresolved tension hangs. An unexpected gesture, a stolen necklace, becomes his clumsy attempt to make amends. This magical artifact is not just a gift, but a symbol of his care and desire to protect her at any cost. The priest is shocked by his audacity because he didn't even notice how he lost such a valuable relic. He himself is surprised by his actions, but her joy from the gift makes him forget about everything. A sudden epiphany dawns on the priest, and he understands that behind this act lies a brilliant calculation. He realizes that this theft was the only way to protect the temple from accusations of conspiracy. Screams of horror and panic break the silence as the recruits struggle to endure such brutal training. He looks at them with icy contempt, because for him, their suffering is just a manifestation of weakness. The unexpected attack takes him by surprise, and he blocks the blow with difficulty, not expecting such audacity. A critical hit to a vulnerable spot becomes an unpleasant surprise for him in this fight. Losing half his health from one blow enrages him, and he looks around for the insolent person who dared to attack him. A mysterious archer appears at the door, his calm contrasting with the panic that reigns around him. He looks at his opponent with slight disappointment, not seeing anything special in him. The news that this inconspicuous-looking warrior was able to defeat Tommy makes him wary. His eyes light up with excitement, because defeating him promises him not only glory, but also his legendary sword. He tries to stop him, but he, as if possessed, rushes into the attack, not wanting to miss his chance. His haste leads to a fatal mistake, because he opens all his vulnerable points to the enemy. The wind pressure from the enemy's powerful aura prevents him from aiming, and he realizes that he will miss. It deflects the arrow with ease, and its power forces the archer to retreat, breaking his crossbow. The guy is shocked, because he cannot understand how his attack turned out to be so weak, despite wounding the enemy. At this critical moment, he activates his main trump card, Heifel's permanent invisibility. He vanishes into thin air to strike from a blind spot, but his opponent is more cunning. A death grip on his leg interrupts the attack, and he realizes with horror that his plan has failed. He is in a panic, because his opponent should not have seen him, and he does not understand how he was able to catch him. A powerful explosion shakes the earth, and only ruins remain of the building where the battle took place. The other guild members watch this scene and are perplexed as to why Black Mountain dared to call them. Rumors of one man being able to single-handedly defeat many powerful opponents excite his imagination. The thought that the newcomers were able to deal with powerful enemies arouses a predatory interest in the mysterious lady in red. A squad of elite six-winged assassins is dispatched on a mission, and their arrival heralds a swift and brutal massacre. With icy calm, he looks at the defeated enemy, interested only in where he came from. But he underestimated his opponent, and he easily frees himself from his steel grip. With contempt, he demands an answer to his question, not intending to tolerate this pathetic resistance any longer. He tries to humiliate him, reminding him that he is just a newcomer to this town and does not mean anything. Even in the face of death, the guy does not lose his composure, because he knows that the enemy will be in his place. His talkativeness only amuses the monster, who is eagerly awaiting the moment to shut him up forever. The sudden appearance of the sixth rangs interrupts their conversation, and the air is filled with a tense sense of anticipation. The mysterious stranger in red announces with a grin that they have arrived just in time for the fun to begin. One of them, like a wild beast, rushes into the attack, and his speed and fury take you by surprise. He easily parries the blow, demonstrating his superiority and causing surprise among the attackers. The dark sword's devastating power comes as a nasty surprise to them in this battle. He puts all the power of darkness into his sword, and his eyes burn with anticipation of a bloody massacre. A deadly blade slams down on the enemy, its impact capable of splitting the very earth. The blow of darkness reaches its target, and dark energy pierces the warrior's body, leaving him no chance. He blocks the shot with ease, and his eyes show disappointment at the unfulfilled expectations. He realizes that the rumors about their incredible strength were just a bluff, and now he is ready to end it. He decides to show mercy, but warns that all six ranks are thirsty for their blood. Its rules are simple. Disobedience is punishable by instant and merciless death. He dismisses her threats with contempt, as he will only obey one person in his life. She reminds him with a venomous grin that his only master has long been dead. His face contorts into a grimace of rage, and he screams that it's a lie, refusing to believe her words. For those who doubt, they have irrefutable evidence that will leave no stone unturned in their faith. The ghost of his fallen master appears before him, and he realizes with horror that there can be no mistake. He accepts his bitter fate and, throwing his cloak on the ground, prepares to leave, leaving everything behind. She herself was surprised that everything went so simply, not expecting such obedience from him. A sudden burst of rage turns him into a berserker, and he vows to avenge his boss. He is no longer in control of himself, and his wild roar, full of pain and anger, shakes the walls. The enemy accepts the challenge and, shouting, "We'll kill you right here," rushes into the attack, not giving him time to recover. Meanwhile, the trio of heroes arrive at the scene, and a strange, growing smell leads them on its trail. The young man understands the tracks with surprising ease, proving his usefulness in this matter. He wonders who could have done this and assumes that there is some hidden grudge behind it all. But the guy just shrugs, because the bad reputation that follows them makes any motive obvious. He notices a strange sewer smell that grows stronger and leads them straight to a trap. A sudden rupture in the ground takes them by surprise, and the young man screams in horror, unable to dodge. The enemy is shocked, because he cannot understand how he was discovered despite his stealth skill. He recognizes the familiar aura with horror, and his face distorts into a grimace of fear and hatred. His original target was Caesar, but he couldn't stand to watch their flirtation any longer and decided to intervene. She is furious, because if his target was her, then why did he shoot her harmless boss? With icy calm, he asks how he managed to survive his deadly arrows. He is surprised to learn that the rumors about the head of Black Mountain turned out to be true, and now he is ready to entrust Lena to him. A glimmer of insight crosses his eyes, and he realizes that the reason for his survival is due to his low synchronization. He asks with a grin if he is surprised that he survived, and the prisoner reluctantly confirms this. Now he is ready to ask his questions, and his cold tone does not bode well for the captive. But the naive killer is not going to give up his customer so easily, which only makes her laugh. Desperation pushes him to make a deal, and he offers to tell something interesting about Caesar himself. At the same time, the defeated Caesar comes to his senses, although by all accounts he should already be dead. His comrades are perplexed, because the information about his strength was based only on empty rumors. It's the first time he's seen someone so persistent, and it leaves him with mixed feelings. Through pain and humiliation, he tries to understand why they didn't finish him off when they had the chance. He looks at them with disdain, not understanding what could have frightened a powerful criminal organization so much. But he is rudely reminded of his place, because he does not yet know what the one standing in front of him is capable of. There is a creature in the criminal world whose mere mention makes even the most hardened scoundrels tremble. It came from a distant continent and single-handedly defeated all 6 ranks, earning the nickname Soul Destroyer. At the last meeting of the 6, this creature showed a special interest in him, which became the cause of their fear. He doesn't understand what all these hints are about, but fear and uncertainty can already be seen in his eyes. He must bow his head before those who killed the man to whom he promised to be faithful to the end. His interlocutor gives in, realizing that he will not be able to convince this stubborn man, and decides to act differently. He vows to put an end to this, and his words sound like a death sentence for everyone who stands in his way. Mortal Strike Ultimatum unleashes a torrent of destructive energy, ready to wipe everything into dust. A blinding flash of light consumes everything around, and even the strongest warriors are unable to resist it. The news of the ultimatum's activation shocks him as he realizes that Caesar is ready to do anything. His sudden stop and the trembling in his body reveal his fear, because he did not expect such a turn of events. The thought that he might lose everything terrifies him, and he screams that this cannot be allowed to happen. He has invested his whole life into this game, and now that everything is on the line, he cannot afford to lose. Tears of despair and helplessness flow down his cheeks, and he does not understand why he did this in broad daylight. His comrades are in a panic, because they understand that this is self-destruction, and they order everyone to go on the defensive. He looks at them with disdain, because for him to voluntarily follow a dead master is the height of stupidity. Panic grips their ranks, and they scream in horror that at this rate they will all die and they need to leave. At the last moment, a savior appears, who declares that self-destruction can only be defeated by self-destruction. With parting words, he wishes them luck and disappears in a blinding flash of light. His sacrifice proves worthwhile, and the explosion consumes only him, saving the others. He breathes a sigh of relief, not believing that he managed to survive this mortal battle. The late allies arrive on the scene and are now left to deal with the aftermath of this chaos. One of them, in a rage, attacks his comrade, not understanding how he could have come up with the idea of self-destruction. An ally's intervention interrupts Caesar's skill, saving him from certain and painful death. He warns them with icy calm not to interfere in his battles anymore, otherwise he will not spare them either. 4 new allies, handpicked by Caesar, enter the game, and their arrival changes everything. He agrees with a grin to trust them with the battle, but his eyes suggest that this is only a temporary concession. Now that the forces are equal, they are ready to begin a real serious battle where there will be no room for mercy. He is surprised to recognize one of them as a newcomer who recently became famous in the Labyrinth. The thought of having to fight such a powerful opponent makes him realize that they have stirred up a hornet's nest. But the loss of the boss makes them vulnerable, and he is sure that the organization without a master will soon fall apart. A sudden attack interrupts his thoughts, and he barely dodges the deadly blow. The lady in red enters the fray, her elegant yet deadly dance both mesmerizing and terrifying. Biko's lightning-fast attack catches him off guard, and he realizes he has underestimated his enemy. He can't believe that such a fast and powerful blow could have been delivered by an ordinary-looking warrior. His opponent turns into a mad monster, and it seems like there are now 4 Caesars on the battlefield. The crushing blow sends him flying, and he realizes with horror that at this rate they will all die. There's a cold determination in his eyes, and he knows they have no choice but to retreat. In the midst of the battle, he notices a strange silence and does not understand what is happening on the battlefield. His opponent is in shock because he sees in front of him the one who, according to all rumors, should have been dead. He can't believe his eyes because he was told that he was definitely dead, and this terrifies him. The unexpected resurrection leaves him in shock, and he cannot understand how this could have happened. He releases a dark arrow, putting into it all his rage and hatred for the resurrected enemy. But his faithful companion saves him at the last moment, taking the blow and laughing in his face. He looks at her in amazement, not understanding how she managed to dodge such a quick attack. His body is on the verge of death, but he is still standing on his feet, ready to continue this hopeless battle. Instead of a fatal blow, he awakened the ultimate martial art in him by hitting an acupuncture point. Now everything falls into place, and he realizes with horror that from such a distance he looks like a dead man. He is glad that Caesar is alive, but his face is distorted by a grimace of pain and concern for his condition. The dojo is in a deplorable state. Only ruins remain of its former glory, and the strength of the base is declining. Repairs are impossible, and now they face a complete reconstruction, which will require enormous effort and resources. But even among the ruins, the enemy does not lose his pride, promising that they will not leave here alive. He offers them a special chance because killing them will not bring him any benefit, but only new problems. His eyes burn with a mad fire as he demands that they pay for the destroyed dojo. She admires his kindness, because for this they could be hanged, but he gives them a chance at redemption. He turns not to them, but to their mysterious owners, demanding that they personally compensate for the damage. The ghostly figures of their masters appear out of nowhere, ready to answer for their subordinates. They like his audacity and ask with a grin if he is the Wilhelm Meyer they are rumoring about. He offers them a brilliant plan. Murder here will be considered self-defense and everything will end with a simple raid. He challenges them to meet at the Six's meeting in 4 days and see if they remain as fearless. She comments ironically on the mess they've made, but her boss has something else on his mind. He understands that everything is not so simple, because the enemy has revealed his absolute martial art and demonstrated his fighting spirit. With a devilish grin, he declares that this meeting is their chance to force the Six to kneel before their boss. His fanatical devotion and faith in his leader makes her stop this crazy conversation. There must be a good reason why everyone is paying so much attention to them, and it will soon be revealed. The hidden profile is revealed, revealing Ramen, the head of the dark sect and one of the 6 ranks. The official invitation to the meeting of the 6 shocks him because he never dreamed of such a thing. Refusal will be considered a betrayal and will result in the destruction of his entire guild. He accepts the challenge and they agree to meet in 4 days to settle the matter once and for all. Rave timidly intervenes in the conversation, feeling that he has something important to tell his boss. He wants to know what will happen to the person who was behind the attack on him and whether he will go unpunished. There is concern in his eyes because he is afraid that in pursuit of a new goal they will forget about revenge. The thought that he has completely forgotten about it horrifies him, and he realizes that he has made a mistake. Meanwhile, the person who ordered the murder is in his hideout, pondering what happened, unable to find a place for himself. He can't believe that even the 6 couldn't handle Caesar, and he doesn't understand why these bandits are so strong. He understands that if this continues, an inevitable and painful death awaits him. A sudden flash of light illuminates his room, and he sees in horror an intruder standing before him. He can't believe his eyes, because he clearly saw Caesar kill this man. He doesn't understand how he managed to survive, and a crazy guess about the moderator's buff is born in his head. But everything turns out to be much simpler. One of his people with a unique skill in tracking scents found him. He dealt with him with ease, even though he was a little out of shape. The question of how he knew he was a moderator takes him by surprise and gives him away. With his actions, he slapped the entire leadership in the face, and now he will have to answer for it. His identity has been revealed. Now everyone knows that he is not just a player, but an intern at the Korean branch of the world of Labyrinth. He can no longer hide behind the mask, and now he must face his enemies face to face. Two great players, Rodriguez Eldrigo and Lee Ho-young, finally meet, and this meeting will change everything. He is in shock, because he cannot understand what his mysterious interlocutor has planned and what to expect next. The real reason to celebrate isn't just a victory, but the beginning of a new era in their gaming life. This victory becomes a symbol of the triumph of a man who was able to single-handedly challenge the system. The news that his friend made it into the top 100 leaves him both shocked and proud. He asks ironically if he is worried about his image, since now everyone will know about him. But for him, the game is not just about rankings, but something more that ordinary players cannot understand. The main thing is interest, and boring repetition of others will never bring true pleasure. Blindly following the NPC and the bus seems pointless to him, as he is looking for his own path. An unexpected question about wishes for moderators takes him by surprise and makes him think. He himself wouldn't mind becoming a moderator, because a cunning and insidious plan is already brewing in his head. He asks for help, because a recommendation from a real player can help him get the promotion he wants. He readily agrees to help, because a brilliant and daring plan has already matured in his head. He proposes an idea for which his friend is willing to pay even with drinks, since it promises benefits for both of them. He thinks bitterly that if he had followed Rodriguez's advice, he would not have been so pathetic. But in reality, he is not just a pathetic player, but a subordinate of one of the powerful six. He doesn't understand the point of a player being someone's subordinate, since it deprives him of freedom and will. The sudden appearance of the mysterious treasure, who is also with them, adds even more intrigue to this story. He warns that one must be careful with this woman, because she is not just an employee, but something more. She's been spying on them all this time, and now it's clear she has her own motives. The question of whether to kill her when they return comes out of the blue. He thanks the prisoner for the information, but his cold tone suggests that the conversation is not over yet. He tries to justify himself by claiming that he didn't know who was in front of him, but his words sound unconvincing. There is no justification for him, because a moderator working for criminals deserves only the death penalty. He doesn't understand what the moderator is doing in this game, because his job is to maintain order. In despair, the captive admits that he simply wanted a good life and was going to seize control. The threat of dismissal and the appearance of the six pushed him to this desperate and reckless step. He dreamed of buying users and NPCs to please the six, but the appearance of the crazy monster ruined everything. The appearance of Black Mountain deprived him of his income, and eventually he was left with no other choice. He is furious that he chose this path out of fear of being fired and wanted to get rid of him because of the decrease in clients. With false regret, he says that nothing worked out, and he is very sorry, but in his eyes there is only cold calculation. He asks with a devilish grin how long he plans to live at the expense of others, hinting at his pathetic situation. He reveals all his cards, because he knew that he achieved everything thanks to Rodriguez's advice and could not do anything on his own. His failure with the six was a foregone conclusion, as another man, known as the Soul Destroyer, had already taken over everything. He urges him to pull himself together and get down to business, but he desperately begs for mercy. Tears and pleas for help do not touch him, because for him, friendship is an empty phrase and he has nowhere to go. He is shocked by his cruelty, because even in the face of death, he remains cold and indifferent. Caesar is perplexed because he does not understand why his boss made such a strange and illogical choice. He replies with icy calm that they will simply stop communicating, and that is his whole plan. Thanks to Barton, he received a lot of money and information, but he had his own hidden benefit. He was a source of funding for one of the six, and now all his dark deeds have been revealed. The thought that Shen might take revenge due to the loss of income makes him consider the consequences. But he pushes these thoughts away with icy calm, because he has a plan that will change everything. He is confident that the strength that Caesar has accumulated is enough to compete even with the powerful six. His confidence in the boss is boundless, but such a number of enemies does not suit the cautious Caesar's style. He realizes that all of this could have been avoided if they had left him alive from the beginning. There is a mad passion burning in his eyes, and he does not understand why everything had to be complicated so much if he could have simply shed more blood. But his boss never does anything without reason, and there is a deep meaning behind every action he takes. He invites him to think for himself, because everything that happened ended up being to their advantage. In the Labyrinth series of games, there is a mysterious merchant that only the strongest can meet. This high-level merchant can offer not only top-notch weapons, but also invaluable information. A fire of obsession lights up in his eyes, because he is ready to do anything to meet this mysterious merchant. He will use the situation with the Six to become stronger and achieve his cherished goal. A mysterious masked merchant appears out of nowhere, and her words, "The time has come," sound like a death sentence. He looks at his defeated enemies with disappointment, realizing that everything is over before it even began. He can't believe that the powerful organization of the Sixes turned out to be so pathetic and weak. He feels like they are looking down on Black Mountain, and he is ready to punish them for this insolence. The priest's unexpected appearance in the lair of a criminal organization takes everyone by surprise. He explains his presence by saying he came as a paramedic, but his words sound unconvincing. He doesn't understand what just in time means, and his eyes reflect confusion and suspicion. The priest looks with admiration at the mysterious lady, who seems to him to have stepped out of a painting, and for the first time in his life he doubts his vow. His words sound like a compliment, but for her, the comparison with the bright sun is just empty flattery. He doesn't understand who is in front of him, but she ironically attributes this to his vision problems. He is shocked, because in front of him stands that same mysterious merchant, and he cannot understand why she is here. Caesar lunges at her in a rage, but is stopped by his boss, who sees something more in this meeting. With a devilish grin, he offers to introduce himself, but there is an undisguised threat in his voice. He warns that disobedience will be punishable by death, and his eyes burn with hellfire. The boss panics and tries to stop him because he understands that Caesar has gone crazy and is ready to do anything. She is the stuff of legends, a high-ranking information broker who even the best players bow down to. With contempt, he demands that she take off her mask because he is tired of living in this world of pretense and lies. But the priest intervenes, and his healing shackles envelop Caesar, preventing him from attacking. The support magic binds him, and at that moment he becomes absolutely invulnerable to any damage. They are shocked by the priest's actions, because he dared to go against Caesar himself, this flying bandit. He breathes a sigh of relief, glad that everything worked out this time, but the tension still hangs in the air. The priest kneels before the mysterious merchant, begging her to accept his faith and service. He had lived his whole life for this moment, and now that he saw her, he realized that it had all been in vain. Tears stream down his cheeks, and she renounces her faith, offering her body and mind to it. He is furious about this performance, because the situation is getting worse and worse, and he does not know how to get out of it. She offers him a deal. If she doesn't love him, she will kick the blanket in shame for the rest of her life. She looks at the priest with regret and deals him 100 blows that should have gone to someone else. But he counterattacks at the last moment, and her blow hits Rave, who is in his path. The masked heroine painfully admits that she can no longer stand aside. The young man looks at the mysterious woman in shock, recognizing her as his mother. The girl coldly explains that her role in the events was much more important than it seems. The young man remembers his mission, to make difficult choices for others. The hero bitterly realizes that war is a situation where there are no right decisions. A dark procession, a symbol of inevitable loss, comes to mind. All his past decisions were dictated by duty, but they only brought suffering. He began to imitate the legendary player who cared for orphans. That man was a protector for the children and gave them hope for healing. After talking with him, the heroine also decides to open a shelter for the disadvantaged. She felt it was the least she could do to make amends. But even this was not enough to heal the deep wounds left by the war. The harsh world and childhood trauma pushed orphan children onto a path of crime. Even the one who gave him advice ruthlessly used children for his own purposes. The girl realized that she needed to rethink everything she believed in. The guy asks with resentment if this was really the reason why she left him. He thought she was a doll in the hands of others, but her silence says otherwise. The hero is disappointed to realize how incompetently she came for her son. Wilhelm Meyer coldly remarks that she is careless even in her personal affairs. The young man is confused, as it is impossible to track down an information broker of such rank. The hero doubts the guest's true intentions, sensing an impending threat. The masked woman is silent, but her pause is filled with hidden tension and secret plans. The girl admits that she arrived on orders from above, and this complicates the situation. Her hand flares with sinister magic as she announces the inevitable punishment. The young man is terrified. He did not expect that the retribution would be so frightening. A magic circle flares up underfoot, foreshadowing the appearance of something dark. A hand appears from the portal, and both heroes freeze in blood-curdling anticipation. A creepy, pixelated figure appears, its unnatural appearance causing anxiety. The summoned creature is disoriented. It does not understand where it is and what is happening. Suddenly, in another location, the warrior furiously rushes at her enemy. The villain smirks and declares that he won't let anyone touch his boss. The girl screams desperately, begging not to touch her, but the battle has already begun. The ghost easily deflects the powerful blow, demonstrating his inhuman strength. The warrior watches in shock as the mysterious creature devours its protector. The monster screams in unbearable pain, unable to cope with the force that has fallen upon him. The hero looks at the suffering creature with sympathy, understanding the reason for its rage. The heroine explains that this is not a punishment, but merely the transmission of important information. The girl panics and shouts at the boss to dodge the sudden attack. The guy receives a crushing blow, his face distorted with pain and disbelief. The creature, in despair, accuses the hero of being the reason it became like this. The pixelated monster towers over the defeated enemy, demonstrating absolute power. The hooded warrior, in desperation, orders the creature to be tied up since the weapon is powerless. The hero is surprised to discover that he has just been robbed of a mere pittance. The mysterious creature seems to recognize someone in the crowd, and the tension mounts. The warrior girl charges forward, drawing the ire of her commander. The young man, in awe, realizes that before him stands the legendary Caesar. Even the mighty Caesar treats the pixel monster with wary apprehension. The girl is worried about the boss, who sensed a threatening aura that stops Caesar. The monster looks scared to death, which puzzles the formidable warrior. The boy's face contorts in horror as he finally realizes the creature's true identity. It turns out that due to its incredible strength, this creature was struck by a divine curse. The heroine confirms the guess that the cursed one's skills were brutally gutted. The young man can't believe that the monster is a famous named user. He still doesn't understand what this strange punishment actually is. The boy recalls an incident that proves that orders are not always followed exactly. The hero realizes that the monster could have killed him, but instead, for some reason, he simply robbed him. A sudden realization changes everything. He wasn't ordered to kill me. The guy remembers that even players under a curse can be restored with CP. Fighting this player is too risky even for the master of the ultimate martial art. The hero whispers a job offer to the creature, seeing it not as a threat, but as a valuable ally. Caesar watches the boss's strange dialogue with the monster in complete bewilderment. The enraged warrior doesn't understand what these two are planning while he is bound by dark energy. The assistant screams in panic about destruction, but the young man remains unperturbed. The hero thinks in rage about how much money this damned mess will cost. Despite the unpleasant consequences, he decides to go all the way and press the situation. The young man continues to whisper to the creature, promising him double bonuses. The boy asks his mother in surprise if his savior was always so calculating. The monster demands a promise because he believes that people themselves must change for the better. The child can't shake the feeling that there is something very strange about this whole scene. Caesar wonders why his fighting spirit has been shattered by the sight of this creature. The masked woman mysteriously answers her son that what is happening is completely natural. The system window shows that BlackRock headquarters' durability has dropped critically. The guy angrily attacks the merchant. Could this really be the punishment? He breaks out in a cold sweat at the thought that he could have died under the rubble of the headquarters. The heroine is amused by his reaction, because he usually destroys everything without further ado. The young man panics and thinks that his playing career would be over if anyone noticed. The girl is glad that he succeeded, but the hero snaps back that he was just lucky. He tosses a coin, realizing that his interlocutor still hasn't gotten the point. Several gold coins fly towards the monster as if payment for the service. The creature easily grabs the boy and carries him away, proving that everything is as simple as pie. The hero screams at the woman in despair, not understanding why he went through all this. She coldly remarks that he has managed to tame the cursed one, which will become a useful force. The guy agrees sarcastically, because first he needs to somehow remove this curse. The girl offers to buy information from her, driving the young man to a white heat. She remains a traitor to the core, for whom other people are just a way to gain profit. With complete information about the city's finances, she can set exorbitant prices. The young man feels empty because he spent all his energy to get here. He decides to use this small slave since he has no other options left. The boy fearfully asks what the boss is thinking, seeing him as nothing more than a bargaining chip. The hero pushes away his dark thoughts, amazed at how he was able to outplay the head of an entire guild. He firmly refuses the information broker's offer, citing a lack of money. The masked woman asks with interest how he plans to handle everything alone. Her words make him think, because going into the future blindly is pure suicide. She senses his doubt and, with a slight tilt of her head, suggests taking out a loan. The guy is stunned to the depths of his soul. He cannot believe the seriousness of her proposal. It dawns on him that she is not just a trader, but one of the best, and sees all the cash flows. A sinister grin appears on his face when he realizes that she wants something from him. The night of the Six's meeting in the slums of the Eastern District comes. Mysterious masked figures discuss the imminent start of the meeting in the presence of Black Mountain. Their financial reserves are growing because they have cunningly seized other people's sources of income. Panic is growing because the terrible prediction is coming true and the enemy will prove stronger. A figure in a demon mask looks down on the uninvited guests and questions their worth. His henchman confirms with a malicious grin that they don't deserve it. For the hero, this meeting is a decisive test to prove his right to be among the Six. Failure at this meeting would mean inevitable and brutal destruction for him. The awkward squabble between the comrades diffuses the situation, but only highlights their mutual irritation. The young man can hardly contain his irritation, amazed at the carelessness of his companions. Bits and pieces of information float into his head, but the most important part of the secret remains hidden. The boy understands that even the best traders could not reveal the enemy's true intentions. The masked man delivers his verdict, disappointment followed by a death sentence. A terrible vision of his own death by the enemy's blade flashes through his mind. Every step feels like a path to the scaffold, and he feels the heavy gaze of his companion on him. His colleague decides it's time to show everyone the true value of his boss. The ominous whispers of his companion sow doubts about whether he will be able to withstand the onslaught of everyone at once. The tension reaches its limit, and the guy, in despair, wants only one thing: for it all to end. He decisively stops his companions, regaining control of the chaotic situation. A sudden insight reveals to him a cunning plan. The enemy is using this meeting to seize power. Their goal is much more global. They intend to deal a crushing blow to the creator himself. The System Council hints that behind the mask lie true intentions that could turn the game around. A flashback to 2 days ago takes us to the enemy's lair, where this daring plan was hatched. The mysterious book in the heroine's hands turns out to be sealed with high-level information. The hero is shocked and feels how the information he received literally flows into his being. A vision of a conspiracy appears before his eyes: the death of the chairman and the betrayal of his loved ones. A little girl with a rabbit becomes the reason her father tries to quit the game. Cold and calculating, they decide to use the orphaned baby as their puppet. 9 years later, the grown-up girl sits in the laboratory, her gaze full of darkness. She recalls how her father's business led to wealth, but had dire consequences. Her interlocutor clarifies whether she is referring to the tragedy of the fallen East. The girl confirms that her father took her there until he simply got tired of it. With bitterness, she realizes how the only thread that connected her father to the business became his puppet. But she is not one to sit idle. Her determination is unwavering. The man asks with interest if she has any plan for revenge. Finding herself in a hopeless situation, she realizes that she must avenge her father. She asks him for help, because to carry out her plan, she needs a faithful ally. Her plan is cunning. He must announce her death and then act on her behalf. The gruesome scene of poisoning shows how mercilessly and quickly her will is carried out. The dying man in agony cannot believe that Fanai created a poison of such incredible power. The man is horrified to realize that the woman is alive and has ordered him to kill everyone with his own hands. Now that all the pieces are in place, Fanny announces the beginning of his long-awaited revenge. A flashback reveals that her father wanted to ease her suffering, but the Six turned him into a criminal. Retribution is inevitable, and his assistant will be the first to feel the full weight of the consequences. The transfer of information is complete, and what he sees plunges the hero into a state of deep shock. The terrible truth falls upon him. Among the Six, there is a traitor, intent on destroying them. A mad grin lights up his face, because now he has a trump card in his hands that can change everything. A plan is brewing in the head of the man in the mask. He just needs to prove that this was all a fake. He is ready to deceive everyone in order to take the vacant place and seize power. A sudden realization makes him freeze, wondering if he's missed something. He realizes with horror that he chose the wrong target, and now everything has gone wrong. A mysterious figure bursts into the meeting, upsetting the delicate balance of power. The lifeless body of the Black Crown leader falls to the floor. The first victim has already been made. The killer confirms with a grin that he was only carrying out the order given to him. The hero screams at his companion in panic, but immediately realizes that he was mistaken. The insolent man in the demon mask radiates an aura of menace, his patience clearly running out. A powerful blow throws the warrior back, and his companion cries out in despair that she was unable to protect him. A monstrous energy dragon bursts out from behind the enemy, which is impossible to dodge. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, the Six's assistants are unaware of the massacre that has begun. One of them disdainfully discusses the fallen leader, suggesting that it is all about money. The femme fatale in the red hat smirks and calls him a pathetic outcast clutching at straws. The white-haired young man with cold calm asks not to offend others unnecessarily. In the main hall, they announce that the black market will open immediately after the meeting. A charismatic man in furs reveals that he is the market's shadow owner. However, the appearance of Black Mountain forced the warrior to drastically change his plans. The femme fatale in red just smirks, finding the rumors about her competitor's problems funny. The emergence of the Soul Destroyer forever changed the hierarchy, and money ceased to be the main force. The waiting room can't believe that Sven is going to take the leadership position from his brother. The young man thinks with disdain that ordinary bandits are incapable of thinking one step ahead. The enraged opponent swings at him, ordering him to shut his mouth immediately. The guy easily dodges, noting that such aggressive behavior suits him better. A short but fierce fight ends with a wound, a reminder that vigilance must not be let down. The woman in red intervenes in the fight with a smirk, reproaching the warrior for his slowness. She unleashes a fiery attack called Pulsating Porcupine on both fighters. The fire attack takes the young man by surprise, leaving a deep and painful burn on his body. He can't believe she used such a powerful skill in a confined space. A sudden blow from behind completely knocks him off balance. Are they not a team? The white-haired young man shouts furiously at his assistant Margot, not understanding her crazy act. With a devilish smile, she orders everyone to be killed except her precious husband, Queer. The warrior is horrified to realize that Margot, Queer's subordinate, has also decided to overturn the hierarchy. His plan failed, and now he will have to take out the main trump card he received from Sven. Caesar's sinister laughter echoes through the hall as he deals the fatal blow to his victim. A sudden system warning stuns the warrior. Sujono Schwen has been killed by Caesar. The white-haired youth deals the final blow with cold indifference. He was simply bored. The victor calmly addresses his assistant, while the defeated enemy grins madly through the pain. A system message coldly announces the death of Rasputin, subordinate of the powerful destroyer. The terrifying beast-like warrior holds his terrified victim with ease, enjoying their fear. Death continues its harvest. The system window reports the death of Joe, the drug dealer's subordinate. He went into a berserker rage, using a banned drug to unleash his beast nature. His mad attack takes another life, this time that of the subordinate high vampire Israk. Reveling in his newfound power, he realizes that he is now on par with the Six themselves. He feels like he has risen to the same level as the strongest, the vampire Israk himself. The dying man finds peace, thanking Sven for relieving him of further worries. Intoxicated with power, he rushes forward to take the vacant place in the hierarchy. Meanwhile, in the assembly hall, the leader in the demon mask looks at the insolent man with disdain. The assistant desperately screams at her boss to dodge, realizing that she won't be able to cover him. The hero's strange, frozen gaze makes one wonder whether he really had completely different intentions. She realizes with horror that he has no intention of dodging the deadly attack. The blow hits its target, but instead of blood, it releases a ghostly essence, turning the tide of the battle. The defeated berserker lies on the floor in complete bewilderment, not understanding what just happened. The hero looks at the entity that saved him, not understanding why it is here again and what is happening to it. The girl immediately rushes to the boss, anxiously asking if everything is okay with him. The sudden appearance of Caesar kneeling plunges the hero into complete stupor. Caesar rushes furiously at his enemy, who again dared to stand in his way. A powerful skill, Wolf Slasher descends upon the enemy, filling the air with destructive energy. Despite all his efforts, his defenses fail, and the system dispassionately states the failure. The hero desperately tries to stop Caesar, while the leaders watch the fight with cold blood. The vampire suspiciously asks if the attack was actually aimed at that person. The figure in the demon mask is silent, but his silence speaks volumes about his interest. A new fighter enters the fray, his movements full of wild, unbridled fury. He tries to bite through the steel blade with a grinding sound, demonstrating his bestial nature. His face distorts with bewilderment. Does he really not have enough strength even for this? The hero pitifully assumes that he is only desperately trying to protect his poor master. Their blades clash again in a fierce duel, striking sparks of pure confrontation. Caesar regretfully acknowledges his potential, but reproaches him for the foolish choice he made. In desperation, the young man screams, trying to stop the inevitable, because the enhanced skill has been activated. The berserker puts all his power into a devastating attack, leaving the enemy no chance. A sudden blow knocks one of the fighters back, proving that there is no safe place in this battle. Attention, Caesar of Blackrock has died. This news leaves everyone in a state of shock. The winner turns to Lena with a predatory grin. His gaze does not bode well. He ominously announces that now that the leader is gone, Blackrock is finally finished. The leader of the six coldly delivers his verdict. After everything they had done, their fate was sealed. The hero is amazed at how cold-bloodedly he watched the death of his people because he could not do that. The beast-like warrior puts the hero and his companion before a cruel choice. He offers them a choice: die as their devoted master or become his slaves. Lena is horrified to realize that her decision now determines whether she can save her life. The instinct for self-preservation takes over, and she pretends to be ready to submit to the will of the monster. Her submission was merely a ruse that allowed her to strike a sudden and crushing blow. The berserker staggers back in rage, not believing that this madwoman dared to attack him. With a mad grin, she reveals her insidious plan to get hold of all of Caesar's property. While the hero panics because of mortal danger, she hints at her main trump card. Enraged by the betrayal, the lichen lets out a deafening roar full of animal fury. He activates the wolf howl skill, which was supposed to stun only men. The young man writhes in pain, and the girl is perplexed as to why the skill worked on him too. The wounded warrior curses the Black Mountain, swearing that they will pay for everything with their blood. He swings at the defenseless hero, promising to tear him to pieces with his own hands. Paralyzed by fear, the young man realizes that the end has come for him and cannot move. At the last moment, a mysterious armored warrior blocks the deadly attack. He easily deflects the blow, demonstrating an overwhelming superiority in strength. Berserker can't believe his eyes. His most powerful blow was stopped. He recognizes his savior with horror as Caesar, not understanding how he managed to survive. Caesar, with a devilish grin, shows off the shining amulet he had prepared in advance. The hero is shocked, because this is the very same healing necklace, but his story turned out to be a lie. The berserker screams in rage that the resurrection skill is not a toy, and he was tricked. Caesar grins and guesses that they pulled off some kind of trick in the Temple of Healing. He admits that the necklace was just a burden, not even suspecting its true capabilities. Lycan understands that his opponent's ignorance is his only chance of victory. The caster didn't notice that there was a short period of weakness after resurrection, and that was his mistake. The passive ability Wolf's Fury gives the werewolf a temporary but massive buff. Caesar has only one choice left: to deal with this bastard before he comes to his senses. He activates the highest level of his skill, unleashing a veritable storm on the enemy. The hero and his companion are thrown back by the shockwave. They are terrified by such a crushing force. The berserker is confused as to why his opponent doesn't even try to defend himself from a direct attack. He mockingly asks if he noticed his temporary boost, making a fool of himself. Caesar, with a mad laugh, declares that he is not interested in the pathetic talk of weaklings. Their blades clash in a furious dance, the air filling with the energy of pure destruction. Suddenly, Caesar's weapon doesn't just block the blow, it begins to absorb the enemy's power. He feels his body become lighter, having absorbed someone else's power. The white-haired youth screams in panic that this attack can't be simply blocked. A demon-masked figure appears out of nowhere, striking the Soul Destroyer. The leader coldly tells the defeated one that he was never worthy of being in their group. The system announces Caesar's victory and the addition of rewards for defeating strong characters. The hero is completely exhausted, and his companion is in despair because they are not even closer to their goal. The hero curses his weak body, which cannot even withstand the effects of the shockwave. Caesar smirks and accuses Lena of betrayal and theft of healing items. He listens to her with interest, realizing that she definitely has something to tell him. The mafioso explains that the forbidden item with resurrection is the best thing that could be obtained. He suggests that Caesar abandon the weaklings of Black Mountain and join him. Lucas the Destroyer, the head of the mafia, turns out to be a rude but straightforward man. Its aesthetic, like that of the stone idol from the brothel, is quite obvious and simple. The vampire, on the contrary, crushes enemies without fear of death, becoming an outstanding personality. Caesar disdainfully declares that their six are completely boring and predictable. The leader in the demon mask is silent, but his silence suggests that this is exactly what he was expecting. The armored warrior issues a challenge because now the main question is who can defeat him. The hero and his companion are shocked by such impudence, urging him to know his limits. A mysterious masked warrior steps out into a one-on-one duel with impassiveness. The girl notices with irritation that this tiresome show-off is starting again. He calls Caesar by name, making it clear that their duel will be personal. His martial arts, fencing, and even his sense of combat speak of the highest level of mastery. He acted instinctively and coldly, but at such a level of strength and talent. Caesar wonders if he needs to pretend to become someone's advisor. The young man, in a panic, does not understand what his boss, who seems to have predicted all the outcomes, is saying. The warrior, with a mad laugh, realizes that all the orders he heard came from the voice of the soul. The hero panics and realizes that he has been deceived all this time, and that he has been listening to a voice that speaks against his soul. He begins to hear the boss's last command again, sounding like an obsession in his head. The warrior, with a devilish grin, announces that this time he has been tasked with stopping their hearts. The figure in the demon mask watches him with interest, his calmness frightening and mesmerizing. A bright flash of energy from the clash of blades illuminates the battlefield, filled with tension. The blade whistles through the air, narrowly missing the hero, who barely manages to dodge. He recognizes with horror his opponent as Wilhelm Meyer, the head of the Black Mountain Society. The leader officially appoints him as the new member of the Six, changing the balance of power. Meanwhile, restoration work is in full swing in the dilapidated tavern. A stern man urges the workers on, ordering them to get moving and not slack off. The workers are at a loss as to what kind of fight they got into to destroy the building like that. The new character smiles and encourages the workers, urging them to work hard. He introduces himself as Saito, the manager of Black Mountain's first base, and shakes the manager's hand. The manager looks at the newcomer with suspicion, although he has heard about him, but the place seems unsuitable to him. The guy with a crazy grin wonders how long he will have to follow the others. Saito is silent, but his look suggests that he knew perfectly well under what circumstances he ended up here. The new acquaintance understands the hint and asks defiantly if he is going to measure ranks with him. A girl suddenly appeared and hit him hard on the head, calling him a frostbitten bastard. She yells at him in a rage for trying to fly out again, having barely set foot anywhere. Their squabble gives rise to rumors, and the girl is embarrassed to realize how she could have fallen in love with such a scumbag. Two men eavesdrop on someone else's conversation with affection, pretending that they heard nothing. They admire the couple's close relationship, considering their meeting to be a true destiny. One of them sighs dreamily because after joining the Six, he hears only good news. His comrade agrees with a smile, feeling how much their organization has grown. Meanwhile, the eye-patch-wearing warrior listens in silence to the plans to attract new labor force. The foreman enthusiastically urges the workers on, calling on them to get to work faster. He looks forward to them demonstrating the impressive potential of the newcomers with a manic laugh. He is surprised by the sudden appearance of the guests, especially when he recognizes them as the same couple. The warrior with the bandage looks impressive, but his old subordinates seem unreliable. Yakuza Amon, a high-level representative, looks rather pathetic in this situation. He easily repels the attack, contemptuously calling his opponent weak. Wilhelm Meyer suddenly appeared and commented on his ugly face with a grin. The hero coldly orders him to shut up and go back to where he came from. The mafioso laughs loudly and admires his spirit, not believing that he was going to escape. He looks at the guy with interest because this is the first time he sees someone cover him so quickly. There's a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Perhaps he's not a newbie, but a crazy ranker from the previous game. The armored warrior interrupts their conversation, reproaching Lucas for being too talkative. He grabs the mafioso's arm forcefully, threatening to break it if he doesn't shut up. His grip loosens, but the tension between them reaches its peak. He orders him to watch carefully because the real show is about to begin. The scarred man grins ominously, promising that this is just the beginning. The warrior's fury collides with the mocking confidence of the mafioso, which only fuels the conflict. He announces with anticipation the imminent opening of the black market, his main trump card. Before the arrival of the Soul Destroyer, the old district was the scene of daily brutal wars. In those days, only the logic of force ruled, where the strongest survived in a bloody massacre. In this world of betrayal, even the winner of a war of attrition was doomed. But the sudden appearance of one strong man began to rapidly change the rules of the game. He gathered under his wing representatives of different races, from pagans to vampires. Thus, a black market was opened, a place where abilities were tested without unnecessary bloodshed. And a strong and suitable person for this role was put forward as a mediator. The mafioso asks intriguingly if they are interested in who the tough guy was who pulled all this off. He points to himself with a smug grin, introducing himself as that handsome Lucas. This chatty jerk must have already managed to annoy the entire six with his nature. He reminds us with a sly grin that the market boss recently lost his head. He looks forward to the spectacular cockfight that will unfold before his eyes. He cynically suggests that others will see this as nothing more than an excuse for more bloodshed. A furious thought flashes through the hero's mind. Maybe he should attack the newcomer and trample him before he gets stronger. The rules of the black market are simple and brutal. No restrictions, no help from security. The team returns to their base, which has only 18% of its health remaining. They arrived at the signal of the invasion, but cannot understand how the enemy was able to get so far. The hero assumes that the attack was carried out by Yakuza Amon, but his sudden appearance seems suspicious. He angrily attacks the new arrivals, accusing them of simply hiding and watching. The hooded warrior justifies himself by saying that they are simply laborers sent here by some wanderer. The guy is infuriated by their lies, because no handyman would be dressed in dark combat gear. He understands that although he doesn't know who Amon is, they came here following in the footsteps of his people. The mafioso smirks and notes that the situation is getting worse and suggests discussing the damage. The survivor bitterly reports that 90% of the tavern workers were killed. During the battle, the dojo instructor, Ms. Sowa, was also killed, which was a great loss. Lena is surprised to note that no additional damage was done to the building itself. The wounded man panics and reports that they have hostages, and the hero is furious that he is only now learning about this. Mr. Rave was taken hostage and hung upside down as a warning. The boy is horrified because he cared about this boy because of his connection with the information dealer. He invested precious CP into it, as his skills were incredibly useful. His eloquence and negotiating skills made him an ideal major player in the black market. The girl asks him in bewilderment what he's talking about, but the hero firmly replies that he doesn't. He explains that if their base was destroyed so easily, then she too could be in danger. Despite realizing the enormous damage the loss would cause, he cannot retreat. Her gaze becomes icy. She does not understand how long they will treat her like a child. He is confused by her sudden seriousness because she always behaved so frivolously. She resolutely goes off to search, ordering him to drop the prohibitions, and he, in a panic, tries to stop her. Caesar looks at the girl in fury, not believing that she dared to disobey her boss's order. Her intransigence infuriates him, and he threatens to kill her if she does not get out of the way. He coldly reminds that any subordinate who breaks the rules will be immediately expelled. Lena rushes into attack without further ado, her movements fast and deadly. She puts all her fury into a crushing blow aimed straight at the enemy's heart. She dodges the counterattack with an acrobatic leap, demonstrating incredible agility. The system announces that Caesar is disarmed, his blade knocked out of his hands during the duel. The girl is breathing heavily. The battle has taken a lot of her strength, but she is not going to give up. The hero looks at Lena with admiration. Although he does not know her motives, he admires her strength. He orders her to rest while he deals with the disarmed but not broken enemy. A whirlwind of thoughts flashes through his head. Lucas's threats, Yakuza Amon's attack, Lena's sudden growth, and a promise that turned into even bigger problems. He understands that there is no time to waste, because too much is at stake. A plan is brewing in his head, and he wonders when the raid in the Labyrinth will take place. His subordinate reports that he found something while repairing the destroyed base. The hero asks with interest if Yakuza Amon left anything behind after his attack. The hooded warrior admits that the Black Mountains base is a very strange place. Suddenly, a mysterious pixel creature appears, greeting him like an old friend. It reproachfully declares that it is bored, while Caesar, with irritation, recognizes his former servant. The warrior breaks the sign with a devilish grin, greeting his old acquaintance. The pixel creature looks at Caesar in anger, not understanding what he just did. He orders him not to do that again, but the creature no longer obeys its former master. The hero is shocked to realize that a simple contract of employment has turned into a real slave contract. The warrior smirks and strokes the head of his submissive pet, causing it to become displeased. The guy understands that he can't just stand and watch this humiliation. He recalls that even the mighty Caesar trembled before him before signing the contract. It all ended this way because of the introduction of a penalty that severely limited his management. A sudden insight gives him hope. If the punishment is lifted, the situation may change. In the era of capitalism, even a restrictive punishment can be lifted for a fee. He understands that all of this was set up precisely for this decisive moment. In desperation, with no other options, he decides to invest all his funds. The system reports that Wilhelm Meyer gives 1,500 CP to suspend the punishment. All abilities and even the player's appearance will be restored to their original state. The creature lets out an agonizing scream as its body begins to transform. A beautiful blonde emerges from a cloud of smoke, not understanding what has happened to her. The hero is shocked by her beauty, not believing that this is the true appearance of Wilhelm Meyer. The girl looks around her new body with embarrassment, trying to get used to the sensations. She enjoys her perfect return with a flirtatious smile. The guy is delighted and embarrassed that his precious CP have performed such a miracle. The subordinates are perplexed, but their leader decides that the Soul Destroyer must definitely know about this situation. The girl is delighted that all her abilities have returned to her and coquettishly boasts about it. The hero is completely perplexed. His brain refuses to understand why she is such an incredible beauty. With the advent of third-generation VR, the lines between the real and virtual worlds began to blur. Players increasingly used fake identities to feel like they were someone else. This situation led to serious social problems, and the authorities had to intervene. According to the new rules, the avatar's appearance had to be synchronized with the user's appearance. Minor adjustments were allowed, but the results still had to be similar to a real player. She looks like the perfect advertisement for this game, but for what she got punished by the developers. The guy is shocked by her level 583, not understanding how, with such power, she does not have outstanding abilities. She easily invades his personal space, inquiring about his future plans. The girl calls him a boomer with a grin, even though he doesn't look like someone who is crazy about women. She playfully advises him to put aside such thoughts if he has them. Her hand gently touches his cheek, and she says that he is just like other boys. She slaps him, calling him to wake up before the world of beauty completely captivates him. Caesar looks at them in fury, not understanding what kind of circus they have created here. The girl, with feigned delight, declares that she felt the aura of a real man. The hooded warrior warns to be careful, as she could be dangerous. She points at Caesar in surprise, asking if they have met before. The hero is horrified, because he cannot be her old acquaintance. It is simply impossible. The girl recalls with nostalgia those days when she had nothing to fear in the arms of demons. The girl delightedly notes that he looks exactly like that very man from her past. She claims with a flirtatious grin that only she can know how similar they are. The hero coldly interrupts her, reminding her that Caesar is now his subordinate, and she must wake up. He explains that Caesar's appearance is merely a result of customization, and that little time has passed since his creation. The guy tries to reason with her, saying that it's simply impossible, but she doesn't listen to him. The girl suspiciously asks about the purpose of his return, assuming that he wants to use her. He replies that he received information about punishment for excessive exceeding of certain abilities. She looks with disdain at her stats, which seem absurdly low compared to her level. The hero explains that the answer lies in an undisclosed clause of the slave contract, which speaks of hidden abilities. He furiously suggests that she was punished only because her abilities were so poor. The guy asks with irritation what kind of trouble she created, since she was turned into a mosaic. He turns to Caesar, hoping that he might know something about it. She embarrassedly pronounces the mysterious word, which means beauty who destroyed the country. The hero is horrified. It dawns on him that this cannot be just a coincidence. The girl recalls how many thrones and powers sought to get her. Some of them were captivated by her beauty, and she took advantage of it with pleasure. Others saw her as nothing more than a trophy to be used in their political games. She bitterly concludes that all the men who possessed her ended up destroying not only countries, but her as well. A thought flashes through the guy's head. In the whole world, there is only one such user inside the Labyrinth series. She suddenly grabs his face and he recoils in shock from such an unexpected gesture. The girl clings to the hero in despair, claiming that this time she really needs him. She reveals her special hidden ability, the highest class of attractiveness, charm. Usually even the slightest physical contact leads to obsession, but this one seems different. She kisses him, asking if that will be enough to activate the hidden skill. His charm soars to 13,400 and he feels power filling him. But instead of delight, he falls down exhausted, realizing that everything did not go according to plan. Meanwhile, at the Black Mountain's headquarters, they are discussing what happened, full of bewilderment. They can't believe that the same woman did this to their boss. Moreover, it was his first kiss, which makes the situation even more shocking. The hooded girl stands silently by his bed, watching him sleep. He sobs in his sleep, mourning not only the lost money but also his wounded pride. Lena looks at him with concern, worried because now there is no one to take care of him. She tenderly wishes him to take care of himself, leaving him alone in the silence of the room. The memory takes us back to the past, where the first warrior managed to stop the Demon King. But he was corrupted by power and became a devil himself, ascending to the throne of the great Demon King. For 3 long generations, brave men have sacrificed their lives for victory. Eventually, the Demon King was defeated and sealed in a prison called the Labyrinth. The powerful darkness still posed a threat, spawning countless monsters. Some of this power was converted into defensive magic to build the city. The 4th generation warriors were strong, but eventually fell before the might of the Demon King. The girl, in despair, admits that this time everything is different, and she desperately needs his CP. She reveals her main secret. Her special hidden ability is the highest class of charm. Her touch has no effect on him, and she realizes that he is not like everyone else. She decides to go all in and kisses him to see if it will be enough. Her hidden skill activates, and her charisma stat skyrockets to a whopping 13,400. But instead of the expected effect, the hero falls unconscious, his consciousness on the verge of collapse. The Black Mountain's headquarters is bustling with activity late at night, full of secrets and intrigue. Witnesses are shocked to hear how the mystery woman was able to exert such influence on their boss. They can't believe it was his first kiss, and the situation seems unbelievable to them. The hooded girl watches him silently as he sleeps in his bed. He sobs in his sleep, mourning not only the lost money, but also his wounded pride. Lena looks at him with concern, worried because now there is no one to take care of him. She tenderly wishes him to take care of himself, leaving him alone in the silence of the room. The memory takes us back to the past, where the first warrior managed to stop the Demon King. But he was corrupted by power and became a devil himself, ascending to the throne of the great Demon King. For 3 long generations, brave men have sacrificed their lives for victory. Eventually, the Demon King was defeated and sealed in a prison called the Labyrinth. The powerful darkness still posed a threat, spawning countless monsters. Some of this power was converted into defensive magic to build the city. The 4th generation warriors were strong, but eventually fell before the might of the Demon King. The image of a woman who was able to win the hand of the Demon King himself comes to his mind. He wonders if Rodriguez actually met the Demon King. His memory fails him, and he desperately tries to recall key moments from the past. He recalls how he created an orphanage after leaving the city of Labyrinth. At that time, he was having fun with his subordinates, enjoying a carefree life. But eventually he quit the game and decided to start over, leaving the past behind. He screams in despair because the professional player has very little time left. He can't understand why he left that game at all, because everything was going so well. A blow to an already broken head does not bring relief, but only worsens the confusion. He decides to let go of the situation, because the afterlife seems quite comfortable and stress-free. This new life had fewer regrets, and he was not at all greedy, unlike the past. He decides to get some sleep with a smile, enjoying the moment of peace and serenity. A sudden voice pulls him out of his slumber, and he realizes in shock that he is not dead. The system detects external interference and performs a forced disconnect from the game. He comes to in the real world, his head splitting with pain and disorientation. He is in his apartment. His friend Don offers him to drink water to come to his senses. He is shocked to recognize his savior as Don, not understanding what he is doing here. His friend, confused, tries to explain his sudden appearance. He hesitates awkwardly, admitting that he came to apologize to him. He swears he didn't know who he was when he attacked him during Rodrius' time. A friend explains that he was scared when he had a seizure in his sleep. He guesses that the system warning in the game affected his condition in reality. The guy awkwardly apologizes, but the hero brushes it off, not paying any attention to it. He suddenly asks his friend if he remembers the mysterious Shadaria. This woman became a big problem by killing users and going over to the devil's side. He asks his friend if he remembers why he left the game in the first place. His friend knows little about what happened when he went deeper into the labyrinth. He clutches his head in despair, not understanding why his friend said something wrong again. A thought dawns on him. All this time he was worried about the fact that he was going deeper into the labyrinth. He doesn't remember what happened after entering the labyrinth. His memory seems to have been erased. He tries to calm himself down because he hasn't rested and everything will be fine. He thinks with irritation what kind of tricks this woman will pull while he is gone. A friend wonders why he didn't use the data of his old character, Rodrius. He explains that he simply thought it would be more convenient to continue playing for him. His friend hesitates, but eventually agrees that this is true. He says it would be great to come back and see how Rodrius is doing. If that's what he wants, then he's really going to need his old character. He regretfully admits that he has been using him all this time and hasn't even said thank you. He grabs his friend, who is in a panic and doesn't understand what's happening. The hero screams in horror, trying to cancel the download, but it is too late. The system refuses to cancel because the login has already been completed, and the hero is furious at the pointlessness of the question. The girl notices with a gentle smile that he has become more energetic since their meeting. He turns around in shock, not believing his eyes and ears. The tied-up girl asks him with a smirk if he slept well. Caesar explains that he tied her up before she could harm the boss. A creepy reaper suddenly appears and offers to deal with her right now. The hero is in a panic, because he himself almost died from her abilities. He doesn't understand how Caesar managed to connect a woman with such a severe punishment. She explains with a smile that she couldn't use her power because he was too similar to her beloved. The guy is confused. Is she really talking about the Demon King himself? He coldly orders Caesar to step outside for a minute to speak with her alone. His icy tone leaves no doubt that he is serious and will not tolerate objections. This is the look on the boss's face. He's back and the jokes are over now. He calls her Shadria and warns her not to do anything stupid. The girl is shocked because he knows her real name. The mercenary queen Shadria. She can't believe how he found out, but it was obvious to him. There is only one user who is in alliance with the Demon King and uses charm. He asks directly if she has any memories of what happened before the punishment. She remains silent, and he realizes that she has the same amnesia as he does. He suggests that the reason she is looking for the Demon King is because of their shared past. The girl hopefully asks if he also wants to get his memories back. She furiously demands an answer to how he found out about this, suspecting him of colluding with the developers. He calmly invites her to take his hand, ignoring her angry questions. He invites her to get to the Demon King together again to remember everything. He introduces himself as Rodrius Eldrigo, a user who, like her, has lost his memories. She asks hopefully if their memories will return if they go into the depths of the labyrinth again. He confidently confirms her guess, and their common goal becomes clear. The guy curiously asks why she wants her memories back so badly. He wonders if she needs any special reason for this. She replies that she, like him, doesn't need a reason. But there was something funny in her past. The memory of the mad battle with a smile on her face proves her words. She says with a slight sadness that it is a shame to lose such happy memories. He feels that there is some special connection between them, and she confirms it. What happiness, it seems they are finally beginning to understand each other. She approaches him to tell him something in confidence, and the tension mounts. She asks him to keep it a secret that she is that very Shadria. He sheepishly agrees, and she breathes a sigh of relief. Everything went well. He thought she was using her charm again and instinctively pulled away. He wonders if it was worth teaming up with the woman who tried to kill him. She happily thinks that everything is getting simpler and that uniting with him is real happiness. Caesar asks the boss if they are finished talking while he looks thoughtfully into the distance. He admires how casually his boss treats the upcoming opening of the black market. Caesar contemptuously reproaches him for easily abandoning weak subordinates for the sake of his ambitions. He shouts in rage that it didn't even occur to him to start looking for the missing people. The hero clutches his head in horror, realizing that he had completely forgotten about Lena and Rave. The mafioso suddenly appeared and asked with a grin what all that noise was about. The white-haired youth angrily demands an answer to who he is and how dare he speak to him like that. Lucas easily knocks him out. wondering how the cultist dared to send a spy into his base. He remarks with a grin that the leader of the dark sect seems to care very much about his subordinates. His face contorts with disgust. Has he really become a garbage rat ready for anything? He tries to justify himself by saying that he had a good reason for it. He desperately asks for help because he needs to save his comrade. Lucas is confused as to what the hell is going on and why one is asking for help while the other is lying unconscious. The white-haired youth explains that the Soul Destroyer is targeting the Black Mountain Association. He asks with disdain, "So what if the Black Mountains disappear?" His interlocutor asks a frightening question. What if the Soul Destroyer doesn't get rid of them? He imagines the worst-case scenario. What if this monster Caesar and the Soul Destroyer team up? Will the remaining 4 of the 6 be able to defeat such a powerful alliance? The mafioso asks him with a serious look what he is going to do in this situation. He proposes to create an alliance, because this time the black market will become the starting point for big changes. The white-haired youth suggests getting rid of Wilhelm, since their combined efforts will be enough to kill him. He plans to take advantage of the fact that, having lost his master, the faithful Caesar will go mad with grief. The insidious plan is to blame everything on the Soul Destroyer, directing all the anger towards him. Lucas bursts out laughing, marveling at how much worse his interlocutor turned out to be than he thought. The rest of the 6 agreed to this plan without hesitation. There was nothing to worry about. The vampire reports that everyone is already assembled, ready to begin the operation. The mafioso warns that no one should even think about killing him if something goes wrong. The original leader of the criminal guild was Yakuza, making him the main target. The hero doubts that they will be able to defeat him easily because he is very strong. But they have Caesar, who can match him in strength and give a worthy rebuff. However, Yakuza took hostages, and now even the mighty Caesar will have a hard time. He decides to first go to the black market where he can find many rare items. The plan is simple: get items or new allies, and then rescue the hostages. He thinks with regret that it's a pity that Lena is not with them now. Suddenly, he is overcome with doubt, and he decides that it is still worth looking for Lena first. Meanwhile, she wanders alone through an abandoned building full of dark secrets. She breathes a sigh of relief when she finds what she was looking for in one of the rooms. She remembers the past when they both did what they liked as long as it was fun. She is overcome with longing for those times, and she sadly pronounces his name: Rodriguez. The memory takes her back 10 years to the eastern region, shortly before the start of the Imperial War. The mentor reproachfully says that she still has unnecessary feelings that prevent her from becoming a killer. She puts all her fury into the throw, but he easily blocks it with one hand. Her daggers fly off without causing him any harm. He asks with disdain what feelings are if they are inedible and useless. She screams in rage that he himself is like a pig, only wanting to eat. He explains that it is good that she has no other feelings and gives her food to relieve her hunger. He announces that it is time for her first mission and orders her to follow him. She can hardly keep up with him, and he calls her a slow pig again. He points her to an imposing building that looks like a fortress, but it's not what she thinks. It turns out to be an orphanage, the place he's about to visit. She asks in bewilderment what this place is, and he ponders silently. He bitterly calls it the most useless place in this country. She is amazed to see children learning to throw without understanding what is happening. A man suddenly appears and happily calls the children to eat, interrupting their training. He gets hit in the eye by the ball, but it seems like this is already a habit for him. The children laugh because the principal has chosen the perfect moment to appear again. The mentor watches silently and then announces that her first target is this man. He is her only goal, and she easily agrees, considering it a trivial task. He warns her that the trials of the criminal guilds are never easy. 6-year-old Lena, a subordinate of the leader of a criminal guild, must prove that she is not useless. The servants discuss the director, who is still unconscious after being hit by the ball. They joke that maybe there is a spy in the shelter since this is happening. The maid notices that after the trip to the Labyrinth, the director has become noticeably weaker. Bramberg brushes it off, saying that he wasn't strong to begin with. The problem is that he slipped in the Labyrinth, and it seems like too stupid an accident. Lena uses her unique ability, spatial projection, to enter the room. Dizziness bothers her, and she understands that she won't be able to do it a second time. She's surprised to see a huge portrait in the room, considering this man very strange. The director mumbles about food in his sleep, unaware of the threat looming over him. She takes out her blade, because she was ordered to kill this strange man. She swings her arm, ready to carry out the order without any unnecessary questions or doubts. It's light, but she still strikes with full determination and force. She mentally apologizes to her victim as she delivers the killing blow. But he evades even in his sleep, and she is shocked by his incredible reaction. Activating the combo skill allows her to deliver a series of quick and accurate strikes. But instead of one target, she sees three, not understanding what is happening. She can't believe her eyes. Is this man really sleeping? She activates a high-level skill to end this once and for all. She is furious, but is stopped by Bramberg, who suddenly appears. He screams in horror about the invasion, not believing his eyes. Lena screams in horror, realizing that there is a witness to her assassination attempt. Her mentor reminds her that the fear of sudden death is another target for killing. Tension is a power that only true killers can use. The director is shocked. He can't believe that this little girl could be a criminal. Tied up, Lena writhes in anger, not understanding why they don't believe her. She screams in rage that she will kill him if he doesn't untie her right now. He realizes with a touch of irony that this killer was sent by a criminal guild. He asks with a smile if she underestimates him too much. He calmly explains that several guys have already come to him who wanted to kill him. The maid says with disdain that she is weaker than she appears, since such a little girl was chosen as the killer. She offers to untie her if she tells the truth. Why would they kill the useless director? The red-eyed maid grabs the director, proving that he is not useless at all. She claims that if they let her go, she will continue to try to kill them. A sudden inspiration comes to him. He needs to take care of her education. He enthusiastically invites her to become his subordinate, which surprises everyone. The tied-up girl is confused about what it even means to be submissive. He can't overcome his habit again, and the maid looks at him reproachfully. She still doesn't understand what a subordinate is and looks at them with curiosity. He awkwardly explains that this means she will be able to eat here for free. Her eyes light up with happiness and she shouts with delight that she agrees. The director enthusiastically welcomes the new ward to the Rodrius orphanage. The maid reminds him of their agreement, but he pretends not to remember. She hits him hard because they agreed that she would hit him for each new child. The system declares that the player can create his own subordinates or enter into a contract with an NPC. The maid explains that there is only one rule here, set by the director. She advises Lena to simply follow this rule: eat well and sleep. She sends her to the empty bed, promising to introduce her to the rest of the boys tomorrow. The girl is surprised to discover that the bed is very soft and comfortable. She lies in bed, her thoughts occupied with the upcoming mission and new sensations. The memory of the promise she made to Yakuza comes back to her, and she realizes that she must fulfill it. Suddenly she feels pain, and her old wound from the poisoned blade makes itself known again. She knew he would come here because her strength lies in the complete absence of feelings. Killing her is not an emotion, but simply a cold and calculating duty. She falls, bleeding, her body no longer able to withstand the strain. With her last breath, she asks for forgiveness, because she was unable to protect anyone. Images of the Six, the rulers of the criminal world, flash before my eyes. They rarely gather together as a group, and this place is their secret hideout. The Black Market, a place where all evil gathers and where one can only survive by possessing strength. You can't survive here using only simple tricks and tricks. And to this very place he, Raman, brought his sword for his purpose. To defend their position and achieve their goals, they must first destroy their enemies. The demon-masked leader notes with satisfaction that the Soul Destroyer is pleased with their plan. They became even stronger after annexing the Black Mountains, and this is their main trump card. He explains that the Six's purpose in existence is to destroy order and leave chaos in their wake. Just being strong is not enough. You need to attract people's attention and inspire them. The Black Mountains are very useful in this regard, because they have the popularity they so desperately need. The day when all order will be destroyed is just around the corner, and they are ready for it. He says with hope that his sword will not be directed at him, but his words are full of doubt. The figure in the demon mask leaves, leaving his interlocutor bewildered. He trusts him completely with the black market, knowing that he can handle the task. Caesar looks at what is happening in shock, not understanding what kind of chaos is happening around him. The hero is horrified. He cannot understand what is happening here and who all these people are. He remembers how, when he entered the black market, everyone looked at him with fierce hatred. Although they did not attack, their looks were more eloquent than any threats. He was supposed to be on guard as the newest member of the Six, but something went wrong. He notices that everyone present has their own weapons, and they have surrounded them as if for show. They were surrounded by a crowd, as if they were in an arena, and the tension reached its peak. The time has come, the six are assembled, and now the main show is about to begin. The girl remarks with a grin that they seem to have gathered to ambush them. The leader, with cold calm, gives the order to begin the attack, and the battle begins. The man in the vest is horrified to realize that everything is not going according to plan. He screams in panic that their opponents turned out to be much stronger. Suddenly, a mysterious hooded assassin appears and attacks the boss. The cloaked hero sweeps away several enemies with one swing of his sword. A comrade asks worriedly if their wounded leader is okay. At this moment, another young man prepares to strike from above. The guy in white screams and stabs himself with a blade. The leader of the group angrily orders him to die. Suddenly, a blonde appears, enveloped in a purple aura. Under its influence, people with red eyes scream in rage. The girl looks at what is happening around her with bewilderment. The young man in armor thoughtfully suggests that it was a trap. A charismatic man in a white suit emerges from the shadows. He introduces himself as Lucas, top 3 of the 6. Next comes the vampire Israk, top 2 of the 6. He is followed by Cavior, surrounded by women in the top 4. It becomes clear that attacking them was a big mistake. The leader of the 6, Raman, appears, radiating dark energy. The main character screams in despair from the hopelessness of the situation. His comrade in black and white cries out tearfully that he only wanted compensation. Raman realizes that the head of the Black Mountain Association is aware of their plans. He reveals that the 6's true goal is much more global. The armored hero panics and realizes that he knew nothing about this. The scarred assassin grins sinisterly, anticipating the battle. The blonde smugly hints at betrayal in the enemy ranks. The young man, in despair and with tears, allows them to do whatever they want. Suddenly his face changes, predicting punishment for the arrogant players. Cavior, in his true form, threateningly declares their end. The guy realizes that the NPCs are going to destroy them. Cavior dismissively calls his mighty adversary a mere dog. In response to the insult, one of the heroes launches a furious attack. However, Cavior blocks the blow with ease and contempt. Lucas notes with surprise that his comrade was unable to inflict damage. He explains that he can't cope here alone. It's teamwork, and enemies deal a crushing blow when they work together. The hero screams in horror the name of his fallen comrade Caesar. The winged vampire Israk doesn't let him get distracted. He quickly attacks the guy with blood-red clots of energy. At the last moment, another young man in a blue robe saves him. The defender takes a powerful blow from the vampire. The young man in blue grins confidently, considering the 6 to be overrated. In response, Raman unleashes a powerful attack, preparing to dispel his doubts. A destructive purple blast collides with the protective barrier. The defender screams in pain as his body is torn apart by dark energy. The wounded hooded assassin rises from his knees, the battle not over for him. His comrade in a rage orders his enemies to die, his eyes glowing red. Vampire Israk struggles to block the blinding orange blade. The force of the blow sends the winged warrior flying back, dodging the deadly attack. The protagonist is thrown to the ground, realizing the hopelessness of their situation. Some people recall that Lena used to be able to contain this uncontrollable force. The young man looks at Mosaic with a glowing face in bewilderment. The empty-eyed girl wonders how the NPCs dared to rebel. Raman proclaims that from now on they are free to do what they want. Mosaic coldly orders him to stop breathing, using her power. The leader of the 6 clutches his throat, choking under her mental control. She threatens that he will die of suffocation unless she orders otherwise. Lucas intervenes angrily, calling her actions dirty tricks. He throws the blonde back with a powerful blow, wanting to end it all as quickly as possible. The guy, shocked, asks if their ultimate goal is to destroy this world. He shouts that they will disappear on their own, but hears in response that this is their desire. Cavior, in his true form, proclaims that this world is better off disappearing. The guy feels the earthquake in horror, not believing in the crushing power of the debaucher. The monster angrily declares that they will stay here forever. Under the rubble lies a defeated Cavior, his eyes still glowing. Suddenly, a powerful woman dressed as a maid appears on the ruins. She is exploring the legendary place that everyone is talking about. The girl realizes that she has ended up at that very black market. This warrior is looking for a worthy groom for her mistress. Wilhelm receives alarming system notifications about a security failure. A young man decides to risk everything and die to quit this damn game. He seriously considered just giving up. Realizing the full deplorability of the situation, the young man comes to this desperate conclusion. At this time, Heishan Hui headquarters is attacked by the Yagus gang. Rena, as if unhinged, in a rage, decides to find Yagus herself. Her comrade understands that she cannot cope with this task alone. The hero went to the black market in hopes of finding something valuable. But the so-called 6 bigwigs turned out to be a gathering of deadly NPCs. Not only did his plan fail, but his life was hanging by a thread. Suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, a mysterious savior appears. But Heishan Hui is attacked again, and out of nowhere a beautiful warrior appears. The powerful maid blocks the enemy's attack with one blow. Lucas recoils in shock, not believing the crushing blow he has received. One of the leaders, wielding a katana, desperately leads his men in a final attack. The warrior in the dress releases a shockwave, scattering enemies. A man suddenly appears and delivers a powerful blow to Raman's jaw. The defeated leader of the 6 cannot believe the source of such power. Wilhelm looks at the defeated Israk with horror and understands the power of those who have come. It turns out that this incredible power belongs to just one woman. The maid sighs in disappointment because all the candidates turned out to be worthless. She gives the guy a chilling look, full of hidden threat. The protagonist resolutely declares that he will find her a worthy groom. He puts forward his candidacy, and at that moment the system turns on. The girl understands that he is weak, but decides to listen to his proposal. The young man slyly asks if she knows Yagus Amon, putting his plan into action. The warrior hears this name for the first time, looking at the guy with suspicion. Suddenly she agrees, deciding that he is ideal as a husband. The guy with a malicious grin plans to use this monster for his revenge. The maid begins to list 3 qualities of a good husband, confusing the hero. The young man, in a panic, does not understand what nonsense she is talking about. She begins her lesson by pointing out that a husband should be generous and patient. The maid notes with disdain that the men from the black market did not even pass the first test. The hero is shocked and cannot believe that these were just whims, considering what is happening to be madness. The girl, blushing, continues that her husband should whisper about love, which frightens the young man to death. She confidently heads towards the exit, preparing to voice the last 3rd rule. Suddenly, a warrior with an eye patch appears, taunting his fallen enemies. The fighter freezes in surprise, not expecting such a turn of events. The warrior in the dress angrily proclaims that the wife must not touch even a drop of water. The defeated 6 are confronted by their mysterious and disillusioned employer. A defeated Raman reluctantly apologizes to Mr. Brambert for his crushing failure. Brambert speaks with annoyance about the sacrifices he made, even hiring Yagus Amon. He begins to doubt whether his subordinates were weaker than he assumed. In a rage, the man grabs Raman by the throat, demanding to know whether the enemy was stronger. The leader of the 6 gasps as he tries to explain that something unexpected has happened. He talks about the sudden appearance of a woman, which intrigues Brambert. The employer asks with interest what she looked like, trying to understand who they were dealing with. Upon hearing the description of the muscular maid, Brambert is stunned with surprise. A sinister grin appears on his face. He realizes it was Gale. The man cannot believe that this woman actually appeared in this world. Raman, horrified, asks if he knows her, hoping to get some kind of explanation. Brambert confirms that they were together at Mr. Rodriguez's shelter. Brambert understands that the ancient will has begun to come to pass, and it is time for him to act. Raman grabs it in utter despair, not understanding what to do now. The man coldly rebuffs him, hinting at more important matters than the fate of the Soul Slayer. Meanwhile, in a snowy forest, a warrior in a demon mask reports someone's death. The eye patch-wearing fighter feels this could be the end. Suddenly, his deadly blow is blocked by the indestructible maid Gale. The girl states with satisfaction that the first point of the test has been completed. She rubs her hands eagerly, anticipating the second quality test. The protagonist and Mosaic watch the madness unfolding in bewilderment. The warrior strikes a menacing pose, preparing for the next stage of the selection process. She charges with such fury that the ground cracks beneath her feet. Suddenly, her opponent realizes that his true target is not her at all. He turns around and points his shining blade straight at the protagonist. At this moment, the faithful servant, sensing a mortal threat to his master, falls into a rage. He roars and attacks the warrior for daring to touch the boss. The guy panics and orders his protector Kaisar to save him immediately. But the loyal, scarred assassin turns around, his eyes burning with uncontrollable anger. The young man asks with wild hope if he is on his side, sensing trouble. The distraught bodyguard rushes at his own master, shouting about the destruction of the enemies. The hero, horrified, runs into the protective barrier, not believing this absurd betrayal. The distraught Caesar attacks the owner, blaming him for the shameful defeat. In a last desperate leap, the hero tries to escape certain death. The warrior gloats as he watches the disarray in the enemy's ranks. He rushes into the attack to end this chaos with one blow. A strange calm appears on the young man's face. He's ready to accept his fate. At a critical moment, a forgotten memory emerges in Hoven's mind. He recalls Rodriguez's legendary journey through the dangerous labyrinth. In the depths of his memory, he feverishly searches for the key to his power. The hero's eyes light up with a purple fire. He realizes that this is an order. The subordinate rushes at him in rage, but submits to an unknown force. Before him arises a system of servants based on unbreakable contracts. Charisma and luck allow you to form alliances with incredibly powerful warriors. A tamed servant can be more powerful than the master himself. But for this, the master must meet the high expectations of his servant. Only a worthy master is able to reveal the full hidden potential of a warrior, and only such a master gains access to the absolute control skill, the command. This is how Rodriguez Eldrigo reached the heights of power with the help of his loyal servants. With some, he was a stern and demanding ruler, and with others, he became a best friend and drinking buddy. He showed everyone his own special face, but at the core, they all had one thing in common. He could give orders to all his servants, possessing absolute power. It was this incredible ability that made him a true legend of this world. The warrior scoffs at the pathetic attempt to destroy his measured life. The boy's eyes flash with purple fire, and he orders Caesar to become his demon king. The servant raises his sword not to strike, but to swear an oath, accepting it as an order. Caesar, in a rage, resists the mental control, not wanting to submit to the bastard. The enemy launches a final attack to finish off the abandoned master. The system unlocks the order, greatly enhancing it due to its villainous nature. The faithful servant rushes forward with a roar, having found new purpose and meaning. He screams in rage at how anyone dared to touch his new boss. Caesar's powerful blow blocks the fatal attack, saving the young man's life. The opponent is shocked and cannot believe that his opponent's speed has increased so dramatically. The young man coldly orders his new servant not to hesitate. He says with a grin that the enemy won't hit the target anyway, no matter how hard he tries. The loyal warrior, confused, asks the boss what he should do now. The hero admits his physical weakness, but hints at his sharp mind. He declares himself an unrivaled strategist and orders everyone to fight according to his instructions. By activating the skill, he commands the user to use speed to force the enemy into a corner. The next order is to just fake a blow to intimidate and confuse. The warrior freezes in bewilderment before the raised sword, falling into a cunning trap. The master orders a deadly fist strike at 100 paces. The servant carries out the order, his fist meeting the sword in a blinding flash. The strategist adds that he should never touch the sword again, completing his plan. The enemy is in a panic, his attention completely focused on the dangerous ranged attack. The powerful maid from the sidelines smiles and assesses this good tactical move. The plan is to make the enemy jump back, expecting a melee attack. The enemy realizes that he will not have enough time to either defend or counterattack. The faces of the strategist and the maid merge, symbolizing their common insidious plan. A faithful servant with burning eyes raises his sword for the decisive blow. He thanks his new boss for this chance with a crazy grin. With a roar, he unleashes his full power on the enemy in a blinding flash. Suddenly, the system deactivates the order, and the young man freezes in bewilderment. Suddenly, a mysterious man appears and blocks the deadly attack. Caesar angrily asks who dared to interfere with his triumph. The stranger remarks with a grin that no one has dared to ask his name for a long time. He easily throws back warriors with a powerful energy blast. The defeated fighter lies on the ground, and the savior introduces himself as Brombear. He turns out to be the mayor of the city of Bram and has come to personally put an end to the battle. The guards understand that it is impossible to eradicate crime in one fell swoop. Brambert says he cannot stand by while his city trembles with fear. Brambert, with a smug grin, offers his old acquaintance the last word. Wilhelm realizes that he has been recognized, and this fatal mistake could cost him his life. The guy is in complete shock because he never expected to meet his adopted brother here. The image of Bram from the orphanage comes to mind, who was always a terrible stickler for rules. Painful memories confirm that Bram will kill him without the slightest hesitation. Faithful servant Caesar is ready to kill the mayor at the first order of the new boss. He realizes that this task is impossible, But having received the order, he is ready for anything. The guy decides to follow his servant's advice and first surrender to the winner's mercy. The hero, in despair, curses fate, which let him down at the most inopportune moment. The sudden appearance of the powerful maid Gale comes as a complete surprise to him. She notes with surprise that the mayor himself, who always sits in one place, has come here. Gale is suspicious that the mayor is up to something. Brambert comments on his old acquaintance's narcissism with a sly grin. He makes it clear that he is not interested in her at all, otherwise he would have found her long ago. There is chaos and despair all around. Lena is dying, and someone is mourning their children. Mosaic curiously asks the young man if he knows this influential man. He confirms that Bram was a strategist and his rival in their home orphanage. A scene from the past emerges in which the director of the orphanage angrily scolds young Rodriguez. He recalls the broken promise not to bring new children to the orphanage anymore. Rodriguez, with a brazen grin, denies his words, driving the director to a white heat. The shelter director is furious and shouts that they have forgotten about the new additions to their ranks. He angrily reminds them that their goal is not charity, but solving a labyrinth. The hero sighs as he recalls how talkative and intimidating his former mentor was. Mosaic asks with interest if he knows this woman too, but receives a firm refusal. The girl doubts his words because he himself admitted to memory loss. Someone regretfully says that with such power they would have defeated the Demon King long ago. Suddenly the question arises about the monsters whose ferocity has become a mystery to everyone. Gale, with clenched fists, threatens Bramber with death for his past betrayal. Bram reminds her of the promise he made not to interfere in the city's affairs. The warrior states that her only purpose here is to find a husband for Mistress Dorothy. The mayor dismisses her excuses with a grin, considering them complete nonsense. She furiously accuses him of betrayal, calling his words about Rodriguez's will hypocrisy. He tries to justify himself with Rodriguez's desire to change the world, but she rudely shuts him up. Gale threatens to rip out his tongue if he dares to use the director's name again. Her icy gaze leaves no doubt. This is his final warning. Brambert feigns calm as he accepts her threat, preparing his next move. He slyly changes the subject, asking permission to pick up the fallen criminal. The girl contemptuously allows him to take the fighter, considering him a worthless groom. The mayor, with a sly grin, asks him to wait, having something in mind. The young man repeats his words in bewilderment, trying to understand the true meaning of Rodriguez's will. Brambert scornfully declares that a mere criminal need not know such things. The young man boldly suggests that he may be connected to Rodriguez himself. The mayor bursts into mad laughter, recognizing his old acquaintance. He notes with mockery how the boy tries to imitate their common master, but his face immediately becomes serious because he does not tolerate imposters. Bram warns that if he hides behind a false name, the entire city will become his enemy. He bids boss Haitian Hui a cold farewell, leaving him completely bewildered. The hero decides at all costs to find out what Rodriguez was really planning. Suddenly, an excited Rave runs up to him, screaming for help. The boss is surprised by his appearance, but sees genuine horror in his eyes. The guy, in tears, desperately shouts the name of their mutual friend, Lena. He reports with horror that the girl is dying after a brutal battle. At this moment, the priest in the temple tries to save her using his light magic. The healers fight for her life for 3 days and 3 nights until she finally comes to her senses. The hero stands silently at her bedside, worrying about the fate of his faithful comrade. It turns out that Lena and her opponent Yagas had known each other for a long time and were well acquainted. Brambert reflects thoughtfully on how much his former comrade has changed. Suddenly, the powerful Nanny Gale announces that she is choosing the main character as her husband. The guy thinks with annoyance that it would be better to continue to deal with his problems. He covers his face with his hand, because all he wanted was to play in peace. The mysterious cloaked figure mockingly declares that the hero knows absolutely nothing. The guy raises his sword, mistaking the stranger for an assassin sent by Brambert. The attacker turns out to be the player the mayor failed to kill in the past. Seeing the demonic mask, the young man panics and regrets not taking Kaisar with him. He looks at what is happening with exhaustion, not understanding what other game he has been drawn into. A masked stranger informs you that he needs to convey a very important message. He reveals Bramber's cunning plan to raise a rebellion with the help of 6 generals. The mayor wanted to take advantage of the fact that Rodriguez was fighting the Demon King in the Labyrinth. But Rodriguez, who was supposed to die at the hands of a traitor, mysteriously disappeared. With the leader gone, Bramber was finally able to put his long-standing plan into action. The director's former comrades, deceived by him, united under the banner of the will of Rodriguez. The hero asks indifferently why it matters to him, but the answer shocks him. The blade at his throat makes him realize that all of this was started by his own students. If Rodriguez Eldrigo hadn't trained his minions so diligently, nothing would have happened. The messenger gives him only one task: to accumulate charisma points at any cost. Only in this way will he be able to redeem his past character's data and regain his power. Having inherited the title of director of the orphanage, he will subjugate both Brahm and the other NPCs. He started this mess himself, and now he has to clean it up himself. Suddenly, a mysterious girl appears and asks him to stop this stupid plan. She explains that everything happened only because his subordinates turned out to be too capable. The mysterious stranger hints at a parting gift, mentioning Rena and the nanny. The shocking truth falls upon the hero. They were both also in his native orphanage. He looks at the wounded Rena with distrust, not believing in their shared past. The guy denies ever seeing the nanny, but the woman suggests he ask himself. She throws out the name Gale at him, and that simple word leaves him completely stunned. A memory of a kind and caring teacher from my distant childhood flashes through my mind. The girl admits that her only goal in this game is to stop their insidious plan. He desperately tries to stop her in order to get at least some answers. Grabbing her by the shoulder, he demands an explanation, but receives only cold silence. Instead of answering, she deals him a crushing blow, throwing him back. He falls unconscious, unable to resist her incredible strength. The stranger bitterly says that she has lost her friends and disappears into the darkness. The masked observer hopes that these guys will be more capable than the previous ones. The woman who suddenly appeared doubts that it was really Rodriguez. Brambert is confident that the appearance and servants may change, but the essence remains the same. His comrade is interested in his plans, because now the enemy has a powerful nanny on his side. He looks at the poster of the hero, realizing that his name is now Wilhelm. Brambert clutches his handkerchief in rage, because his real Rodriguez is still alive. He decides that it is time to accelerate his plans and seize power. The goal is clear. We need to get rid of the imposter before he becomes Rodriguez again. Brambert, with a cold grin, utters a single word full of threat: destroy. After several days, the tension only increases within the walls of the ancient building. The exhausted hero tries to sort out the pile of problems that fell on him after that day. Fortunately, Rena is getting better, but she still hasn't regained consciousness. The mysterious hooded lady has been running around the city ever since, pursuing her goal. Faithful Kaisar, impressed by his boss's abilities, goes into training with renewed vigor. But the main problem awaits him behind a closed door, and he approaches it with apprehension. Mighty Gale greets him with her arms crossed over her chest, waiting for a report. The guy realizes in horror that this monster does not leave the room, and he has nowhere to run. He fawns and makes excuses, begging to be given a little more time to find a husband. In desperation, the young man decides to take a risky step and asks if she is from that shelter. He immediately regrets his question, fearing that the wrong answer will cost him his life. Gale reveals her name and explains that she kept order and cooked at the shelter. She remembers the girl who is now lying in the hospital, plunging into the past. The teacher confirms that Rena was also raised in that same orphanage. Gale sympathetically calls her a poor girl, but the hero does not believe her sincerity. Since he is now responsible for her, he should know the whole truth about their past. She decides to reveal to him the secret of Rodriguez and what really happened to the orphanage. The memory takes us back to the past, where Rodriguez gathered all his loyal students. He thanks his dear servants, whom he raised without sparing any effort or time. The mighty warrior Penbauer notes with surprise this unexpected meeting called by Rodriguez. His comrades are perplexed, because their master has never gathered everyone together before. They guess that the reason for the gathering is a dangerous raid into the depths of a mysterious labyrinth. Gale sadly recalls that fateful day that changed their destinies forever. Rodriguez asks Hygrid's opinion on a campaign to overthrow the Demon King himself. The faithful servant enthusiastically declares that he considers this to be his sacred duty. The leader thanks him for the information he has prepared about the depths of the labyrinth. Hygrid reports that all previous squads were destroyed at high levels. Rodriguez is thinking about it because even a top 20 player couldn't get past the 8th floor. There are rumors that some players died not from monsters, but at the hands of another player. A female player appeared on the 7th floor, single-handedly destroying elite squads. The warriors are shocked, not understanding why players would kill each other in this cruel world. The situation is getting more complicated. Not only is the labyrinth dangerous, but a killer has also appeared. Penbauer tries to stop the leader, suggesting that he first gather enough forces. But Rodriguez is adamant. He has a compelling reason to head deeper immediately. With a mad grin, he looks forward to an incredibly exciting and deadly adventure. The hero realizes in horror that, judging by her words, he was that crazy leader. He admits with a headache that he has always been like this and dismisses Rodriguez's will. The guy tries to justify himself by saying that having a funny face is not a crime. Gale agrees, but adds with icy calm that it is still a problem. Hygrid bitterly admits that his servants have proven too capable. The hero doesn't understand what capable means, because everyone around him keeps saying the same thing. Gale explains that they have developed more important goals than simply entertaining their owner. Penbauer screams at Rodriguez in desperation, unable to disobey his will. Sage Frost coldly reminds them that the system does not allow them to disobey orders. The sorceress tries to calm the enraged warrior, but he does not calm down. He asks in despair how they can allow the master to risk his life like this. The warrior does not understand the leader's obsession with the Demon King, knowing about the mortal danger. His comrades unanimously ask what made him change his mind. Rodriguez, with a crazy grin, replies that he was simply curious. He shouts in a rage that he, too, is not averse to having fun and that he is no worse than others. The leader laments how generously he bestowed upon them precious charisma points. He shouts in a rage about how hard it was to raise them and demands unquestioning obedience. Deep down, he just wanted to relax and enjoy the game. At some point, he realizes that all this has turned into piles of papers and routine. He falls into a childish hysteria, screaming that he wants to go underground too. After a burst of anger, he finally calms down and releases his minions. Gale remains, not believing that he is going into the maze just for fun. She asks if he knows why he came to this city at all, but there is no answer. Every high-level player dreams of challenging the Demon King because it's exciting. Rodriguez understands that his actions may appear selfish in the eyes of his comrades. He decides to take with him only those who want it, leaving the right to choose. Gale receives final instructions to take care of the children in the event of his death. She accepts his will with understanding, because players and NPCs think completely differently. Suddenly, Bram appears in the room and the teacher asks if he's coming with them. With a heavy sigh, he confirms his participation in this deadly, dangerous expedition. Bramber asks with concern if she approves of such a risky decision. Gale responds with cold indifference, leaving him completely bewildered. He says with bitterness that she, as a simple teacher, will never understand this. After all, if they die, they will disappear forever, unlike the players. The next day, Rodriguez looks out the window thoughtfully, realizing that this is not why he came to the game. He thinks with a grin that it was fun after all and decides to have lunch. Suddenly, a tennis ball hits him right in the eye, interrupting his thoughts. The children in the yard are shouting that the director has once again gotten into trouble. Around the same time, a mysterious and sad Lena appears in the corridor of the shelter. Gale finishes her story by explaining how they all ended up here. She grabs the guy by the shoulder in a friendly manner, advising him to be more kind to Lena. The teacher decides that the question of a groom for Mrs. Dorothy has finally been resolved. She announces to the stunned hero that he will become her mistress's husband. The guy recoils in horror, not believing this next crazy turn of fate. Mosaic coldly refuses, not intending to back down from its principles. The hero, in a panic, begs her to stay because he really can marry for convenience. The girl regretfully admits that her seductive charms do not work on everyone. The mighty nanny's steely will proves impenetrable to any charm. She adds with slight resentment that her charms work best on men. The guy falls to his knees in despair, realizing that there is no way out and his fate is sealed. The mosaic's icy calm suggests that perhaps it's for the best. He screams in rage, not understanding how she can ask him to betray his humanity. The girl reveals that from the very beginning she was interested in the mysterious Mrs. Dorothy. She wanted to find out what had changed in the world during her long absence. Her search led to the shocking truth about the mysterious aristocrat's past. Once upon a time, her family was mercilessly destroyed by her loyal servants Frost and Hygrid. After the fall of the great clan, the orphaned girl was raised by a faithful nanny. But there are still many in the city who loyally support the young lady. The hero is perplexed and tries to understand what she's getting at and what he should do about all this. She slyly hints that it is not necessary to become her husband. It is enough to improve the relationship. If everything works out, they will have an entire army of loyal allies at their disposal. The guy finally realizes her insidious plan, to charm all these fighters and subjugate them. Mosaic, with a smug grin, confirms that he has finally gotten it. They arrive at their destination, and the hero realizes that there is no turning back. The hero notes with admiration that the nobleman's castle is simply enormous. Gale sternly warns him to be careful because her mistress is very shy. The guy with a sly grin asks what will happen if she doesn't like him. The nanny replies with horror in her voice that no one has ever left her alive. He panics, realizing that he is doomed, but he has no choice. Suddenly, a pink glow envelops him and he freezes in place, embarrassed. A vision of a beautiful girl with pink hair appears before him. She turns out to be a muscular and shy beauty in a cute pink dress. This is Dorothy Aegis, the sole heir to a once powerful clan. The shocked young man yells at the nanny, not believing that she raised such a miracle. He tries to hide his horror when the girl timidly asks if he is Wilhelm. The guy, trembling with fear, confirms his identity with a forced smile. He tries to act as natural as possible because one blow will kill him. With false politeness, he extends his hand to her to introduce himself. But due to low synchronization, his face is distorted into a strange and frightening grimace. Suddenly, his fist collides with her muscular arm with great force. He is thrown into the air by the incredible power of her blow, without having time to understand anything. The girl shyly screams that she is embarrassed, dealing him a crushing blow. He falls to the floor, having taken fatal damage, and the system issues him a warning. At this time, in another room, the wounded Rena comes to, sensing trouble. Kaisar comes to his senses and does not believe that everything that happened was just a dream. Rena is relieved to realize that in front of her is her loyal comrade, not an enemy. He yells at her in rage because his boss ordered him to postpone training to protect her. The girl, embarrassed and happy, realizes that the boss really took care of her. She says tenderly that she may not have a director, but she does have a boss. She delightedly asks where their hero is because Rena really needs his help. Kaisar, with a stony face, replies that their leader has gone to marry another. He looks forward with a crazy grin to setting out to win the heart of a beautiful lady. A cunning plan is born in his head to leave Rena for this pixel lady. He becomes enraged when he realizes that his master has traded them for some girl. At this time, the system reports a critical drop in the servant's loyalty level. In an idyllic garden, the hero and muscular Dorothy enjoy tea. The girl apologizes for her past lack of restraint, explaining it by strong emotions. The guy thinks with horror that just a little more and he would have died of fear. She admits that she had been waiting for a long time to meet a man like him. Gale is hiding behind a tree, her eyes burning red with jealousy and anger. Dorothy sadly talks about the curse that lies on her and her family. The hero falls into another stupor, not understanding what he has gotten himself into again. The girl sheepishly explains that this family curse weighs on all the women of her family. A powerful curse was cast by an evil witch many generations ago. All members of the Aegis family are required to marry before their 25th birthday. Their chosen one must be a person from another world, with whom they will fall madly in love. Anyone who marries a girl from this family is doomed to suffer. Even if he had selfish motives, he would inevitably die. In the end, he will still die, falling victim to an ancient curse. Dorothy sadly calls this story romantic, but very sad. The hero clenches his fists in rage, not believing in this stupid and cruel curse. She explains that the faithful nanny spent her mind's energy to find her a suitable husband. After all, she sincerely wants them both to be happy, breaking the evil spell. The girl believes that her chosen one must be strong enough to break the curse. She looks at him with hope, confident that he is the one. The guy recoils in shock because she considers him the head of a powerful organization. She calls him a terrible, power-hungry villain who bullies the weak. But that's why she believes he can break her curse. He is confused and doesn't understand whether it was a compliment or an insult. Suddenly, the system detects a thirst for murder on the part of Rena's faithful servant. With a crazy smile, she rushes at high speed, shouting her boss's name. Kaisar and Mosaic shout in horror at him to watch out, amazed by her incredible speed. The hero panics and realizes that something has gone wrong and tries to stop her. But the girl, driven mad by jealousy, raises her sword for a fatal blow. Mighty Dorothy blocks the fatal blow with her bare hands, saving her chosen one. A distraught Rena flies through the air, screaming that they are about to spend their wedding night. The assistant reports to his master that the powerful Gale has also entered the game. Grand Duke Frost announces Rodriguez's return with icy calm. He asks his subordinate if everything is ready for the upcoming battle. He confirms that the council has already been notified of the start of a full-scale war. An army of possessed warriors is ready to destroy at least half of the worthless players. The villain, with a sly grin, anticipates chaos even before the return of his main enemy. The Duke asks how their mutual friend, the mighty Hygrid, is doing. At that moment, a vision of a huge and ferocious minotaur appears before him. The monster, in a rage, asks if this insignificant little man is seeking death. The assistant is shocked and cannot believe that someone dared to go into the labyrinth at such a time. He reports that Hygrid went there to recruit an army of monsters. An ancient old man with a thirst for blood in his eyes proposes to commit genocide against humans. Rena screams in rage, not understanding what is going on here and who these people are. Suddenly, her blow is blocked by Gale, protecting his young mistress, Dorothy. The teacher scolds the girl for always rushing headlong into battle. Rena recognizes the voice and asks incredulously if it is Gale. She can't believe that the same woman who raised her is standing in front of her. With tears in her eyes, she screams why she abandoned her when she just found her. Rena bitterly admits that all this time she was completely alone. Horrible images of her uncle and sister's death come to mind. She cries out in tears that they were dying right before her eyes, and she couldn't do anything. The girl throws herself at Gale in despair, unable to contain her pain. She cries, remembering how everyone abandoned her and she had nowhere to go. In utter despair, she returned to Jagus and again became involved with crime. The hero looks at her in shock, finally understanding the depth of her loneliness. Rena screams in rage that Gale has been protecting some girl all this time. The teacher sadly recalls the director's order to protect the orphanage at any cost. She hugs the sobbing girl, asking for forgiveness for leaving her. Gale begins her story, and her words make the hero's hair stand on end. On that fateful day when Rodriguez was defeated, a bloody massacre began. The warriors returning from the labyrinth were met by 3 cunning traitor strategists. The second-line fighters left to defend were faced with betrayal. Led by this trio, they attacked their battle-weary comrades. The traitors mercilessly killed everyone, leaving no one alive. Gale realized that something terrible was happening and secretly took the children out of the orphanage. She bitterly admits that she had to go into hiding reluctantly. Back then, she was too weak to resist the traitors and their army. Since then, she's never stopped training for a day to become stronger. Gale remembers with bitterness how gruelingly she trained in preparation for revenge. She furiously unleashes all her power on the age-old tree, venting her pain. The thirst for revenge drove her forward, and she decided to finish off Frost first. But in that battle, she suffered a crushing defeat, finding herself on the brink of death. It was there, in complete despair, that she met a mysterious hooded girl. The stranger, with tears in her eyes, begged him to help her become stronger so she could take revenge. She sobbed, screaming that she wanted revenge for her ruined life and lost loved ones. Gale realized that she had also lost because she had been too weak on that fateful day. She couldn't just sit back and do nothing while she saw someone else's pain. The girl screamed in despair that it was so unfair, and her scream echoed in Gale's soul. The teacher sadly asks for forgiveness because she was going to find them all. The guy, shocked, asks if everything he just heard is really true. He yells at her in rage because Rodriguez and the shelter were everything to him. With burning eyes, he asks how his loyal servants dared to do such a thing. All these events turn out to be his own memories of the past. Rodriguez looks at his huge portrait on the wall in bewilderment. He is in a panic and doesn't understand what kind of bad taste this is and who did it. His faithful warrior shouts with delight that he built the guild building and this is his gift. Other servants suggest leaving his face on the entire wall for everyone to see. Rodriguez clutches his head in horror, afraid that everyone will think he is a narcissistic psychopath. For Rodriguez, it was more than just a game, it was much more. He fondly remembers evenings around the campfire with his loyal comrades. For him, it was an unforgettable and happy time, full of adventures. When he quit the game, he swore to himself never to return to it again. But the desire to relive those moments made him return to this world. And now, those with whom he shared these memories found themselves defeated and betrayed. He clenches his fists in rage, not believing that his servants could commit such a base act. Gale looks at him in confusion, not understanding why he calls them his own. She hits the wall with crushing force, not believing that it is really Rodriguez in front of her. He calmly asks if she has enough evidence to believe her. The hero lists the names of all his faithful comrades, proving his identity. He bitterly admits that he himself chose them as his servants. Gale covers her face with her hand, her memories matching his words. She asks in tears why he showed up only now after so many years. He struggles to find words, not knowing how to explain his long absence. The hero himself did not expect that everything would turn out this way, and he clutches his head in panic. He realizes with horror that he lost his temper and said too much in the heat of emotion. The guy despairs and thinks how he could have known that things would go so far. He screams that she should have understood him, because she knows him better than anyone. This whole situation seems completely absurd to him, and he doesn't know how to get out of it. Gale reluctantly admits that he has always been like this, irresponsible and selfish. She grabs him by the collar, demanding that he take at least a drop of responsibility. The teacher, with tears in her eyes, begs him never to abandon Rena again. He agrees, because this girl really has suffered too much. The guy with a sly grin promises to fix everything but asks to let him go. She asks suspiciously what he plans to do, but he only coughs in response. The hero bows low, admitting that he needs to fix everything before it's too late. He says with bitterness that he was like a father to them and cannot leave them like this. Gale is at a loss because that's all he can say after everything that happened. She notes with a grin that it is so like him to avoid answering. He confidently declares that he has already fixed everything and heads for the exit. But he is going to do it his own way, using the Haishan Hui method. He calls his faithful servant Kaisar, ready to give a new order. With shining eyes, he asks if he's ready to become the ruler of this world. Kaisar answers without hesitation that he is always ready and is waiting for his boss's order. The hero approaches the sobbing Rena to finally talk to her. She whispers with tears in her eyes that Rodriguez promised to return, and she believed him. The girl cries with happiness because he kept his word, albeit not right away. He hugs her tenderly, realizing that he was detained by bad servants. With cold determination in his voice, he declares that the time has come for revenge. Rena, with tears of joy in her eyes, accepts his offer of revenge. Mosaic asks curiously what he just thought about. She wonders what his plans are for the future in this dangerous world. With a sly grin, he declares that the time for games is over and now everything will be for real. He approaches Dorothy, and Mosaic watches the scene in bewilderment. With a mischievous smile, he offers to arrange a real wedding night for them. He understands that an engagement to Dorothy is a very profitable strategic move. This way, they will be able to secure the support of everyone who is on her side. An alliance with her family, full of adventurers, would give them a huge advantage. In addition, there are things in the Labyrinth that are only accessible to those with power. For example, participation in the Council of Aristocrats, where the fate of this world is decided. During his conversation with the nanny, he learned something important about Frost and Hygrid. It turns out that Frost became an archduke and Hygrid became chancellor in the Free City. They have voting rights on the council and have enormous influence on policy. Crowds of people follow them, believing in their wisdom and power. The hero understands that he cannot defeat them by force, and his faithful Kaisar must become stronger. His engagement to Dorothy will give him the opportunity to become the head of the noble house of Aegis. Even if only nominally, this will give him a huge advantage in the upcoming battle. He thinks with bitterness about his ungrateful servants who betrayed him. With a sly grin, he declares that he will show them what a true strategist is capable of. The hero decides to focus on the girl because this is his only chance. He understands that this stage is the most important in his insidious plan. The girl turns away in embarrassment, unable to withstand his intense gaze. Suddenly, she delivers a crushing blow to his chest. He flies back, coughing up blood and not understanding what happened. The guy, shocked, asks what she is doing, writhing in pain on the floor. Dorothy says shyly that he is so innocent and inexperienced. She decides to take the initiative into her own hands, her fists flaring up like fire. With a scream, she rushes into the attack to show him what she is capable of. The girl knocks down the wall with one blow, confessing that the nanny told her everything. She asks shyly what a man and a woman do on their wedding night. Dorothy invites him to be alone to indulge in passion. She imagines a mortal battle until dawn, full of passion and fire. Seeing his serious face, she decides that she won't stand on ceremony either. On the roof, Rena looks at her silent guard in bewilderment. She offers him to fight if he wants to, but he doesn't respond. Kaisar coldly replies that the boss has not yet canceled the order to keep an eye on her. The girl sarcastically notes this touching concern on the part of their leader. She defiantly declares that their boss is not Rodriguez, but he does not listen to her. The faithful servant says with unwavering determination that he now follows Wilhelm Meyer. Kaisar confidently declares that their boss is on the path of evil. Rena thoughtfully agrees that it really is time for her to decide on her side. With a sly grin, she decides that thinking is not for her. It's time to act. Clenching her fist, the girl swears that the scoundrels will pay for the destroyed house. With a scream, she rushes forward to bring justice to her boss. At this time, the hero with difficulty obtains the coveted coat of arms of the Aegis family. The system announces the end of the wedding night event, leaving him bruised. Gale looks at him with concern, hoping that nothing serious has happened. He waves his hand in horror at Dorothy, who doesn't see that he almost died. Rena eagerly asks what will happen next, ready for new adventures. With bloodlust in her eyes, she wonders who they will kill first. He gently strokes her head, telling her that they need to go home first. With confidence in his voice, he promises to make the best servants out of them. The whole team greets their boss with delight, rejoicing at his return. Dorothy curiously asks if this means this is her new home. The hero thinks with a smile that everything has returned to normal, as it should be. He absent-mindedly agrees, still not believing the madness happening around him. He introduces his comrades to the new members of their large and strange family. This is Nanny Gale and young lady Dorothy Aegis, his future bride. With a wide and slightly crazy smile, he announces that they are going to get married. Rave notes with admiration that their boss always knew how to surprise. He proudly states that the leader immediately took control of everything. The hero is horrified because his subordinate openly admits to eavesdropping. The guy panics and asks what will happen to them next in this crazy world. With a sly grin, he replies that it's high time to talk about it. He announces a transition to a military system of governance for greater efficiency. Caesar is appointed commander of the 1st Legion, the 100 Steps Dojo. Rena becomes the commander of the 2nd Legion, which consists of a criminal guild. The leader explains that such a system is necessary for upcoming tests. He addresses the guys from the Saito 100 Steps Dojo, his loyal comrades. Bowing his head, he asks for forgiveness for everything they had to endure. He admits that he has been paying too little attention to them, but now everything will change. From now on, they will never lose their comrades in battle again. The warriors, with tears in their eyes, ask if he really remembers them. The dojo leader confirms with a smile that this is quite enough for them. The whole team unanimously swears that they will never let him down. Now he turns to the guys from the criminal guild, his new allies. He thanks them for staying despite the mortal danger. They sheepishly admit that they were just about to get out of here. As a reward, he promises them a special salary increase which shocks everyone. Former criminals shout with delight that Hei Shan Hui is the best. Rave suspiciously asks the mysterious strangers how they know this. The leader invites them to listen and decide for themselves whether they should stay. From that moment on, he casts aside all doubts and becomes the true embodiment of evil. Their main goal is to destroy the rotten center of this damned labyrinth world. With cold fury in his eyes, he announces his intention to destroy Brahm. The system activates his true nature, and he chooses the path of absolute evil. It sounds tempting, and some of the former criminals decide to stay. He announces the start of serious training to prepare for the coming war. The 1st Legion, consisting of dojo fighters, will train real warriors. They reject the light and choose darkness to become stronger. The 2nd Legion will specialize in training assassins, masters of the shadow. Their mission is to take over all underground channels owned by criminal guilds. The hero looks at the board with portraits of his enemies, inviting them to play his game. He contemptuously calls Brambert, Hygrid, and Frost worthless traitors. With a wicked grin, he promises to show them what true class is. Mosaic watched him with interest, unaware of his cunning scheme. She whispers his name in admiration, completely captivated by his charisma. They decide to exploit a weakness in Brambert's plan and strike. Their plan is to first establish an underground organization and then rise to the very top. Caesar, with cold determination, announces his goal to eliminate the 6 generals. Chancellor Hygrid controls all cash flows, wielding enormous power. Archduke Frost has a vote in the council and creates laws that benefit him. And the head of Brambert, controls the most important thing, the entrance to the world of the Labyrinth. He personally decides who is allowed to enter this dangerous and mysterious place. He discreetly watches everyone who comes in and out, keeping everything under control. As soon as someone tries to contradict him, he deals with them mercilessly. Every day there are rumors about someone mysteriously losing their character. Brambert, with a sly grin, wonders who these mysterious killers are. Mosaic, shocked, asks if this is the work of those same criminals. They've pulled off so many feats in recent months that even the most famous players are envious of them. He looks at her doubtfully, not believing that players can settle scores so easily. The hero understands that in the world of the Labyrinth, everything is much more complicated and confusing. These nobodies use their power to establish their own rules. If players can make their own rules, why can't NPCs do the same? They want to create a world to their liking, and to do this, they need an army. Mosaic realizes with horror that the 6 generals are the commanders of this army. This is precisely why they raise the black market and their loyal generals. He clenches his fists in rage, not believing the madness happening around him. With cold determination, he declares that he will show them what a true strategist is capable of. The problem is that a mysterious soul destroyer has appeared, uniting the generals. Mosaic asks with interest where he is now. The hero assumes that he first entered Bram and then disappeared without a trace. The girl coquettishly asks if he knows where he could have gone. He hugs her, confessing that he knows one thing for sure: they will take over the entire criminal world. She asks doubtfully if they have enough strength, since they were recently defeated. He replies with a grin that he is already one of the 6 generals, changing the rules of the game. Their plan is not to start a war, but simply to overthrow the old order with new generals. They offer them their terms, because his servants are masters of negotiation. Caesar, with a devilish grin, doubts that their enemies are ready for dialogue. The defeated enemy is shocked and cannot believe how Caesar managed to get so strong. A loyal servant mockingly offers to convey to him an order from the boss. The general screams in rage, not believing that anyone dares to attack them. He realizes that they are not ready to talk and decides to act by force. The enemy surrenders in panic, begging to be heard, but it is too late. Caesar, with a mad smile, raises his sword for the final blow. He warns one last time, and a fountain of blood stains the wall. The Haishan-Hui leader declares the current 6-leader system ineffective. He asks them to swear allegiance to his messenger, Caesar. From this moment on, they begin their bold step towards establishing autocracy. The hero, with a devilish grin, announces that in case of refusal, life is not guaranteed. Lena, knife in hand, asks the defeated enemy if he agrees to the proposal. She is perplexed, because she was told that this would make it easier to come to an agreement. Suddenly, mysterious figures in cloaks surround her, asking if she minds. She shouts with delight that she is joining Haishan-Hui because the negotiations were successful. Caesar coldly orders to listen to the next order, full of cruelty. He announces that they need to capture 6 generals alive but immobilized. Lena, with a crazy smile, confirms that this is the second, no less important order. The hero looks with pride at his servants, true masters of negotiation. They are truly masters, because all the prisoners are tied up and awaiting their fate. The defeated enemy does not understand that simply taking their place is not enough. He screams in rage, demanding that they be killed and this humiliation put an end to. With a grin, the hero replies that he became a leader through negotiations, not murder. Since they didn't fight, there's no need to kill anyone, it's simple. He announces that from now on their organizations are under the protection of Haishan-Hui. His main goal is to completely control the entire criminal world of this labyrinth. With a sly smile, he invites them to grow together, sharing secrets and strength. The vampire asks suspiciously what their interests are in this union. The hero laughingly praises him for his insight, because he really is smart. He explains that everything is very simple. Their interests coincide, and this is beneficial for everyone. With a crazy smile, the hero announces that now he only needs money. The world of Labyrinth is a notorious game where everything is built on donations. However, purchased game money can be converted into something more valuable. They can be converted into charisma points, which give incredible power. Wilhelm begins to demand weekly tribute from his new subordinates. All this money is converted into charisma points and used to strengthen the guild. Under Nanny Gale's guidance, training becomes increasingly intense. Generous investments ensure a comfortable life for all Haishan-Hui members. Rumors of their growing power reach the ears of ordinary players. Things are going well, and now the hero is considered part of the team, generously handing out points. He tells Mosaic with a grin that now she will have to work hard. The girl volunteers to take care of Kier and then immediately go to Ramen. He assigns Rave to lead the guild in their absence, knowing his zeal for battle. And Mosaic gets the most difficult task, to deal with Hygrid and Frost. She asks in bewilderment why he doesn't entrust this matter to his killers. He answers with confidence that she will cope with this task better than anyone else. The girl coquettishly asks what she needs to do in this dangerous mission. He is confident that Brahm will make contact himself once they have taken over the entire criminal underworld. The problem is that they have no way to keep track of Hygrid and Frost. He asks her to find out what these two powerful traitors really want. Mosaic agrees with a smile to try to carry out his difficult task. She playfully hugs him, promising not to let him down in this risky adventure. The girl, with a sly smile, hints that she is not going to share information with him. She flutters out the window with ease, leaving him to decide whether to create an army or not. The hero calls out to his faithful servant Caesar, ready for a new stage. He notes with surprise that he, as always, is training diligently alone. Caesar asks with a grin what happened, sensing the change in his boss's mood. The confused warrior admits that the leader's recent actions have made him want to act. He speaks with a mad smile about his desire to exterminate the weak for the sake of the world of evil. The boss is interested in his plans to take over the criminal underworld, listening to his ideas. He explains with a thoughtful look that the weak are on the side of good. Caesar proposes using the army of the Demon King himself for this purpose. With a mad gleam in his eyes, he vows to become Wilhelm Meyer's sword. The system reports an increase in the level of devotion because every step on the path of evil strengthens it. Now he can give him any orders, completely controlling his will. He orders his faithful servant to move forward towards their common goal. With a devilish grin, he asks to tell Raman that he has already rotted. Black Rock society has grown considerably, their influence spreading far and wide. Their numbers are growing, and their strength is growing every day. The hero looks at his servant with admiration, amazed at his power. The hero explains his success with a grin as a result of his simple gaming experience. He reveals that the Black Mountain Society is the second guild he created. He took into account all the mistakes made with Rodriguez and learned valuable lessons from them. Casual players still use the guide he wrote for fun. This ancient guide describes only a small part of his secret techniques. Raising pawns is like playing a fun strategy game. It's like investing, where the key is to upgrade your stats at the right time. If you focus only on developing strength, the pawns may rebel. And if you only level up obedience, it will require colossal levels of skill points. You'll end up with dumb, useless pawns that will only do harm. But Kim Hyun, as he calls himself, has a completely different approach to this. Pawns that are in the training stage receive standard rewards. When they reach a certain level, they go on missions. He selects tasks for them according to their abilities so that they feel satisfied. When they complete a task, they donate resources to society. For this, the pawn receives upgrade points equivalent to the cost of the sacrifice. He, of course, takes 10% of this amount and all resources for himself. But no one cares, because nowhere else is there such a generous system. You can't achieve such rapid growth just by playing alone. Pawns can use the points they receive to develop themselves and become stronger. They even share tips with each other on how to distribute their upgrade points. The ranking forces them to compete, trying to earn as many points as possible. This system motivates them, and seeing the results, they become even more dedicated. That's why his method is so effective. He doesn't need to spend points on obedience. He thinks with bitterness that devotion is just an illusion and empty words. The three he spent so many upgrade points on ended up betraying him. Suddenly, an enthusiastic Lena pounces on him, rejoicing at the successful completion of the task. He notes with surprise that she has overtaken Caesar and is now in second place. Caesar shouts in rage that he was unable to complete the task because of the boss's special assignment. He is confident that these two will definitely not betray him, and watches their squabble with a grin. The hero decides that it is time to capture Leman and become one of the 6 rulers. Rena excitedly asks if he will go on this mission with her. Caesar shouts in rage that the boss needs him, his trusty sword, and not some girl. But this time he decides that he will go with Rena, leaving the warrior perplexed. The girl is delighted. She cannot believe her luck and is looking forward to the adventure. He thinks that he has already spent too much time with Caesar. Now it is Rena's turn. He looks over the information with a sly grin, realizing how easy it is to manipulate opinion. He finds what he was looking for. The Order of the Evil God was under the patronage of Bramberg himself. All its participants were enemies of all players, sowing chaos and destruction. From this moment on, his new, even more insidious and cruel game begins. The Order of the Evil God becomes the perfect target for the grand finale. By taking over their territory, he will make the entire world aware of the Black Mountain Society. He calls to Rena, and she resolutely jumps off the roof, ready to fight. The girl enthusiastically accepts his order to have a blast in this battle. Like a graceful predator, she glides across the roof, preparing to attack. The entire team rushes into the building, taking the unsuspecting enemies by surprise. The Order's servants scream in horror, realizing that the time has come to die. Rena, with a mad smile, announces that their hour has come and rushes into battle. Two aristocrats speak sympathetically about the poor mayor, who will have a hard time. He wanted to seize the underground and power, and now Wilhelm is taking everything away from him. One of them asks sarcastically if his interlocutor is happy about this turn of events. He declares with cold fury that this is not a request, but an order. If he really is the one, his development poses a mortal threat to them. If he regains his former status, they will have to obey him unquestioningly. All their insidious plans will collapse in an instant, and they will lose everything. The Duke asks with a mad smile what this has to do with his army. He shouts furiously at Brambert, demanding to know who gave him permission to enter the black market. The mayor grabs him by the collar, asking if he realizes he's gone too far. He mockingly reminds him how just yesterday he taught him not to interfere in Brahm's affairs, and he advised him to deal with the affairs of the aristocracy and not stick his nose where it doesn't belong. Brambert furiously prays that his old comrade will survive this battle. He furiously warns that if their plan fails, they will have to fight the entire world, and then his dream of the end of the world will never come true. He bitterly realizes that his former ally no longer wants to be with him. The Duke, with a cold smile, assures that their union will remain unchanged. With a devilish grin, he asks him to be more reasonable, threatening him with reprisals. He orders the guards to escort the guest out, pouring the rest of the champagne on the floor. The guards rudely escort Brambert out, who did not expect such a cold reception. The Duke dismisses him with disdain, ordering him to go and mind his own business. Brambert angrily swears that he will remember this insult and take revenge. He is perplexed why he is silent about the fact that Hygrid went into the Labyrinth. The Duke asks with a grin if he is still in the dark. He says with regret that Bram got everything, but his friends ended up in the wilderness. He accuses him of doing this to those he cares about. Enraged, Brambert orders that Lidolaf, his faithful servant, be summoned immediately. At this moment, his fighters are already fighting the enemies in a fierce battle. The Duke admiringly calls him a true genius, because he no longer needs to bow. He thanks him, because now they have a new, powerful ally. The girl asks with interest why he wants to kill his friends. He explains that Brambert is obsessed with power, while Hygrid is madly in love with his ego. The Duke laughingly says that he is the only one left sane. He decides to act on his own before his crazy comrades ruin everything. The girl looks at him suspiciously, surprised at how easily he tells everything. He replies with a grin that it's obvious and there's no secret about it. She points her finger at him and he looks at her with interest. He asks with a devilish smile what she can do knowing all this. The girl leaves easily, offering to contact her if she needs medication. He says goodbye with a smile, inviting her to come over if she suddenly gets bored. She says with disgust that his company is of no interest to her at all. Suddenly, Mosaic appears in front of her, welcoming her to this strange place. Warriors with glowing red eyes appear around her, ready for battle. The girl, horrified, asks who she is, not expecting such a turn of events. Mosaic replies with a grin that it doesn't matter who she is. What matters is why she came. She roughly grabs her by the chin, demanding answers to her questions. The girl looks at her defiantly, not intending to give up so easily. The Mosaic with glowing eyes demands to be told everything, starting with Frost. There is one rule that every self-respecting killer must follow. This is the principle they must follow: never get caught. No matter what happens, you can't get caught and reveal your identity. When a task is carried out by a master, it looks like a disappearance, not a murder. Rena says with a grin that if there are no witnesses, then it is not murder. Raman, in a panic, shouts to his men to run quickly to the temple. The girl is surprised to learn that they have a temple, and that it might be interesting there. With a mad gleam in her eyes, she rushes forward, demanding to be shown this place. The Order's servants, in horror, try to stop her in order to buy time. One of them, in desperation, releases a powerful clot of purple energy. They call upon the God of Darkness, the Lord of Evil and Blood, begging for mercy. With their last breath, they ask him to destroy the enemies standing before them. Rena easily dodges the attacks, asking why they are frozen. She says with a grin that she has no intention of sitting back and waiting. The girl bursts into the crowd, mercilessly cutting down enemies with her blades. With cold fury, she orders that eternal torment be inflicted upon them. Suddenly, Raman says the end and is pierced by a black thorn. He writhes in pain, his body pierced by dozens of dark needles. At the last moment, Rena blocks the fatal blow, saving him from death. She easily dodges his attacks, as if playing with him. He shouts in rage that this is not all and prepares for a new attack. Ramen soars into the air, surrounded by dark energy, ready to strike. He orders his men to attack, and they rush at her from all sides. He easily throws them aside like bowling pins, demonstrating his power. Rina easily dodges the attack, demonstrating her incredible agility. Suddenly, Rave appears and delivers a crushing blow from above. He easily blocks his attack, remaining completely unharmed. Ramen screams in rage, coughing up blood from the damage he received. The whole team attacks in unison, leaving him no chance. Rina asks with a grin if that's all their evil god is capable of. She says with disdain that it is important to choose the right boss. The girl leaves the temple with delight, rejoicing at her easy and quick victory. The hero praises her with a smile, noting that it was not difficult at all. She pounces on him with delight, feeling light and free. He thinks with a grin that he did the right thing by putting all his points into reflexes. The girl happily shouts that now she can fly and says goodbye until we meet again. He catches her hand, reminding her that it is time to show herself to all of Bramberg. The hero looks at the huge building with admiration, noting its considerable size. With a sly grin, he invites Rina to watch the festive fireworks. The system shows that with an explosion, any word can be written in the sky. Rave is horrified because so much gold was spent on this useless undertaking. In front of the building, there are mountains of boxes containing tens of thousands of fireworks. He confidently states that this will be enough to blow up the building. The guy asks in bewilderment what they are going to write in the sky. The hero, with a sly grin, promises that they will see everything when he blows up this building. That night, a crowd of people gathered in front of the temple, not understanding why they had been called there. They assume that the Haitian Hui want to boast of their victory over the sect. The boss asks his faithful Kaisar if he is ready for the upcoming show. He gives the command, and his entire motley crew begins to act. Kaisar roars as he thrusts his massive sword into the ground, beginning the ritual. Dozens of fireworks explode into the night sky, illuminating the city with bright lights. The temple building is immersed in a sea of lights, turning into a grandiose spectacle. Amidst this fiery chaos, he announces that this is their statement to the whole world. The crowd is shocked and can't believe their eyes as they watch this madness. Hieroglyphs flash in the sky, proclaiming a new era of Haitian Hui's power. He catches the falling Rave, who has lost consciousness from an excess of emotions. The hero looks at him in surprise, not understanding whether he was really so moved. With tears in his eyes, he vows to continue his work, thinking that he is dying. He declares war on Brahma and vows to avenge his fallen leader. With his last breath, Rave asks to be killed so that he can die with honor. Gale asks him with a grin if he's crazy, since he's acting like a boss again. The mosaic reminds us with bewilderment that they were going to destroy Brahma, not put on a show. She returns from a mission and is surprised to see the performance he put on. From this moment on, a new chapter in their history begins, full of intrigue and battles. Mosaic introduces his new useful friend with a smile. She introduces him to Panan, a mysterious and silent girl. The hero looks at her in shock, not understanding what she is doing here. Panan calmly drinks tea, asking why he came to this place. She says she wanted to take revenge on the 6 masters who killed her father. The girl trained hard so that one day she could defeat every single one of them. And one day Frost came to her with an unexpected and insidious proposal. He revealed to her the secret that Bramberg was in charge of the 6 masters and the black market. The Duke offered her a deal she couldn't refuse. He promised to help her kill Brahma and even destroy the Soul Slayer. In exchange, she gave him the recipe for a forbidden potion that was passed down in her family. This potion makes soldiers tens of times stronger, but deprives them of their minds. Once Frost had an army, he stopped paying attention to her revenge. From that moment on, she realized that he could not be trusted and decided to act on her own. Then she was kidnapped by Mosaic and found herself drawn into a new game. The girl indignantly corrects her, saying that she made her a lucrative offer. She coquettishly asks the hero if he learned anything useful. Mosaic praises him because they just need an excuse to destroy Brahma. She asks with interest if he wants to take over the black market. With a devilish grin, he replies that his goal is to become the king of this world. The hero orders Panan to take him to Frost right now. He thinks with a grin that even though the soldiers are pumped up with potions, they are strong. But his own warriors, seasoned in battle, are much stronger and more experienced. At this time, an agitated servant bursts into the mansion screaming about trouble. The Duke asks with icy calm what made him so worried. The assistant panics and reports that Wilhelm is leading his elite troops to the mansion. Frost, with a devilish grin, replies that this is not a problem, but on the contrary, excellent news. He decides to use this opportunity to test the strength of his new warriors. The Duke looks out the window in rage, not believing his eyes, and screams in horror. He is furious and does not understand what kind of elite troops Heishanhui are. The entire army is engulfed in flames, their garden reduced to ashes. Silhouettes of warriors emerge from the fire, ready for a merciless and bloody battle. He asks Gale with a grin if she thinks she's too strong. She takes this as a compliment with a laugh, preparing for the upcoming battle. With a cry, she promises to clear a path for him through the crowd of enemies. She easily scatters enemy soldiers, demonstrating her incredible power. Everyone is shocked, not understanding how she could grow so much and become so strong. Caesar, with a devilish grin, decides that he can't sit idle. He rushes into battle, easily scattering enemies, and calls her a true hero. Frost suddenly appears, and the hero greets his old acquaintance with a grin. With a crazy smile, the hero announces that he will be there soon and points to his next target. The Duke looks out the window in shock, realizing that Wilhelm is declaring war on him. He shouts furiously at his assistant, accusing him of knowing everything. The servant panics and suggests calling for elite troops, but Frost orders him to summon them immediately. The Duke, horrified, realizes they must escape before it is too late. The hero notes with surprise that he did not expect such strong servants from him. Frost's elite troops, 10 high-level players, appear before them. He understands that the enemy will put them on defense in order to gain time to escape. He admits with annoyance that he underestimated his former servants. He coldly orders Mosaic to leave as he no longer needs her help. The girl defiantly declares that she is not his servant and will not obey him. Elite warriors scream as they block her retreat. With a flirtatious smile, she releases her power, engulfing herself in a purple glow. Under her influence, fighters with glowing eyes become her slaves. She declares that she wants to be with the strongest, who will become the sole owner of her love. With a cry, one of the warriors rushes into battle, wanting to prove his superiority. A bloody battle begins, where former allies mercilessly kill each other. The hero tells the tied-up Frost with a grin that he doesn't look very convincing. The Duke shouts in rage that it would be better if he killed him than humiliated him like that. The hero notes with a grin that it is always the same predictable scenario. He threatens to say that he will need Frost's help in the future. The Duke asks him defiantly if he thinks he will agree so easily. With a devilish grin, he replies that he simply has no choice. He offers him a choice between Panan's deadly medicine and her poisons, or succumb to the seductive charm of the beautiful and insidious Mosaic. And if that doesn't help, then Caesar and Gale's signature elixir of truth awaits him. With a mad gleam in his eyes, he offers him to choose everything at once if he wants. Frost screams in horror that he will do everything in his power to avoid this fate.